Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 17, The New World. Okay, welcome back to the show. We are now, as you know, jumping 100 years forward and 3,000 miles to the left to play out the tumultuous drama of the American Revolution. A tumultuous drama that occasionally parallels and sometimes even explicitly recalls the tumultuous drama of the English Revolution. But before we can get into the guts of it, we need to do a survey of the stage and the players. So today, we'll do a quick and necessarily blunt tour of colonial North America. Who lived there? Why did they live there? What did they do when they got there? Then we can get into the good stuff about the colonists going crazy after Parliament started randomly taxing stuff at the end of the French and Indian War. Broadly speaking, we divide the future United States into three big colonial chunks: New England, the Middle Colonies, and the Southern Colonies. Above New England was French Canada, and below Georgia was Spanish Florida. There is a map of all this at revolutionspodcast.com for those of you who would like to follow along at home. Now, each of these colonial regions was settled at a different time and for different reasons, and on the eve of the Revolution, the inhabitants of each lived very different lives from one another. And indeed, one of the great feats of the Revolution was binding together the separate colonies into a single unit, something many revolutionary leaders feared was impossible. Starting up in the north, we have New England, which includes Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. These days, New England also includes Maine and Vermont, but on the eve of the Revolution, Maine was still a part of Massachusetts, and Vermont was populated by a bunch of unruly squatters who had not yet succeeded in breaking away from New York. For our purposes, colonization of New England is a nice place to start, because it is an offshoot of the same Puritan movement that eventually led to the English Civil Wars that we just covered. Shortly after King James I came to power, a group of Puritan separatists decided they couldn't hack the ungodly ways of the Church of England anymore and decamped for the Netherlands. But a decade in Holland only convinced this congregation that Dutch was a really hard language to learn, and by 1617 they got it into their heads to maybe start over again in the New World. As we'll see in a moment, the English had by now planted a permanent settlement at Jamestown in Virginia, and the Puritan dissenters applied for, and received, permission to set up a colony of their own in Virginia. But of course, when the first 100 colonists, known to all American school children as the Pilgrims, set sail on the Mayflower in 1620, they were blown off course and wound up landing on Cape Cod instead. Undeterred, they elected to stay and found the Plymouth Colony. The early years were of course tough for our fanatical Puritans, but with the help of some friendly American Indians, they managed to survive, establish the permanence of the colony, and invite their brethren to follow. And follow their brethren did. Between 1628 and 1642, about 20,000 Puritans abandoned England for the New World. And of course, as we all know by now, that period corresponds exactly to the era of personal rule, when both the monarchy and the church started drifting in a tyrannical direction, at least according to the Puritans. There is even a nice little story that I passed over, that during the early days of the Long Parliament, an obscure backbench MP Oliver Cromwell noted that had Parliament not passed the Grand Remonstrance in 1642, that he and his friends were prepared to pack up and move to America, which means that world history was about 10 votes shy of Oliver Cromwell becoming an American. As the Puritan diaspora continued through the 1630s, the other core New England colonies were founded. Connecticut came along officially in 1636, founded by men looking for a little more religious freedom than the men running Massachusetts allowed, because remember, religious freedom doesn't really mean religious freedom. Shortly thereafter, the Earl of Warwick granted a patent to Lords Brooke and Say and Seal to establish a settlement in Connecticut called Saybrook, and as you'll recall, all three of those guys were in the inner circle of the parliamentary revolt against Charles I. So the connections between New England and the men who were about to start a war with the king ran very deep. The little colony of Rhode Island was also founded in 1636 by a guy named Roger Williams, who was looking for more religious freedom than the men running Massachusetts allowed. Rhode Island was the smallest colony, and is the smallest state, and it wound up being populated by a group of obnoxious freethinkers who just didn't fit in anywhere else. As a result, Rhode Island tended to go its own way. As we will see, they were very difficult to convince of the utility of non-importation agreements. They were the first colony then to declare independence from Britain, and the last state to ratify the U.S. Constitution. There is just no accounting for Rhode Island. Finally, we have New Hampshire, which started being settled shortly after Massachusetts, and basically became its own thing after 1629, though the on-again, off-again political connection to Massachusetts wouldn't be settled until 1691. New Hampshire was defined predominantly by small farming hamlets cut off from each other by the local terrain. Economically, the New England colonies were limited by the harsh land they planted themselves on, land that would never support the kind of huge cash crop plantations that were growing up in the southern colonies. So through the colonial period, they survived on small plots of land for food and started to engage in transatlantic trade with England, mostly providing fish, lumber, and fur to the mother country. Through it all, the New Englanders, excepting Rhode Island of course, ran quasi-theocratic communities dominated by church leaders who were trying to put into practice beliefs that had been stifled in England. There were more than a few Puritans on both sides of the Atlantic who saw the colonies as a laboratory for ideas that could be put into practice back in England. But of course, the Restoration put an end to all that, and rather than being the vanguard of a Puritan revolution in England, New England became something of a time capsule, as England resettled into its old, familiar traditions. The dominant city of New England was, of course, Boston, first settled in 1630. It soon became one of the main trading centers in North America, as the surrounding towns and villages shipped their produce overland to Boston for transit back to England. On the eve of the Revolution, Boston had a population of about 15,000, and believe it or not, they were not all fire-breathing radicals. Moving south, we find the middle colonies: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. The middle colonies were settled under very different circumstances from New England, and under different circumstances from each other. New York was of course initially populated by the Dutch, who arrived in 1613, in between the founding of Jamestown and the founding of Plymouth. Dutch interest was focused on the fur trade, and they built a series of forts up the Hudson River to barter with the native Indians for the lucrative furs. In 1626, the leader of the Dutch merchants allegedly purchased the island of Manhattan for 60 Dutch guilders, though the details of that deal are way more complicated than the old legend about buying Manhattan for $24 worth of beads. Anyway, the Dutch built New Amsterdam, on the southern tip of the island, to serve as the capital of the New Netherlands. But the Dutch hold in North America was always precarious, and after a series of wars with Britain, the New Netherlands were handed over to the English in 1674. In exchange, the Dutch got to hold Suriname, which probably seemed like a better deal at the time than it does today. The English promptly renamed everything New York, after James, Duke of York, the future James II. Aside from the trade operating out of the now renamed New York City, the economy of New York was dominated by huge, essentially feudal estates up the Hudson River, where the landlords were able to wield extensive legal power over their tenants. South of New York was New Jersey. Starting in 1638, the area was actually colonized by the Swedes and called New Sweden until it was absorbed by the Dutch in 1655, who then handed it over to the English in 1674. King Charles II then gave it to his brother James as a gift, and James turned the territory into a proprietary colony, wherein huge tracts of land are handed over to individuals or corporations, who then act as a sort of private government. Colonial New Jersey wound up being defined by a running conflict between small-holding farmers who traced their claims back to the initial Dutch and Swedish settlements, and the newly arrived English aristocracy, who traced their claims to the proprietary grants from the king. It was a conflict that would run right into and then get merged with the unrest of the Revolution. New Jersey would be reorganized as a royal colony, that is, one directly under the crown, in 1702, which I mention so that I can mention that the first royal governor of New Jersey was none other than Edward Hyde, the third Earl of Clarendon, grandson of the Edward Hyde who was so instrumental in the history of the English Revolution. Of course, this Edward Hyde wound up being so corrupt that he was stripped of his title in 1708, whereupon New Jersey was governed by New York for the next 30 years. Speaking of proprietary colonies, the biggest was established right next door to New Jersey in 1681. To clear out old debts to the Penn family, Charles II granted William Penn control of an enormous tract of land in the New World, making Penn the single largest landowner in terms of square miles of any man in the British Empire. William Penn was also a Quaker, one of those dissenting sects that had flourished in the chaos of 17th century England. By now, though, the Quakers were defined mostly by their quiet pacifism, and it was along those lines that Penn founded his colony, achieving probably the most enlightened relationship with the native Indians of any of the North American colonies. Though, in time, that pacifism became a huge sticking point, because many of the settlers who started filling up the colony were not Quakers. Many indeed were German Lutherans, settling on the western edges who dealt constantly with Indian attacks. The tension within Pennsylvania, between the Quaker leadership and everyone else, came to a head in a series of political battles that saw the Quakers essentially admit that their principles were incompatible with the rough business of actual governance. Pennsylvania also boasted the city of Philadelphia, which on the eve of the Revolution had a population just north of 30,000. It was the largest and most cosmopolitan city in North America, thanks in no small part to the efforts of its most famous citizen, Benjamin Franklin, who, I assure you, we are about to have extensive dealings with. The last of the middle colonies was Delaware, and is the one that earns you trivia bonus points if you say that technically there were only 12 original colonies, not 13. Because Delaware, known as the three lower counties, were included in the 1681 land grant to William Penn, though Penn quickly saw the utility of allowing the lower counties their own legislative assembly. Its attachment to Pennsylvania was always a little strange because, as you can see from the map, if anything, Delaware should have been a part of Maryland, but it wasn't, and though it was technically a part of Pennsylvania, it achieved more than enough de facto autonomy to be considered by everyone, both past and present, to be its own colony. The economy of the middle colonies was a mix of agriculture and trade. The land was better than New England, and the barons of Hudson Valley, for example, were able to run their operations like little kingdoms. The western frontier became populated with smallhold farmers, while the coastal areas became dominated by merchants operating out of New York City and Philadelphia. These two groups did not necessarily see eye to eye on how to run things, with the western farmers always chafing under the thumb of the coastal elites. And that is to say nothing, of course, of the battles fought between the colonies themselves over boundary lines and access to resources, as migrating families simply settled places and dared anyone to try to kick them off. So finally we come to the southern colonies: Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, with Maryland sort of hanging out as a border state. The southern colonies, of course, developed a very different and far more pernicious social and economic life. But even still, there were differences among them. First, we'll clear out the unique border colony of Maryland, the land for which was handed over to the family of Lord Baltimore in 1632. Lord Baltimore was a devout Catholic, and he saw Maryland, which was probably named after Queen Henrietta Maria, the Catholic wife of Charles I, as a refuge for his rich Catholic buddies. Because as much as the Puritans of England saw King Charles and Archbishop Laud engaged in some popish plot, the Catholics of England knew better. And like the Puritans on the other side of the religious spectrum, Lord Baltimore saw the New World as a place to escape persecution. But soon enough, that original intent was washed away by the flood of Protestant settlers coming up mostly from Virginia. By 1649, Baltimore had to give way, and he granted freedom of worship, making Maryland the second colony after, you guessed it, Rhode Island, to do so. The great colony of the South, And indeed, the great colony of British North America was, of course, Virginia, occasionally known as the Prussia of America. By the time of the Revolution, it would be the oldest, largest, richest, and most populous colony in North America. And its leaders knew it. After the mysterious false start that is the lost colony of Roanoke, a new settlement called Jamestown was constructed beside the James River in 1607. For those of you who are interested in the whole sordid history of early Virginia, should read American Slavery, American Freedom by Edmund Morgan, which has surprisingly little to say about slavery, but a great deal about the struggles, failures, and hardships of 17th century Virginia, including their persistent inability to grow enough food to live despite having planted themselves in some of the most fertile soil in the world. Initially, this was the result of the colonists themselves, a mix of indentured servants and gentlemen adventurers, just not doing what it took to survive. But then John Rolfe discovered the miracle of tobacco, which became the cash crop of British North America. From then on, it wasn't so much about screwing around when you were supposed to be working, so much as refusing to be distracted from tobacco long enough to grow some food. So early Virginia was a mess, but by the 1700s it had established itself as the Old Dominion, and more than any other colony resembled the socio-economic structure of England, with large landowners, really a collection of about 100 families, dominating a population of indebted freeholders, indentured servants, and African slaves. These large landowners propped up the established Anglican Church, Virginia being the one place in North America that the Church of England really took root, and they all believed mightily in their rights as Englishmen, especially their rights as gentlemen landlords. But the truly defining feature of economic life in Virginia, besides the complete reliance on tobacco as both export commodity and means of internal exchange, was that everyone, from the largest plantation owner to the smallest little freeholder, was deeply in debt. Everyone bought on liberally extended credit from England that would always come due with the next tobacco crop. And this caused more than a little tension, I promise you. South of Virginia were the Carolinas, founded in 1629 and named after our old friend Charles I. Carolina was established initially as one big proprietary colony, but in 1712 the disaffected northern settlements broke away, and the territory was reformed as North Carolina and South Carolina. Initially, the Carolinas followed the Virginia path into plantation tobacco, with a smattering of pitch and lumber thrown in there, but eventually South Carolina became deeply involved in the cultivation of rice and indigo, a newly discovered plant that was being used for dye. Both commodities, unique to South Carolina, will become sticking points in the Continental Congress, as the Pan-Colonial Alliance was taking shape. South Carolina also housed the only real city in the South, Charleston, named after guess who, which grew to about 10,000 people as the Revolution broke out. Now, the reason the southern colonies never developed major urban centers like the northern colonies did was because the region had so many deep, navigable rivers that any landowner could just throw up a dock without needing to ship his commodities overland to a central hub like they had to do up in the north with Boston, New York, or Philadelphia. South of the Carolinas was Georgia, the last colony established. Not founded until 1733, Georgia was a proprietary colony dreamed up by James Oglethorpe and a group of benevolent utopians who saw the colony as a way to rehabilitate and put to good use the desperate poor of England. But their excruciatingly detailed plans for how land would be allocated, what you could grow, what you could import, and what you could export ran smack into the reality of, well, life in Georgia, which was, for example, not conducive to growing silk, which the proprietors of Georgia were convinced the colony ought to be hemorrhaging by now. Facing almost certain destruction, many of the poor colonists shipped over found life in Oglethorpe's utopia dangerously rigid, and fled to the relative freedom of Carolina. The proprietors of Georgia finally gave up in 1752 and handed control of the colony back to the crown. So in broad terms, that covers where the colonies came from, and a little bit of what they were up to economically by the time the Revolution broke out. It is important to always remember as we walk through this, though, that the colonies were very much separate entities from each other. and they bickered constantly over land and boundaries and access to resources. Really, only their shared attachment to England uniting them. But there was at least one big similarity between them all. Their distance from the mother country, and said mother country's disinterest in them. After all, we are talking about a collection of dissenters, sectaries, and poor debtors, led them all to enjoy a great deal of local political autonomy. Every colony had some kind of central assembly that engaged in practical administration, dispensing of justice, and of course, taxing the inhabitants. It should not be underestimated just how much the roughly century and a half of English neglect influenced the course of the American Revolution. It certainly helped transform some pretty innocuous taxes into a belief that tyranny and slavery were just around the corner. And that segues us nicely into a discussion of the two groups we haven't talked about yet, but who represent the deep hypocrisy that unfortunately lies at the heart of the American Revolution: slaves and American Indians. How can we reconcile the ideology of liberty and equality that fueled the Revolution with an all but genocidal policy towards the Indians and the stark reality of African slavery? The answer is, you can't. Really. At least I can't. It's just something that is unavoidably there. To take the American Indians first, we obviously can't dive into a comprehensive history of native peoples in the New World, because for one, we're talking about dozens of individual tribes and nations ranging from frozen Canada down to swampy Florida. The Iroquois, Shawnee, Cherokee, these are all major nations with rich and unique histories all their own. But what they shared in common was an encounter with Europeans that generally followed a similar trajectory in all the colonies. The first white men appear in small numbers and find themselves incapable of surviving in the New World. These helpless colonists make contact with the local tribes and often begin exchanging commercial products for food. Once the European settlers establish themselves, more colonists arrive. Indian land is encroached upon, leading to intermittent and increasingly bitter skirmishes and/or massacres on both sides. Then, a combination of numbers, firepower, and disease lead the Europeans to pretty quickly get the upper hand, and the Indians get pushed west. By the mid-1700s, the Indians have been pretty well pushed off the eastern seaboard, but they were able to maintain some kind of independent sovereignty by playing the British off the French. As long as there were two imperial powers competing for the fur trade and the affection of the tribes, there was hope of national survival, and certainly hope that the British American colonists would be confined to the land east of the Appalachian Mountains. This is what led the majority of Indians to fight with the French in the American theater of the 7 Years' War, which we're about to talk about, and then hop over to side with the British during the American Revolution. Because to put it bluntly, the worst-case scenario for the Indians was to be left alone on the continent with the Americans, who were hungry for land and never really felt too constrained by moral or political duty when it came to the Indians. The subsequent history of Indian-American relations, I think, pretty well establishes that those fears were not at all misplaced. The other great hypocrisy deep in the heart of the Revolution is, of course, slavery. At the time of the Revolution, there were about 400,000 slaves living in the U.S., mostly in the southern colonies. They had been present from almost the beginning, with the first 19 Africans arriving in Virginia in 1619. But for the rest of the century, African slavery was more of a supplement to the far more common use of indentured servants as the colonial labor force. Since mortality rates were so high in colonial America, it was cheaper to pay for 7 years' labor than a lifetime of labor, since the laborer was going to be dead in 3 years anyway. But once mortality rates began to improve, it became increasingly common to invest in a slave for life, since you would never have to let them go, nor deal with the pressure from ex-indentured servants who now wanted land and political rights. So by 1700, the African slaves that had been getting mostly shipped to work in the horrific sugar plantations of the British West Indies started being funneled north to work the estates of major landowners, the kind of guys who could actually scrape together enough cash to buy a slave. Now, this point has been made 10,000 times before, so there's no reason to belabor it. But basically, all the Southern leaders of the American Revolution were slaveholders. And they weren't conservative fence-sitters either. I mean, we're talking about George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, George Mason, James Madison. These were the guys who defined American liberty, fought a war to protect American liberty, and then built a new government to preserve American liberty. And they all owned slaves. It's ridiculous. Now, had these guys followed through on the logic of their own argument to its conclusion, that is, that all men are created equal, and freed their slaves, that is, had George Washington issued the Emancipation Proclamation, the American Revolution would have been the greatest historical event in world history, simultaneously tossing off the archaic bonds of monarchy and the evil chains of slavery. But they simply couldn't see a way out of the economic implications of emancipation. So the legacy of the Revolution remains forever tarnished. We'll wrap up today with the war that set the stage for the conflict between Britain and her North American colonies. In the United States, we call it the French and Indian War. It is known elsewhere as the 7 Years' War, a wide-ranging conflict between France and Britain, which North America was simply one theater. The war technically started in 1754, but it had been in the making for some time. As the British began to colonize North America, the French got in on the action and established a foothold in the far north along the St. Lawrence River. From their main bases in Quebec City and Montreal, they grew out a primarily fur-based trade network that extended deep into the interior. Now, though it took a while, eventually British colonials started pushing west in search of more land, and they ran up against the French traders in the Ohio Valley. Both sides claimed sovereignty over the land, and the local Indians were caught in the middle. The resulting war is intricate enough and dramatic enough to sustain a multi-episode arc all its own, from Braddock's initial disastrous march to Wolfe's final victory at the Plains of Abraham. But for our purposes, we need only note that the British won and the French lost. The final peace was signed in Paris in 1763, leaving the British in sole control of North America. The story of the American Revolution begins just as the ink is drying on the Treaty of Paris. The cost of the war, and the cost of their empire, led Britain's political leadership, both in Parliament and the royal ministry, to reevaluate how that empire was governed and financed. In many ways, their goal was both prudent and far-sighted: make the colonies self-sufficient. But the instruments they devised to achieve this goal were heavy-handed, the manner they were employed clumsy, and the justifications offered downright arrogant. So the story of the American Revolution owes at least as much to British bungling as it does to American bravery, patriotism, valor, etc., etc., etc. So next week, we will kick things off with the first of 2 episodes covering the 1760s and early 1770s, which saw American anger expand and contract in turn. As the Stamp Act was passed and repealed, the Townshend Acts were passed and mostly repealed, and then the Tea Act was passed, and well, by then things had gotten out of hand. Then we will move on into the campaigns of the Revolutionary War, on our way to American independence, and then finally the ratification of the United States Constitution, which is either the ultimate embodiment of the ideals of the Revolution, or an abject betrayal of the ideals of the Revolution, depending on who you talk to. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 18, The Stamp Act. As I said at the end of last week's show, the story of the American Revolution begins with the end of the French and Indian War in 1763. Now that does not mean that it was all downhill from there, and there were a number of different points along the way that everyone could have safely peeled off. But in the end, it was British imperial policy after the war and the escalating cycles of American resistance they provoked that were the ground from which the revolution sprang. So, though nothing is inevitable, the road to independence clearly begins in 1763. Now, one thing I'll add before we move on is that any truly comprehensive account of the American Revolution would require 13 different chapters for every major turning point in history, from the Sugar Act to the ratification of the Constitution, because local concerns, interests, and personalities unique to each colony defined how those turning points unfolded. But unfortunately, we don't really have the time to provide that kind of comprehensiveness, so for the most part, we'll be following the leading edge of radicalism, or the most influential supporters of that radicalism, which means that we'll be talking an awful lot about events in Massachusetts and Virginia and Pennsylvania, and much less about Connecticut and Delaware and North Carolina. But let me state unequivocally that the revolution was provoked, debated, and waged in every colony, and I would hate for anyone to walk away thinking that my silence on, let's say, events in Maryland means that nothing was going on in Maryland. Things were going on in Maryland. Things were going on all over the place. But we have to pick and choose our battles. Now, as I mentioned last week, one of the central features of American colonial life before 1763 was that British administration was pretty hands-off. There is a great paragraph from Edmund Morgan's Birth of the Republic that not only makes this point, but also provides a succinct description of the colonial administrative framework, so I'm just going to copy and paste it. Administration of the colonies was left to the king, who turned it over to his Secretary of State for Southern Affairs, whose principal business was England's relations with Southern Europe. The secretary left it pretty much to the Board of Trade and Plantations, a sort of chamber of commerce with purely advisory powers. The Board of Trade told the secretary what to do, he told the royal governors told the colonists, and the colonists did what they pleased. The point here is that whatever direct control the British ministry had tried to wield in the colonies was usually stymied by the skimpy imperial apparatus actually on the scene in North America. That is what they are about to try to change. To further unpack Morgan's quote, though, I should probably mention that by the king, we are now talking about 25-year-old George III. King George had ascended to the throne in 1760, right in the middle of the war with France. He was the third Hanoverian king, a dynasty that had been imported from Germany in 1714 after Parliament declared that no Roman Catholic could ascend to the throne. During the first few years of his reign, the young king's ministry was dominated by his old Scottish tutor Lord Bute. But just as the treaty with the French was being signed, Bute succumbed to pressure from domestic enemies and retired, and George Grenville, First Lord of the Treasury, stepped up to serve as what we're going to call Prime Minister, even though at this point the term Prime Minister was merely an unofficial title, and Grenville himself never used it. But English historians seem content to recognize the office, starting with Sir Robert Walpole back in the 1720s, and so for convenience sake I'm going to use the term to describe the run of Prime Ministers, who will rise and fall over the next decade as Britain struggles to make sense of its colonial policy. The problems facing Grenville in North America as he took office in April 1763 were threefold. How to ensure the security of Britain's holdings, how to manage and/or contain the colonials' hunger for land, and then, the big one, how do we pay for everything? The question of security had been answered by Lord Bute on his way out the door, and it was decided that a line of forts stretching from Canada to Florida would be permanently garrisoned by regular troops to defend against possible Spanish encroachment from the south, unruly new French-Canadian citizens in the north, and American Indians everywhere in between. Now, this may seem a perfectly reasonable decision, but to the men and women of the 13 colonies, something rang ominous about it. For as long as anyone could remember, the French had been the main military threat to the colonies, and the ministry had never seen fit to station a standing army in North America. But now that that threat has been removed, now you're going to station troops? The belief that standing armies always wind up being tools of despotism had a long and rich tradition, so for the colonists, the decision to garrison the western frontiers set off an early warning bell. The question of land-hungry colonists was answered in part by the experience the British had with Pontiac's uprising, a rebellion by a coalition of American Indian tribes that erupted in May 1763. Though the uprising ultimately failed, it did convince the ministry that balancing American Indian interests against American colonial interests would make for sound policy. So in October, George III issued the Proclamation Line of 1763, which basically drew a line along the Appalachian Mountains. The colonists were to stay east of the line and leave the west, including the much-coveted Ohio Valley, to the Indians. It was a nice idea, but it would turn out to be impossible to enforce in practice, and in the end did little but add to colonial frustrations with the mother country. The question of money could not, of course, be answered by the colonists alone. The cost of the recent war had been enormous, and as First Lord of the Treasury, Grenville woke up every morning staring at 122 million pounds of debt that had been accumulated by his predecessors. Grenville made no attempt to try to balance the budget on the backs of the colonists, nor did he even at this point think about trying to make the colonies fully fund colonial administration. But he did think they should chip in, especially now that the permanent troops were going to need food and supplies. So as the proclamation line was being issued, Grenville drew up step one of his new revenue plan, the Sugar Act. The Sugar Act was not really a bad idea at all. For years, colonists had dealt with a 6 penny per gallon tax on foreign molasses by simply evading it. The manufacture of rum was big business in America, and British supplies of molasses were not nearly enough to meet demand. Meanwhile, the customs agents in charge of enforcing the duty on molasses were underpaid, unenthusiastic, and a long way from home. So it became standard procedure to give the customs agent 1.50 per gallon to look the other way as foreign molasses was offloaded. Grenville's idea was to cut the molasses duty in half to induce the colonists to return to legal channels, and thus raise more revenue. The law was passed in April 1764 by a parliament who had no idea the colonists would even look sideways at it. It was, after all, a tax cut, not a tax increase, right? But of course, the tax cut was packaged with enforcement mechanisms that no one in British North America had ever dealt with before. Corrupt and/or absentee customs inspectors were replaced by more diligent agents. Legal challenges were bumped over to admiralty courts, which worked on the basis of guilty until proven innocent. And naturally, the new law brought with it a mountain of new paperwork. The Sugar Act also had the misfortune of being launched just as a post-war economic depression was setting in. Colonial overseas trade operated to a great extent on the barter system, leaving rum as one of the few reliable means of actually bringing in the kind of specie, that is, hard money, that had to circulate to keep the internal colonial economy functioning and creditors back in England off their backs. The problem of the decreasing money supply was compounded by the Currency Act of September 1764, which ended the practice of individual colonies being able to issue their own paper money. The Currency Act was driven by British merchants and creditors who worried that colonial paper, subject to no regulation or standardization, would eventually prove damaging to their investments. But what it really did was further slow an already sluggish American economy. In response to the Sugar Act, colonial merchants started getting together, comparing grievances, and sending petitions back to England asking the ministry to reconsider their decisions. Now, most of these petitions made purely economic arguments, but a few made the further point that Parliament did not really have the right to tax the colonies because the colonists were not represented in Parliament, and no Englishman was required to give up his property involuntarily. Now, we should pause here a second to consider this idea of property and taxation. The thing we need to keep in mind is that jealously guarding your property from unjust taxation was not just about being greedy. Well, maybe it was a little bit about being greedy, but mostly it was about the belief that property represented more than just economic wealth. It was also the fundamental guarantee of political liberty. Where property rights existed, freedom reigned. Where property rights did not exist, tyranny reigned. This, as you'll recall, was one of the central questions that helped spark the English Civil Wars. Could Charles I simply assert his right to the property of his subjects without their consent? The answer turned out to be no. This was something Englishmen took really, really seriously, and the colonists were nothing if not proud Englishmen. But once it had been established that only Parliament could levy taxes, a hidden question lingered, a question that went to the heart of the rising tension between the colonists and the mother country. Did parliamentary control of taxation mean that literally only Parliament could levy taxes? Or was Parliament's control of taxation simply a manifestation of the broader point that you were only subject to taxes levied by a body within which you are duly represented? Because it's not like the colonists didn't pay taxes, they did. But those taxes were levied by the local colonial assembly, which represented the property interests of each colony. The problem, of course, is that Parliament and the ministry believed that this had been a practical expedient that had now run its course, and it was time for the real authority, Parliament, to step in, while the colonists believed that this was all rooted in their long-established rights as Englishmen. The divergence of opinion about who had the right to tax who in the American colonies would become the central question in the run-up to the Revolution. To wit, no taxation without representation. But if the colonists were hoping for a redress of their grievances in 1765, they were badly mistaken. Also badly mistaken was Grenville's ministry, who thought that they would be able to continue decreeing new taxes without further pushback. Both sides would be rudely awoken with the arrival of Step 2 in Grenville's revenue plan, the Stamp Act. To put it simply, the Stamp Act was a tax on paper. All paper. Paper used for contracts, customs receipts, handbills, newspapers, everything. This stamped paper would come from England and be distributed in America by a certified agent. Now, of course, a version of the Stamp Act already existed in Britain, but it was a novelty in the colonies, and one that threatened to worm its way into every aspect of life. No one would be able to avoid it. Rumors had been spreading all through 1764 that something like the Stamp Act was on the way, and when word of its passage came in the spring of 1765, the colonists were ready to fight it tooth and nail. American indignation over the Stamp Act found its first and most eloquent expression in the Virginia House of Burgesses, probably the most august of all the colonial assemblies. At the end of May, on what happened to be his 29th birthday, a young attorney and freshman member of the House named Patrick Henry gave a rather inflammatory speech asserting that colonial assemblies had the exclusive right of taxation. Henry finished off this inflammatory speech with the dramatic line, "Caesar had his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell, and George III," at which point he was cut off by cries of treason by conservative members who thought they knew where this was headed. But the dramatic Henry wryly concluded, "George III, may he profit by their example." He then supposedly wrapped this up by saying, "If this be treason, make the most of it," but it is likely that the final bit is apocryphal. The next day, Henry and a cadre of young and more radically inclined Burgesses pushed the Virginia Resolves through a sparsely attended session. The Resolves were a set of 5 resolutions that staked a defiant colonial position. They went like this. First, when the colonists emigrated to America, they brought with them all their rights as Englishmen. Second, the Virginia Colonial Charter granted by King James explicitly stated that colonists would be treated as if they lived in England. Third, that the right to self-taxation is the distinguishing characteristic of British freedom. Fourth, that this is exactly how things have operated in Virginia since the founding of the colony. So, and I'll quote the big finale in full, "Resolved, therefore, that the General Assembly of this colony have the only and exclusive right and power to lay taxes and impositions upon the inhabitants of this colony, and that every attempt to vest such power in any person or persons whatsoever other than the General Assembly aforesaid has a manifest tendency to destroy British as well as American freedom." Now, although the 5th resolve followed logically from the first 4, it was too radical for the House of Burgesses, and a conservative opposition rallied back the next day and overturned it. But the first 4 resolved remained officially on the books, and the 5th one leaked out to the rest of the colonies by unofficial reports and correspondence. The Virginia resolves circulated through the colonies over the summer, and most of the other colonial assemblies began to pass similar declarations. Meanwhile, up in Massachusetts, events took a far more extreme turn, and we will find our first injection of mob violence into the dispute. As I said, the way the Stamp Act crisis unfolded in each colony was often driven by political divisions unique to each colony, and this was clearly the case in Massachusetts, where the flames were fanned by a long-standing rivalry between Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson and the on-again, off-again political alliance of erratic attorney James Otis Jr. and soon-to-be professional agitator Samuel Adams. Beginning back in 1764, Adams and his friends began to form committees of correspondence throughout Massachusetts, whose job it would be to share information and ideas and responses amongst the various towns. Adjacent to and overlapping with these committees were semi-clandestine organizations of artisans, shopkeepers, and traders that soon consolidated into the famous Sons of Liberty. So when official news of the Stamp Act hit, along with the news that the hated Hutchinson's brother-in-law, Andrew Oliver, had been named stamp distributor, the burgeoning populist machine went to work. They were not going to take this lying down. By the middle of August 1765, the time for plotting was over, and the time for action was at hand. Marshalling the loosely organized mobs of Boston to provide the shock troops, the radical opponents of the Stamp Act hung an effigy of Andrew Oliver in Boston on August the 14th. When the sheriff came to take it down, he took one look at the size and disposition of the mob and said, "Forget it, I'm out of here." As darkness fell, the mob moved to some offices located on a dock that they believed Oliver was planning to use as the stamp distribution hub, and they smashed the offices to bits. Then they moved on to Oliver's home. When they got there, they beheaded the effigy, ritually stamped it into the ground. Get it? Stamp Act? These guys were not without a sense of humor. And then they pushed their way into Oliver's home and smashed the place up. Oliver himself, of course, had been warned to stay away. The mob did its work and then retired. The next day, a small delegation met with Oliver and suggested that he resign his commission, and Oliver agreed that yes, I think that would be for the best. But that was not the end of it. On August the 26th, the mobs reconvened with the intention of smashing up the homes of other alleged supporters of the Stamp Act. One of those houses was actually only being rented by the intended target, and when the mob arrived, they found the much distressed owner begging them to leave the house alone. As a show of good faith, he provided free beer for everyone. So, now good and drunk, the mob moved on to the big finale, the home of the hated Thomas Hutchinson, a home that by all accounts was the largest and grandest in Massachusetts. The mob broke in and methodically destroyed everything. But though this all seems like the work of out-of-control drunks, it was in fact highly organized, and all things considered highly disciplined, and the destruction did not spread beyond the specified targets. So here we have two of the most important colonies, Virginia and Massachusetts, taking the lead in strenuously opposing a law that wasn't even technically to go in effect until November the 1st. Clearly, there had been some kind of political miscalculation back in England. But if anyone wanted to blame Grenville, it was already too late, because in July he was forced out of the ministry not so much because of his colonial policies, but because of infighting within and around the royal family. He was succeeded by Lord Rockingham, who entered office in July 1765 and immediately started looking for ways to get out from under his predecessor's colonial policies. But it was not going to be as easy as simply repealing the Stamp Act, especially after reports of the riots in Boston started filtering in, because you can't simply let a mob dictate policy, and you certainly can't let the colonists walk away thinking Parliament has no right to tax them. As Rockingham's weak and divided ministry groped for a solution, colonial anger continued as high-minded rhetorical appeals were joined by, let's call them less high-minded, mob demonstrations. It all culminated in October, what we now call the Stamp Act Congress. The Massachusetts legislature had sent out a circular letter calling for a pan-colonial assembly to discuss a coordinated response to both the Sugar and Stamp Acts. In the end, 9 colonies sent delegates to meet in New York City, from Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and South Carolina. Virginia and Georgia would have almost certainly been among them, but their colonial governors had refused to allow their respective assemblies to convene in order to select delegates. The Stamp Act Congress met on October the 7th, and over the course of their deliberations they started discussing an idea that will help define the next round of the fight between Britain and her colonies, the distinction between internal and external taxation. The theory was that Parliament had no right to levy direct taxes for the purposes of raising revenue. Levying those sorts of internal taxes were the sole right of the colonial assemblies. But the delegates were willing to grant that Parliament had the right to levy external taxes for the purposes of regulating trade. Both the Sugar Act and Stamp Act would be classified as internal taxes because both were explicitly designed to raise revenue, not regulate trade. This distinction was a nice formulation that would work for the present crisis, but as we will see next week when Charles Townshend devises a way to test the theory, it proved to be a distinction that no one really recognized. The Stamp Act Congress concluded by drafting a 14-point Declaration of Rights and Grievances, which opened by stating that the colonists owed Parliament all due subordination, but that they possessed the same rights as any Englishman, and that direct taxes could only be levied by the colonial assemblies. It was a remarkable bit of unity from a group of colonies that under normal circumstances would have agreed only that they disagreed about everything. The Stamp Act Congress broke up on October the 25th, 1765, just as the Stamp Act itself was about to take effect. Meanwhile, just down the street, a group of merchants in New York City got together and agreed to a limited non-importation agreement that was to endure as long as the Stamp Act was in effect. This idea soon spread to other colonies, and merchant groups in the major cities agreed not to bring in any British goods until the Stamp Act was repealed. But by this point, the non-importation movement was probably unnecessary, as the ministry was already looking for ways to get out from under the Stamp Act. But it did provide a first round of practical experience for the merchants because, as we will see down the road, non-importation will become a major component of colonial resistance. So by the time November the 1st finally came around, the Stamp Act was dead on arrival. Practically every single stamp distributor had been confronted and either resigned or agreed not to distribute the stamp paper. When Parliament reconvened in December, it was already of a mind to do away with this troublesome act, but the big question remained unanswered. How do you repeal the Stamp Act without letting the colonists think that they can avoid parliamentary control simply by throwing a collective temper tantrum? Because while most MPs agreed that the Stamp Act itself was counterproductive, they uniformly believed that Parliament had the right to run the colonies however they saw fit, and on that principle they would not be moved. As Parliament debated the question, the Americans suddenly won a powerful ally in the Commons, former Prime Minister William Pitt. Though he was on the back end of his life and career, the charismatic Pitt still had a spark, and he launched a fierce denunciation of the ministry and openly praised colonial resistance. This led to a famous exchange with George Grenville, who still sat as an MP. The incredulous Grenville asked Pitt when was it exactly that the colonists had been emancipated from parliamentary control, to which Pitt replied, "Well, when is it exactly that we made them slaves?" In the midst of this debate, Parliament called an influential American agent to testify as to the mood of his countrymen with regard to the Stamp Act, none other than Benjamin Franklin. Franklin was easily the most famous and most respected American pretty much ever, and he was basically the first colonial that Europeans took seriously. He has often been called the first American, and I sometimes like to call him the founding grandfather, as he was a generation older than the men who will become known as the Founding Fathers. Born in 1706, Franklin skipped out on a printing apprenticeship to an elder brother at the age of 17, started over from scratch in Philadelphia, and through wit, guile, and hard work, soon established himself as the leading printer in the city, achieving his greatest success with the annual publication of Poor Richard's Almanac, which debuted in 1733. But Franklin was merely a printer by trade. By passion, he was an intensely curious polymath who was interested in everything. A passion that eventually led him to famously dabble in electricity. He soon not only proved that lightning was in fact made of electricity, but ever driven by his practical sensibilities, he invented the lightning rod to protect houses from strikes. It was his scientific work that earned him the attention of Europe. Now, it would take 20 episodes to run through the endlessly fascinating life of the good Dr. Franklin, but for our purposes, we should skip ahead to 1757, when Pennsylvania appointed him to serve as their agent in London. At that point, Franklin moved to England and pretty much lived there continuously until the outbreak of the Revolution. By the time of the Stamp Act crisis, Franklin was also officially representing both Georgia and Massachusetts, and when he was called before Parliament, he reiterated the distinction between internal and external taxation, neatly dancing around the few probing MPs who tried to trip him up. But for the most part, his testimony was arranged by friends in Parliament, who very much wanted to ditch the Stamp Act and were looking for an excuse to do so. Through February, the debate raged on until finally a solution was hit upon. The Stamp Act would be repealed, but along with it, Parliament would issue what has become known as the Declaratory Act, which stated that Parliament had the power and authority to make laws and statutes of sufficient force and validity to bind the colonies and people of America in all cases whatsoever. In other words, we're giving in to your immediate demands, but we are not conceding the broader point. Not even a little bit. In all cases whatsoever. But though the more savvy colonial leaders could see the dangers posed by the Declaratory Act, when news hit the colonies in May that the Stamp Act had been repealed, it kicked off a wave of celebrations, bonfires, merrymaking, and heavy drinking from New Hampshire to Georgia. In the first round of the fight, the colonists had won. But that Declaratory Act clearly signaled that Parliament would soon be back for more. The fight over the Stamp Act very nearly broke the revolutionary wave a decade earlier than it finally did. The pattern of colonial assemblies issuing strong resolutions, organized mobs targeting enemies of liberty, merchants forming non-importation pacts, all culminating with a pan-colonial alliance to organize collective resistance, well, this is all going to get replayed in the 1770s. Though by that point, the British will be done backing down, and the Revolutionary War will finally break out. But that is still a ways down the road, and as I also noted, it was not at all inevitable that that Revolutionary War should break out. But next week, we will get into round 2 of the fight, as Lord of the Treasury Charles Townshend will test the proposition that the colonists did not object to taxes merely designed to regulate trade. Spoiler alert, it turns out they were just saying that. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 19, The Townshend Acts. So we ended last time with the demise of the Stamp Act, which had done so little to raise revenue and so much to infuriate the colonies. But the British government's pullback from the Stamp Act had been a retreat, not a surrender. And this week we will walk through their second attempt to raise money from the colonies. Before we get going, though, I should also probably point out that my dream of succinctly moving through the pre-revolutionary period in 2 episodes was of course pure folly, and I've expanded it out to 3. So, last time was the Stamp Act, this week will be the Townshend Acts, next week will be the Tea Act, which works better from a narrative perspective anyway. Okay, so by the spring of 1766, the Stamp Act has been repealed and the Declaratory Act passed. This formula for ending the crisis worked well for the moment, but Lord Rockingham did not long survive the solution, and in July he was dismissed as Prime Minister. In his place, George III turned to the man who had successfully steered Britain to victory during the 7 Years' War, William Pitt the Elder. This was good news for the colonies, as Pitt had just come out as a full-throated supporter of American interests, but while it looked good on paper, the reality left much to be desired. In accepting the prime ministership, Pitt was also created First Earl of Chatham, taking him out of the House of Commons and plopping him into the House of Lords, where his ability to manage daily administration was much reduced. Not that it mattered anyway. Pitt was in poor health and frequently absent from London altogether. Without a strong guiding hand, the individual ministers were left to their own devices, even if those devices ran contrary to Pitt's wishes, as was the case with the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, Charles Townshend. The 41-year-old Townshend was famously as sharp of tongue as he was of mind, and he had a reputation for political unpredictability. But he does seem to have consistently believed that there was money to be had in the colonies, and Parliament had every right to get at it. So he started drawing up a colonial revenue scheme that would cleverly skirt the American objection to so-called direct taxes. Now, this put him on the wrong side of Pitt, who attempted to oust Townshend from the ministry, but before he could finish the job, Pitt suffered a physical collapse that knocked him out of commission. This left Townshend the dominant personality in an otherwise weak ministry, and he energetically pushed his plans through Parliament. The result was the passage in June 1767 of the so-called Townshend Acts. The Townshend Acts actually refer to 5 interrelated bills, including one designed to help shore up the floundering East India Company, and one specifically targeting the New York Assembly for their failure to comply with the Quartering Act of 1765. But when most people talk about the Townshend Acts, they are generally referring to is the most explosive component, the Revenue Act, which levied import duties on lead, glass, paper, printer ink, and tea. Exactly the kind of trade-based taxes the colonists themselves had just said Parliament was allowed to levy. To ensure compliance with the new duties, the Townshend Acts also created a Board of Customs, which meant that even more salaried agents would soon be digging around in colonial business. But on top of these 2 innovations, which were sure all on their own to rile up the colonists, Townshend inserted another innovation into this program. Revenue from the duties would be used to pay the salaries of colonial governors. See, up until this point, governors had been paid by grants from the colonial assemblies. This power of the purse had done much to ensure that the governors never drifted too far out of line. Removing this all-important check sent the colonial warning bells back to clanging, as it appeared to be striking right at the heart of self-government. In response to the Townshend Acts, one of the most influential series of articles of the whole Revolutionary era started circulating the colonies in the summer of 1767, the Letters from a Pennsylvania Farmer, written by John Dickinson, who was no farmer, but rather a successful Philadelphia lawyer. The letters eloquently furthered the argument that Parliament did not have the right to tax the colonies for revenue under any circumstances, and that whatever pretenses to the contrary, the Townshend duties were clearly designed to generate revenue, not regulate trade. The letters were important because initially reaction to the Townshend Acts was muted. In many cases, the colonists were exhausted from the recent battle over the Stamp Act, and they weren't super stoked about having to immediately remobilize for war. But when Dickinson's letters started showing up throughout the colonies, they persuasively confirmed the necessity of further resistance. But Dickinson himself was no radical, and he advocated frugality, home manufacturing, and petitioning as the surest means to avoid falling for Parliament's unconstitutional taxes. It was left to more radical leaders to push the envelope in the great defense of American liberty. Charles Townshend himself, though, would not live to see that great defense, as he died suddenly in September 1767. His death and the continued incapacitation of Pitt the Elder left the ministry basically rudderless, and it fell to the 33-year-old Duke of Grafton, First Lord of the Treasury, to try to lead the way, though he would not be recognized as prime minister until Pitt finally resigned in October 1768. But don't worry, the Duke of Grafton is not on the test. When the new customs officials started arriving in the colonies in November, the radical leaders in Boston tried to get the rest of Massachusetts to stop buying British goods, but they got nowhere because for the moment, everyone just wanted things to go back to normal. But by February 1768, Samuel Adams had called in every favor he could in the Massachusetts Assembly to get them to produce another circular letter, like the one that had gone out over the Stamp Act. Though this letter was milder and merely called for the other colonies to harmonize a response to the Townshend Acts, it did contain the more extreme assertion that the colonists weren't simply unrepresented in Parliament, they could never be represented in Parliament because they were, quote, separated by an ocean of 1,000 leagues. So in other words, don't expect to ever buy us off with like 13 seats in Parliament. The new circular letter was, of course, authored personally by Samuel Adams, who I briefly introduced last time, but since he's so central to the revolutionary movement, we do need to flesh him out a bit. Born in Boston in 1722 to a prosperous merchant, young Sam entered Harvard in 1736 and was headed for a career in the church, but then politics caught his eye, and he never looked back. Among all the founding fathers, there was probably no one so singularly focused on politics at the expense of every other aspect of his life as Samuel Adams. It was his consuming passion. He went into business after graduation, but had neither the head nor the heart for it, and he lost all the money his father loaned him to get started. His love of politics, though, led him to various public offices in Boston, where he soon emerged as one of the leaders of the popular faction, that is, the group opposed to the men who circled around the royal governor. After the French and Indian War, Adams became a leader in the fight against British taxation, fiercely denouncing in turn the Sugar Act and the Stamp Act, though exactly how involved he was in these Stamp Act riots is still an open question. Not that he didn't approve of them, just that he probably wasn't the arch puppet master his enemies often made him out to be. So when the Townshend Acts came around, Adams was obviously fired up. But as I've mentioned, public opinion was running conservative these days. But then Adams and his friends got a timely assist from the new customs commissioners, who were even more committed to their jobs than the inspectors who had been sent over to enforce the Sugar Act. These new customs agents saw it as their job not to simply collect taxes, but also to reinforce political obedience, which predictably provoked political disobedience. One of the first things they decided to do was to make an example of leading Boston merchant and occasional Boston smuggler John Hancock, who we also now have to stop and take a look at. 15 years younger than his political mentor Samuel Adams, John Hancock was born in Braintree in 1737, making him just 31 years old at the time of the Townshend Act crisis. After graduating from Harvard in 1754, he went to work in his uncle's import-export house, where he made a good living on government contracts during the French and Indian War, and he started to appreciate the finer things in life. After a short stint living in London to work the other side of the business, Hancock returned to Boston and inherited everything when his uncle died in 1764. But as successful as he was business-wise, Hancock was mostly obsessed with politics, and he soon fell under the sway of Adams, who guided the young man's ambitions, or, if you prefer the arch-puppet master version of history, the Machiavellian Adams manipulated the rich and gullible Hancock into doing his bidding. Hancock's wealth and radical politics made him an obvious target for the new Board of Customs, who knew that, like most Boston merchants, Hancock had learned the fine art of mixing declared cargo with undeclared cargo with misdeclared cargo. So it shouldn't be too hard to catch him in the act of something. The customs officials made two moves against Hancock in the spring and summer of 1768, the first of which backfired, the second of which backfired spectacularly. In March, an agent boarded one of Hancock's ships, but finding nothing illegal, he headed down below decks where his authority did not extend. This affront was all the more galling because he didn't even have a writ of assistance, essentially a blanket search warrant, a tool that was so despised it would soon be prohibited by the Fourth Amendment. The agent was forcibly thrown off the ship for trespassing. The local court upheld Hancock's right not to be searched illegally. This was the move that backfired. The move that backfired spectacularly came in May, when the Board of Customs seized one of Hancock's ships, aptly named the Liberty, and held it on a legal technicality. This was too much for the rejuvenated Boston radicals. When the Navy attempted to move the ship in June, a mob convened on the dock and successfully prevented the ship from being taken away. When the customs agents filed their reports back home, they described the mob as a bunch of out-of-control barbarians and begged the ministry to send troops to help restore order. But it was clear from other eyewitnesses that, like the Stamp Act riots of 1765, the mob was disciplined and under control, which, to a guy like, say, Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson, was actually scarier, because it meant that this was not about random passion, but highly organized resistance. By this point, the long-distance cross-Atlantic communications had finally gotten around to providing the governor of Massachusetts, Francis Bernard for the record, with an answer for what to do about the circular letter that had been passed way back in February. Bernard was ordered to demand the Assembly rescind the letter or be dissolved. And this, of course, is one of the major problems with trying to run a territory when you are separated by an ocean of 1,000 leagues. When the ministry issued this order, they had no idea that events in Boston had already progressed to organized mob violence. But Governor Bernard did as he was told. The Assembly must rescind the letter or face dissolution. In the famous vote that followed at the end of June, the Assembly voted not to rescind by an overwhelming 92-17, with those 92 soon being hailed in the streets and in the press and in the taverns as the Glorious 92. The Massachusetts Assembly was immediately dissolved. Meanwhile, the merchants of the various other colonial ports were starting to have their reluctance to gear up for war overwhelmed by their annoyance with the new taxes and the new customs officials, and so they started discussing a new non-importation pact. But every city was worried that if they made the first move, that all their business would simply move down to the next port. So non-importation could only work if everyone signed on the dotted line. When the merchants of New York drew up a pact in April, it was contingent on Pennsylvania signing a similar pact. The now hugely influential John Dickinson threw all his political and rhetorical weight behind non-importation, but in the end the more conservative Pennsylvania merchants refused to budge, and they rejected the pact, which meant that New York rejected the pact, and then it was back to square one. On August the 1st, 1768, however, the merchants of Boston elected to go ahead with unilateral non-importation to commence January the 1st. Events since the last meeting in April convinced New York to soon follow suit. Pennsylvania continued to drag their feet, but in the end, the main threat of non-importation was not the conservatives in Philadelphia, who did get on board in March 1769, but the loose cannons over in Rhode Island. The Rhode Island merchants took a look around at the closed for business signs going up and said, well, boys, if we stay open, we are going to make a killing. As well they did, until Massachusetts, New York, and Pennsylvania shut up their docks not just to imports from Britain, but also anything coming out of Rhode Island. Ever the pragmatists, the Rhode Islanders drafted a non-importation pact of their own, which was just tight enough to satisfy their neighbors, but not so tight that they didn't continue to bring in a few odds and ends spurned by the other colonies. But by then, of course, things had gone from bad to worse up in Boston. Finally reacting to the Liberty incident, the ministry ordered 4,000 troops down from Halifax in September to help bring the rabble to heel. Reckoning that probably the worst thing that could happen would be for these troops to show up unannounced, Governor Bernard leaked word of their impending arrival. The leaders of Massachusetts then demanded that their assembly be allowed to reconvene so they could discuss a response, but Bernard refused. So on September the 22nd, an unofficial convention of towns met in Boston to urge the governor to reconsider. The meeting wasn't technically illegal, but it was yet another sign that the colonists were all too willing to defy their supposed masters and take matters into their own hands. About a week later, the ships carrying the troops arrived in Boston, and on October the 1st, 1768, soldiers began to disembark. From the hysterical letters coming from the customs agents, these soldiers probably expected to walk into something out of Lord of the Flies, but instead, they found a peaceful city going about its business. The radical leaders recognizing that 4,000 armed regulars is not something you actively resist. But the decision not to engage in any overt resistance did not mean that there would be no resistance at all, as the troops discovered when they found no available lodgings. They were forced to set up a tent camp on the commons. It would take weeks of threats, wrangling, and confrontations before the troops were able to move into passable winter quarters in leased warehouses. So the city may have been peaceful, but it was not subdued. The whole of 1769 was defined by rising tensions in occupied Boston. Soldiers and civilians were constantly at odds and constantly in each other's faces. Boston was a big city for colonial North America, but it wasn't a big city, and the two sides fell into what Robert Middlecoff describes as familiar mutual contempt. The soldiers had a tendency, as all soldiers do, to get drunk, break the Sabbath, and, how shall I put this, seduce away the virtue of the local maidens. On top of that, off-duty enlisted men were only too happy to do manual labor to supplement their meager pay, taking jobs away from the unskilled workers who formed the rank and file of the Boston mobs. All through 1769, these two sides butted heads, insulted each other, and a few fistfights broke out. Any one of these incidents threatened to blow the lid off the pressure cooker. By August, Governor Bernard had had enough, and after 9 years as governor decided that however this was going to be resolved, he was washing his hands of it. He sailed back to England, and the old scourge of the populace, Thomas Hutchinson, became acting governor. Meanwhile, in the rest of the colonies, 1769 saw the continued expansion of the non-importation movement. The southern colonies first came on board when the Virginia House of Burgesses met in May, and members began denouncing parliamentary taxation. They were immediately dissolved by the governor, but undeterred, the Burgesses reconvened unofficially at the Raleigh Tavern. There they debated and then adopted the Virginia Association, a non-importation agreement that was not quite as strict as those being passed up in the North, but one that would do the job. The Virginia Association also marks the first foray into radical politics for the wealthy Virginia planter George Washington, who, along with his friend and neighbor George Mason, helped convince their fellow Burgesses to join the association. I'll have more to say about both of these guys down the road, especially, obviously, George Washington, but I think I'll wait to take stock of the indispensable man of the Revolution when he comes striding into the Second Continental Congress wearing a full dress uniform. It's more dramatic that way. After Virginia non-importation passed, the rest of the South followed at a rate of about a colony a month, which isn't to say that they needed Virginia to lead the way, just that that's the way it happened to go. By the end of the year, the American colonies formed a solid wall. Orders to British merchant houses dried up. Ships carrying targeted goods were turned away. It had taken a little while longer, but the Townshend Acts, like the Stamp Act, was officially becoming more trouble than it was worth. Unfortunately, things would get worse before they would get better. Though, as we will see next week, things will get better, at least for a little while. Back in Britain, King George finally relieved the young Duke of Grafton of the burden he had proved himself incapable of bearing, and he reformed the ministry yet again, this time turning to Lord North in January 1770. North had been serving as Chancellor of the Exchequer since Townshend's death, and he was able to step seamlessly into his new role. Luckily for all of you out there, Lord North is going to stick around for a while, all the way through the Revolutionary War, in fact, so we can finally dispense with this revolving door of British prime ministers that defined the 1760s. As Lord North took office, Massachusetts was rapidly heading towards one of the most famous set pieces of the Revolution, the Boston Massacre. The groundwork was laid in February by an ugly incident involving a merchant accused of breaking the non-importation agreement that ended with an 11-year-old kid getting shot and killed. Thousands turned out for a funeral procession that was as much a show of political force as memorial to the boy. This was followed by a few weeks of escalating anger and recurrent fights between soldiers and civilians who were utterly sick of the sight of the other. Finally, on March the 5th, 1770, it all came to a head. Outside the Customs House on King Street, Private Hugh White was chatting with some off-duty comrades when a passing Bostonian made a crack about their commanding officer. Private White proceeded to clock the dude upside the head. The off-duty soldiers made themselves scarce, leaving Private White to deal with the ring of ticked-off Bostonians who soon surrounded him. White backed up against the customs house door, gun drawn. The growing crowd heckled him and dared him to shoot. Up the street, Captain Preston, commander of the customs house garrison, watched this all unfold. He was probably hoping it would just resolve itself naturally, but then the church bells started going off and more men, these armed with clubs, etc., started showing up, and Captain Preston decided it was high time to go get his man. He led a corporal and 6 privates through the crowd, now numbering some 300 or 400. But rather than just pulling Private White out of there, Preston had his men form a semicircle facing the crowd, guns unfortunately loaded. A tense 15-minute standoff ensued, with the civilians insulting the soldiers and pelting them with snowballs and chunks of ice. One of those snowballs finally hit a private at the end of the line. He fell down, probably after slipping on the ice, and when he popped back up, he fired his gun. Now, reports conflict about how long of a pause followed the first shot, but however long it was, the jumpy soldiers were soon firing into the crowd. 11 men were hit. 5 ultimately died. 6 more were just wounded. A regiment's worth of British regulars were soon on hand to secure the peace, but though the crowd fell back, it continued to grow and was only dispersed when Acting Governor Hutchinson promised a full inquiry. The next morning, Captain Preston and his men were arrested by the local authorities. In the months that followed, a ruckus war in the press erupted as radicals and conservatives tried to control the story. Are we talking about innocent boys gunned down by the cruel lobsterbacks, or brave soldiers defending themselves against violent hooligans? It was in these months that silversmith Paul Revere produced his famous plate, depicting Preston ordering a line of disciplined troops to fire on an unarmed crowd. I threw a good shot of it up at revolutionspodcast.com if you want to check it out. But as the two sides fought over the meaning of the incident, the radical leadership took pains to ensure that the soldiers received a fair trial, as moderates might be alienated by summary mob justice. Which brings us to the man they turned to defend the soldiers and make sure that they were zealously and honestly defended. 35-year-old attorney John Adams. John Adams was born in Braintree in 1735. His father was a farmer and a church deacon, and his mother came from the influential Boylston family. At the age of 16, he went off to Harvard, and after graduation, he spent a few years teaching in Worcester. Dashing his father's hopes that he would become a minister, Adams became enchanted with the law, apprenticing in a Worcester law office, and then earning a master's degree at Harvard in 1758. After a few years of bachelor lawyering, Adams married Abigail Smith in 1764, creating one of the all-time great husband and wife teams in American history. Adams made his first entry into public life the next year as a staunch opponent of the Stamp Act, and though he was an early and committed advocate of American rights, he was constitutionally allergic to the kind of radical populism espoused by his second cousin, Samuel. The short and paunchy Adams was famously argumentative, irascible, and vain. But he was also brilliant and passionate and irresistible, at once awe-inspiring and the subject of endless ridicule, and he will soon become known as both the Colossus of Independence and his rotundity. Adams took on the Boston Massacre case with some hesitation. He was, after all, an ambitious man with patriot leanings. But in the end, he believed that the men deserved their day in court and that facts, not emotion, deserved to carry the day. After Captain Preston was tried and acquitted separately in October, it was proven beyond any doubt that he never ordered his men to fire. The rest of the soldiers were brought up for murder in November. Adams, of course, did more than put on a good show. He slaughtered the prosecution. He argued that if the soldiers were endangered by the mob, then they had every right to fire. And if they weren't technically endangered but had been provoked by the mob, then the most they could be convicted of was manslaughter, not murder. As all the evidence suggested that the mob was not a bunch of innocent bystanders, the jury agreed with Adams after just a few hours' deliberation. 6 of the soldiers were acquitted outright, while the other 2 were convicted of manslaughter. These 2, however, were soon released with a reduced sentence of public branding. Now, surprisingly, the acquittals did not ignite a riot. Though the Boston Massacre continued to be played up and commemorated annually, by now some of the spark had gone out of the radical cause. Mostly, this was because soon after the incident itself, Parliament once again caved to the wall of colonial opposition and repealed the Townshend duties in April 1770. Well, not all the Townshend duties. As with the Stamp Act repeal, Parliament couldn't walk away without leaving its foot in the door, and the duty on tea was kept in place, too insignificant to provoke mass resistance, but more than enough to keep the precedent going that Parliament had the right to impose whatever taxes it wished, whenever it wished. Next week, we'll begin with 2 years of relative calm, which everyone hoped meant that the crisis was now over. But in 1773, Parliament will reignite the Patriot flame when they attempt to bail out the totally mismanaged East India Company by allowing them to import tea directly into the colonies, bypassing the colonial merchants who made their living as middlemen. As you can imagine, the merchants were not too happy about this, and they were led down the path to the next great set piece of the Revolution, the Boston Tea Party. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 20, The Boston Tea Party. In the 7 years since the end of the French and Indian War, relations between Britain and her colonies had gone through a few cycles of depressing antagonism, neither side really understanding what the other was up to or why. But now that the fervor over the Townshend Acts was subsiding, both Britain and America looked forward to the return of productive and profitable normalcy. And for almost 2 years, it looked like the chaotic hostility of the 1760s would be contained to the 1760s. Parliament made no further provocative moves, the radical colonial leaders went into political eclipse, and British goods started flowing back into the colonies in larger quantities than ever. But the peace and prosperity would not last. The first clue that neither side was done antagonizing the other came in June 1772, when a customs ship called the Gaspee ran aground while chasing suspected smugglers off the coast of Rhode Island. A local mob quickly descended on the beached ship, took it over by force, and burned it. Parliament was, of course, outraged and formed a commission to investigate the affair, but this commission was stonewalled and blame never could be properly assessed. But in forming the commission, Parliament revealed that it still had a tin ear when it came to colonial politics, because had anyone in Rhode Island been found culpable, the commissioners were empowered to drag them back to Britain for trial, which to the colonists made a mockery of the whole right to be tried by a jury of your peers thing, one of the bedrocks of English liberty. Then, over the summer, tensions in neighboring Massachusetts started to rise again over the lingering issue of how to pay for the royal administration. Though the Townshend duties had been mostly repealed, the right to pay the governor had not been returned to the Massachusetts Assembly, and the remaining duty on tea now paid Governor Thomas Hutchinson's salary. In mid-1772, the ministry started making noises that they wanted to extend this policy to include all the judges as well. Swallowing the governor's salary had been tough, but the thought of the judiciary becoming a mere tool of the crown was too much to bear, and committees of correspondence began to reappear. In January 1773, Governor Hutchinson then added fuel to the fire when he bluntly announced that the committees were way out of line, Parliament's authority was supreme, always had been, and always would be. And then he said, no line can be drawn between the supreme authority of Parliament and the total independence of the colonies. Now, his assumption here was that independence was so unthinkable that the answer must be Parliament is in charge. But unfortunately, that did not turn out to be an assumption that everyone shared. But the real end to the uneasy calm that had prevailed in the colonies since 1770 came in May 1773 when Parliament passed the Tea Act. The Tea Act has nothing to do with the duty on tea left over from the Townshend Acts. No, this is a whole new piece of tea-based obnoxiousness. The issue Parliament was trying to address is one I briefly mentioned last week. The East India Company was in a deplorable state of financial disrepair and needed a bailout. Now, put simply, the East India Company was a private corporation that held a legal monopoly on trade with India and China. It had been chartered back in 1600, was owned by a collection of rich traders and well-connected aristocrats, and was at this point in history so corrupt and mismanaged that it was about to implode. Now, I'm going to oversimplify all of this so we don't have to talk about the crushingly boring details of how tea auctions work in London, but the upshot of it all was that the Tea Act allowed the company to start importing its tea directly into the colonies. The point was to both find an outlet for the huge stockpiles of tea the company had accidentally built up, and plug them into a stable new revenue stream. Now, the Tea Act looked like a pretty good deal to Parliament, one that they hoped would go over well in the colonies, where retail customers would now be able to buy tea at cut-rate prices. The only pushback was supposed to come from the few colonial middlemen who made a living importing tea from London, and of course the smugglers who made a living sneaking in duty-free tea from the Netherlands, but who cares about them? As it turned out, though, rage over the Tea Act was, as usual, far more widespread than anyone in Parliament anticipated. Things got off on the wrong foot right away when it was mistakenly rumored that the company tea would be exempt from Townshend's tea duty, which, had it been true, would have been quite a poke in the eye to the colonists. But the real fear was that the company tea was just the beginning, and that if it all worked out, that soon other British companies would be allowed to sell directly into the colonies too. And this might temporarily be good for the consumer, but it would be devastating to the independent colonial economy, and in effect reduce them all to a bunch of manual laborers producing raw materials for the home country and nothing more. Into this, Governor Hutchinson once again added fuel to the fire, though in his defense, these letters were supposed to have been secret. Back in the late 1760s, Hutchinson and a few conservative allies in Boston had written a series of letters to a sub-minister back in Britain. 1772, these letters were passed by some anonymous agent to Benjamin Franklin, who sent them along to a friend back home. They were supposed to remain under wraps, but after Franklin's friend sat on them for 6 months, he agreed with Samuel Adams that it was too good of a hand not to play. Because when published, these letters confirm the most paranoid radical fantasies about a conspiracy to extinguish English liberty in the colonies, because Hutchinson explicitly recommends that the ministry suspend certain liberties in the colonies. As the autumn of 1773 approached, opposition to the Tea Act spread up and down the colonies, though this time the merchants of Philadelphia, far from dragging their feet, led the way, and they were led by the credible voice of John Dickinson, who remained, for now, on the leading edge of radical resistance. With 7 tea-carrying ships bound for Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston already launched, the resurgent radicals swore to stop the tea from being offloaded. Now, this is probably a good time to point out that though there was a healthy public consensus about this, there were definitely men and women who wanted nothing to do with all of these non-importation schemes. Some because it hurt their bottom line, some because they were politically sympathetic to Parliament's claim of authority, and some because they, no less than the radicals, just didn't like being told what to do. So when it came to making sure these various non-importation and non-consumption agreements worked, enforcement mechanisms were required. The most basic tool of enforcement was social and economic isolation. Names of merchants who defied the import bans were published in the papers, and boycotts of their businesses encouraged. The incident just before the Boston Massacre, for example, the one when the kid got killed, was started when enforcers hung an importer sign above a man's house, and a sympathetic neighbor tried to take it down. But if social and economic coercion weren't enough, physical coercion was next up to and including the old tar and feathering routine, which was quite a bit more vicious a practice than you might think. Now, to the more conservative merchants, the ones who will wind up loyalists when the war breaks out, The hypocrisy of all this was galling. I mean, how can you claim to be a defender of liberty when you won't even let me conduct my business as I see fit? But of course, there was a bigger picture to consider. And since we're already wandering away from the story, this seems like a pretty good time to peel off and consider the psychological framework within which the colonists were operating to try to understand why the ministry's policies, the Stamp Act and the Townshend Acts and now the Tea Act, were provoking so much resistance. Resistance that you might think is just a wee bit out of proportion to the relatively light tax increases they represented. So for this, I'll be drawing from an absolute must-read if you're into the Revolution. The Ideological Origins of the American Revolution by Bernard Bailyn. I can only give you a superficial sketch of his argument here, so if you're interested, I would encourage you to pick it up, because as it turns out, the colonists were drawing from a very specific set of principles to help them interpret the ministry's actions in the worst possible light. After reviewing the contemporary political literature, that is, all the pamphlets that were flying off the presses, Bailyn identified 5 basic foundations for the American argument against Parliament. First, there was antiquity, mostly the example of Republican Rome and the fight against the tyranny of the Caesars. But Bailyn argues that while references to the ancient world are uniformly present, they are also uniformly superficial, and act more as rhetorical window dressing than anything else. Second were the Enlightenment philosophers, most especially John Locke. But those references are similarly superficial, with Locke in particular appealed to as a universal authority, trotted out to lend credibility to arguments that he never actually made. Third were appeals to English common law, which had more weight and force behind them and did solidly root the Revolution in the British tradition. Fourth was a dose of Puritan theology, which infused the movement with a providential sense of destiny, that America truly had a special role to play in God's grand design. But the fifth foundation, the one that tied the rest of it together, turns out to be a collection of fringe politicians from the early 1700s who represented the, quote, country party that was opposed to the, quote, court party. These guys believed that history was little more than a running battle between power and liberty, and they deployed this theory most especially against their great enemy Sir Robert Walpole, who, as I mentioned, is regarded as the first prime minister and who utterly dominated the British government from the 1720s to the 1740s. The specific way Walpole consolidated power was through a patronage network that bound men politically and financially to the crown, which our fringe theorists saw as the utter debasement and corruption of English liberty, and which our colonists kind of see happening in their backyard. But though these country party ideas never caught on at home, their tracks were widely printed in the colonies and wound up taking deep root in the American political psyche, which was from then on always on guard against power's endless attempt to subvert liberty. So all the recent moves by Parliament, taxes levied without representation, the influx of new customs agents, the push to free colonial governors from the local assemblies, the standing armies out on the western frontier and in the streets of Boston, an attempt to set up a government-backed trade monopoly. This did not look to the colonists like a government honestly trying to deal with the intricate problems of empire. It looked like a genuine conspiracy to secure the final triumph of power over liberty in the colonies and turn Americans into slaves. But getting back to our story, Massachusetts was actually lagging a bit behind on the issue of the tea tax because Samuel Adams was too busy trying to destroy Thomas Hutchinson to notice what was going on in the rest of the world. But that said, when it came down to it, Boston once again took center stage in the dramatic confrontations that accompanied the arrival of company tea in the colonies. On November the 28th, 1773, a merchant ship called the Dartmouth arrived in Boston carrying, among other things, tea from the East India Company. The Dartmouth was supposed to offload its cargo, take on some whale oil, and then sail away. But the Sons of Liberty were not going to let the tea off the ship. Over the next 2 days, there were huge public meetings in Boston, with upwards of 5,000 in attendance. Under no circumstances was the Dartmouth to do anything but turn around and take the tea back to Britain. The ship was put under constant surveillance to make sure that happened. Now, you've got a feel for the poor owner of the ship, an American by the way, because he had loaded the tea long before Boston decided they weren't going to take it. Anxious to not have his cargo, or God forbid his ship, destroyed, the owner requested permission from Hutchinson to leave. But Hutchinson refused the request, saying that Dartmouth hadn't cleared customs yet. And of course, the only way to clear customs is offload the cargo. So, yeah, you gotta feel bad for this guy because the poor dude is just stuck. I mean, he's perfectly willing to do anything anybody wants not to be caught in the middle of all this. And both sides are telling him, no, we've decided you are the middle of this. From the minute that Dartmouth docked, the clock was ticking because the law further stipulated that if a ship remained in port for 20 days without paying customs, that it would be seized by the customs agents and, you guessed it, have their cargo offloaded. So everyone knew that when the 20 days wound up, something was going to happen. Then, just to make things more interesting in the meantime, 2 additional ships carrying company tea arrived. When December the 16th, 1773 rolled around and the Dartmouth still hadn't offloaded her cargo, another public meeting was convened. During this meeting, Samuel Adams delivered his famous line about there being nothing more they could do to save their country, which was supposed to be the signal for pre-selected members of the Sons of Liberty to go dump the tea, but it appears that that story, while not exactly apocryphal, is a little too neat and tidy. Regardless, the assembled crowd was soon marching down to the docks, where they cheered on the somewhere between 50 and 100 men, a handful of whom had donned Indian dress, who boarded all 3 tea-bearing ships and methodically dumped 90,000 pounds of tea into the harbor. As usual, this was a disciplined operation. No other cargo was damaged, and in a civilized touch, when a padlock belonging to one of the captains was broken, he found a new one delivered to him a few days later. When word of the incident, now charmingly known as the Boston Tea Party, reached Britain in January, the ministry went into apoplectic convulsions, with Lord North announcing that this was no longer a fight about taxes, but, quote, whether we have or not any authority in that country. They called Benjamin Franklin to appear before the Privy Council 2 days later to explain the actions of the men he officially represented. Franklin, as always, was prepared to do so, but his interview with the Privy Council turned out to be a rage-fueled ambush. Franklin, as I mentioned, was easily the most respected and influential American, and with the ministry preparing to lay heavy reprisals on Massachusetts, they thought it would be a good idea to demolish the credibility of Franklin so he would be neutralized politically if he tried to rally support for his countrymen. For an hour, Franklin was berated in terms so severe that much of what was said was not even written down. Most of this berating was over his dishonorable conduct in the scandal over Hutchinson's letters. Franklin, recognizing that he couldn't win, remained silent and simply left when the ministers had blown all their gas. Now, up until now, Franklin had been a proud and long-standing defender of the British Empire, even if he disagreed with this or that policy. From here on out, though, he will join Hutchinson in the belief that there was no longer any middle ground. Either Parliament was supreme, or the colonies must be independent. And you can guess which one he now thought preferable. The heavy reprisals the ministry had planned were delivered between March and May 1774, in a set of 4 or 5 related bills that were called the Coercive Acts in Britain, but which were quickly dubbed in America the Intolerable Acts. The first was the Boston Port Bill, which closed the city to all trade but for a few tightly controlled essentials. The blockade would start June 15th and continue until the East India Company was reimbursed for the dumped tea, which was valued at about 10,000 pounds. The second was the Massachusetts Regulatory Act, which more or less abolished self-government in Massachusetts, making all offices governor appointed and severely limiting legislative assemblies. This was coupled with the Administration of Justice Act, which removed from local jurisdiction any crimes committed by royal officials, who would now be tried either in another colony or, better yet, back in Britain. The last of the strictly punitive measures was the Quartering Act, which gave far greater power to the army when it came to securing lodgings, a problem, as we saw, they ran into during the fight over the Townshend Acts. And last, we have a bill that was passed at the same time and often gets lumped in with the Intolerable Acts, but was disconnected from the rest, and this was the Quebec Act, which extended the territory of the province of Quebec on a line running southwest, effectively cutting off any claims the colonies had to lands west of the Proclamation Line, which was offensive both for obvious economic reasons and for more emotional religious reasons, because Quebec was Catholic. If anyone still felt like missing the point about what was going on in Massachusetts, on May the 13th, a new governor showed up to replace Hutchinson, General Thomas Gage, who had served since 1763 as Commander-in-Chief of all British forces in North America. Massachusetts was now, for all intents and purposes, under military occupation. News of the Intolerable Acts hit the rest of the colonies as a divisive bombshell, with radicals demanding solidarity with their oppressed brothers, and conservatives refusing to get dragged down by the lunatics up in Boston. But as the various colonies hashed out how best to respond to the crisis in Massachusetts, they all started coming to the same conclusion, that the colonies ought to get together and talk about it collectively. Radicals believed such an assembly would allow them to forge a powerful and united front to oppose Parliament's tyranny, while conservatives believed that by elevating the debate to a higher plane, that cooler heads would prevail. Over the summer of 1774, the colonies, each in their own way, selected delegates to meet in Philadelphia in September. The only colony not to send a delegation was Georgia, who, reeling from an uprising of Creek Indians, would have gladly accepted all the troops Boston was trying to get rid of. On September the 5th, 1774, 56 men representing 12 colonies met in Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia and convened the First Continental Congress. As they began their session, the Massachusetts delegation, which included both Sam and John Adams, made a concerted effort to hold back. They understood that it was kind of their fault everyone was in this mess, and knew that if the other delegates thought they were being bullied or manipulated by the Boston radicals, that Massachusetts might find itself cut loose. But luckily for them, it quickly became clear that the radicals outnumbered the conservatives, and the list of delegates is just a list of Revolutionary War leaders, the Adamses, Patrick Henry, Richard Henry Lee, George Washington, John Dickinson, Thomas Mifflin, Silas Deane. These guys were ready to act. As the Continental Congress convened, though, up in Massachusetts, a meeting of the various committees of correspondence would help define what action the Congress ultimately decided to take. Because the result of this meeting was the Suffolk Resolves, Suffolk being the county within which Boston was located. Written by Dr. Joseph Warren, who had taken control of the radicals with the Adamses in Philadelphia, the Suffolk Resolves unequivocally moved the colony towards war. Beyond the obvious economic boycotts, citizens were encouraged to simply ignore the coercive acts, stop paying their taxes, and most importantly, to take control of the local militias and, quote, do use their utmost diligence to acquaint themselves with the art of war as soon as possible, and do, for that purpose, appear under arms at least once every week. The resolves were passed on September the 9th, and a draft was sent down to Philadelphia by a guy who next week is going to make an even more famous ride, Boston silversmith Paul Revere. The Suffolk Resolves were not just accepted by the Congress, they were endorsed, and destroyed whatever hope the conservatives had of controlling the debate. With the resolves in hand, the delegates turned to what the colonies collectively ought to do about the Intolerable Acts. Richard Henry Lee moved that a national militia be formed, but this was going too far too fast, and they settled on merely alerting the various colonies to take steps to make sure that their local militias were trained. Less controversial was agreeing not to import or consume British goods. But now on surer footing, the Massachusetts delegation decided to push for a further step, one that would hurt the colonies but would hopefully hurt Britain even more: non-exportation. Now, this was no small thing, and even in this assembly of patriots, it stirred heated debate. The Massachusetts delegation was talking about severing all trade with Britain, which everyone knew would be an economic disaster. The Virginia delegation, for example, would only agree to non-exportation if it did not take effect until August 1775. The wheels of the tobacco economy were already in motion, and trying to stop it before the next shipment, in August 1775, would simply be asking too much. After that, they could make plans to deal with the repercussions, but before that, no, we would all be destroyed. Then the South Carolina delegation spoke up and said, well, we'll get on board with this, but we'll need an exemption for rice and indigo. Now, they took a beating for this and were accused of trying to sell their vote, but the men of South Carolina did have a point. The other colonies could find foreign ports to dump their stuff, but South Carolina rice and indigo was shipped exclusively to British ports. Shutting down exports to Britain meant basically shutting down South Carolina completely, something none of the other colonies faced. After a great deal of wrangling, the two sides wound up splitting the difference. Rice would be exempted, indigo would not. Then, surprisingly, the delegates managed to avoid any further special deals, and by early October, the plan was struck. Non-consumption would begin immediately, non-importation would begin December the 1st to allow for orders already on the way, non-exportation would begin September the 10th, 1775, if, nothing happened in the meantime. To enforce these boycotts, the Congress created what is known as the Continental Association, or more often simply, the Association. Local committees would be formed to police their neighbors and make sure that no one cheated. And though they did not know it at the time, by creating the association, Congress had actually just created the skeleton of the Revolutionary War effort. Because when the fighting breaks out come the spring of 1775, the committees that formed the association seamlessly transitioned from their original purpose of enforcing a boycott to running all necessary wartime logistics at the local level: fundraising, troop raising, requisitioning supplies, intelligence gathering. These committees soon became the backbone of the revolution. After formally signing the association on October the 20th, the First Continental Congress disbanded on October 26th and sent their delegates home to gear up for the boycotts, agreeing to reconvene for a Second Continental Congress on May the 10th, 1775. As soon as the delegates arrived home, the various colonies got to work setting up local branches of the association, and come December the 1st, enforcing the non-importation part of the plan. In this, the association was an unqualified success. The governor of Virginia, for example, complained that the citizens paid more heed to the directives of the association than they did to the colonial government. The response to all this back in Britain was harsh. Lord North declared that if the colonies wouldn't trade with Britain, then they sure as hell weren't going to trade with anyone else, and he laid out a plan for a continental blockade. Meanwhile, General Gage sent repeated warnings that the Intolerable Acts were doing exactly the opposite of what they were supposed to be doing. They were supposed to be isolating Massachusetts and scaring everyone else into submission. Instead, they were cementing colonial solidarity and intensifying resistance. He asked for the ministry to withdraw the Intolerable Acts, and if not, then please send 20,000 troops, because maybe then I'll be able to get a handle on things. All this did was convince the ministry that General Gage probably wasn't the man for the job, and they dispatched 3 generals to act as military advisors: William Howe, Henry Clinton, and John Burgoyne. Next week, everything will break down once and for all. General Gage's attempt to lock up all the guns and powder in Massachusetts will lead to armed confrontations with local militias in Lexington and Concord, where someone, somewhere, fired the shot heard round the world. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 21, The Guns of Ticonderoga. So we left off last time with Britain and her American colonies more or less on the brink of war. And indeed, over the winter of 1774-75, there were multiple opportunities for the war to break out. But, being civilized 18th century gentlemen, everyone decided it was best to wait for spring to really get down to business. The various opportunities for the war to break out, and indeed the one that finally did the trick, were all related to General Thomas Gage's attempt to bring all the guns and powder in New England under his control. Town militias would often store their guns and ammunition in collective caches, and the winter of 1774-75 was basically a race to see who could withdraw the powder from those caches first, without provoking the other side to start shooting. So prior to Lexington and Concord, there were three big incidents of this type. The first, known as the Powder Alarm, occurred on September the 1st, 1774, so this is actually just before the First Continental Congress met. The British regulars were able to secretly and peacefully secure what was left in the powder house northwest of Boston. The next day, thousands of militiamen turned out, fueled on by exaggerated rumors that the war was on. But when the rumors didn't pan out, they all dispersed. The second incident, known as the Portsmouth Alarm, involved the colonial militiamen actively seizing the cache at Fort William and Mary in mid-December, with shots fired in the process, arguably the first shots fired in the Revolutionary War. Finally, we have the Salem Alarm in February 1775, which ended when the British regiment sent to lock up the Salem powder ran into a wall of militia that forced them to turn back empty-handed. Now, like I say, any one of these could have turned ugly enough to have really marked the beginning of the war. But in the end, the peace held until April 1775, when the Concord powder was next on the list. Which brings us to Lexington, Concord, and the shot heard round the world, which I am not going to talk about right now. As some of you know, in the interim between the end of the history of Rome and the beginning of revolutions, I was in grad school, where I took a documentary filmmaking class, the final project for which wound up being a video about Lexington, Concord, and the shot heard round the world. So in lieu of talking about it here, I have embedded that video at revolutionspodcast.com. But before you watch it, here is what you need to know. First, the video functions as a pilot episode for a proposed series called Legend Has It that compares historical myth to historical reality. So that's the thematic framework. Second, it is in every way a student film. The production values are low, particularly when it comes to the audio. Third, there are a few little flubs along the way, like when at one point I accidentally refer to Longfellow as Wadsworth. Fourth, as the sleep deprivation mounted, the tone became increasingly silly, and there will be, I'm sure, things that either come too fast to be caught, or just make no sense at all. It will, for example, help if you've seen the old 1970s Incredible Hulk series, and I'm not kidding about that. Fifth, I think that's it. So, enjoy. It's all in good fun, so let's say we don't take too critical a sledgehammer to it. But that's where you need to go for all of the endlessly fascinating details about Lexington, Concord, and the shot heard round the world. For our purposes right now, though, what you need to know is that the quote-unquote battles at Lexington and Concord marked the beginning of the American Revolutionary War, or if you prefer, the American War of Independence. Now, these skirmishes were easily packaged by colonial leaders as purely defensive engagement, which was important to keep moderate patriots from falling into the Loyalist camp. But unfortunately for those concerned with such optics, the initiative taken by a couple of hundred zealous militiamen in upstate New York could enjoy no such packaging. I am talking here about Ethan Allen, Benedict Arnold, and the capture of Fort Ticonderoga. Fort Ticonderoga had been built on the southwest side of Lake Champlain by the French in 1755, but it was seized by the British a few years later. By 1775, the fort was in a sorry state, garrisoned by 2 officers, 48 soldiers, and some dilapidated walls. Early in May, the hulking, boisterous, but surprisingly intellectual Ethan Allen got it into his head to make a play at the fort, as it lay on the most direct route for a possible British invasion from Canada, or, conversely, might serve as a useful staging ground for any invasion by the Americans into Canada. Ethan Allen was originally from Connecticut, But in the years before the Revolution, he had made a name for himself as the leader of independent-minded settlers in the New Hampshire Grants, what is today the state of Vermont. New York claimed the territory, but the settlers refused to recognize their authority. Colonel Allen, as he was then popularly known, actually carried a price on his head by the government of New York for his work leading the Green Mountain Boys, a well-organized militia focused almost exclusively on convincing New York that it wasn't worth the trouble to try and govern them. So when the fighting broke out down in Massachusetts, the Green Mountain Boys, though small, were one of the most experienced and disciplined of the colonial militias, and Allen aimed to turn their skills now against the British. But Ethan Allen was not the only one who had his eye on Ticonderoga. The other man who was at that same moment itching to take the fort was the now infamous Benedict Arnold. Also originally from Connecticut, the 34-year-old Arnold came from wealthy Rhode Island stock. He was athletic, charming, and pretty uniformly successful at whatever he put his mind to. He was an early and active supporter of colonial resistance, and when the storm clouds really started brewing, he was elected to the Connecticut militia in March 1775. After Lexington and Concord, he approached the Massachusetts Committee of Safety, which had been set up as a sort of patriot shadow government, and asked for a commission to go organize and capture Ticonderoga, a commission he was granted. Arnold then struck north, and on May the 10th he came across Ethan Allen and Allen's 200-odd troops and promptly declared himself in command. Allen, of course, scoffed at this, but luckily both men wanted the same thing and wanted it as soon as possible, so they agreed to immediately attack the fort. Now, there is no such thing as a Battle of Ticonderoga. The garrison was literally surprised in their beds, and outnumbered 4-1, put up no resistance. The garrison commander quickly negotiated the surrender and safe passage for his men and the 24 women and children living with them. So without firing a shot, the fort was secure. Though its strategic value was never quite what it might have been, the capture of Ticonderoga was absolutely critical to the early days of the war for one very important reason. When Allen and Arnold took stock, they discovered that Ticonderoga held a fairly enormous cache of artillery, including small 4-pound guns, mortars, howitzers, and huge 24-pound guns, plus ammunition for all of it. As we are about to see, these are the guns that Washington will use to fortify Dorchester Heights and drive the British out of Boston. Coincidentally enough, May the 10th also happened to be the day that the Second Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia. Now, as you will recall, the first Congress had disbanded back in October 1774, set on a plan of economic resistance. This second Congress was probably planned to do nothing more than check back in and get geared up for the non-exportation phase of the plan that would begin in September. But of course, fate had now dealt them a very different hand. Many of the delegates at the Second Congress were holdovers from the first, but there were now a few new faces, including John Hancock, the recently returned to America Benjamin Franklin, and before too long the young Virginia intellectual Thomas Jefferson. This Second Congress had to deal first and foremost with the question of how to respond to the fighting in Massachusetts. It was almost universally agreed that they should help organize an armed defense of the colonies. But to what end was now the great question. Is this merely to secure a just reconciliation, or are we embarked on the road to independence? This, for example, is where John Dickinson morphs from radical to conservative, not because he changed, but because the times changed, and he is about to become the leading opponent of American independence. The Congress spent the first few weeks of its life debating what it meant by armed defense. Are we simply going to coordinate action by the militias, or are we going to form an independent, let's call it a continental army? In the midst of this, news from Ticonderoga arrived, which made it harder to argue that the colonies were just defending themselves, and helped introduce some friction, as Ticonderoga was in New York, and no one from New York had even been told about the operation that was, oh by the way, led by a man they were trying to throw in jail. But they all mostly got over it, and by the end of May, a consensus was forming around the idea of creating and supplying an independent continental army, to first augment, and then hopefully supersede the local militias. There were a few men present who had their eye on commanding this new army, most famously John Hancock, but there wasn't really any question who the commission would go to. It absolutely had to be George Washington, who knew enough about the role Providence had ordained for him to show up at the first session of Congress in full military uniform. Okay, so, George Washington. George Washington was born in Virginia in February 1732 into a gentry family of the middle tier, doing well, but not in that upper crust of the Virginia planter aristocracy. His father died when he was a teenager, so it fell to his older brother Lawrence to become his main guiding influence. It was Lawrence's connection to the enormously powerful Fairfax family that got Washington his first job as a county surveyor at the age of 17. Now, I must of course mention that yes, this is the same Fairfax family as our old friend Sir Thomas Fairfax, whose title had passed to a cousin after his death in 1671, and then it was handed down to the line to the now 6th Earl of Fairfax, who pretty much owns more land in Virginia than anyone. This same Fairfax clan will also provide young George with his first love, Sally Fairfax. So, connections between our revolutions abound. Anyway, when Lawrence died in 1752, George inherited his estates, including a spot on the Potomac called Mount Vernon. Young George soon developed a passion for the two things that would come to dominate his life: land speculation and military service. He finagled a commission as a major in the Virginia militia, and as tensions with France mounted, he wound up being the guy assigned to head a small expedition in 1753 into the Ohio Valley to politely tell the French to get the hell out. The next year, he was ordered back into the valley with vague instructions to defend the frontier, and he wound up encountering and getting whipped pretty badly by a mix of French and Indians at the small but thoroughly, let's call it instructive, Battle of Fort Necessity. When the French and Indian War finally broke out, Washington was present at, but managed to survive Braddock's disastrous march in 1755, despite the bullets flying every which way, a lucky habit Washington would enjoy his entire life. Tales of his various adventures, though they were not all that successful, circulated through the colonies, and Washington became the closest thing America had to a military hero. This earned him a commission as a colonel, though critically, this was all still within the ranks of the militia, not the regular army, and it was around this point that he really started to chafe under the presumed superiority of regular officers, like when, for example, some captain tried to give him orders. He spent the rest of the war leading 1,000 militiamen defending the Virginia frontier, a period during which he developed his rather intense loathing of militiamen, who he would forever consider unreliable, undisciplined, insubordinate, and cowardly, because he spent as much time tracking down deserters as he did fighting the French. After the war, Washington married the enormously wealthy widow Martha Custis, which is how he pole vaulted from the middling rank to one of the richest men in the American colonies, and how he became the owner of well over 200 slaves. As the pre-revolutionary pressure built, Washington was focused mainly on running his estates, acquiring new property, and keeping his creditors at bay because, like all good Virginia planters, he ran on borrowed money. He also took up his place in the Virginia House of Burgesses, and long dissatisfied with British arrogance both militarily and economically, he soon fell in with the more radically inclined leaders, and as you'll recall, he was a prime mover behind the non-importation response to the Townshend Acts. As the crisis reached its boiling point, he was appalled by the Intolerable Acts, was a delegate to the First Continental Congress, and is now a delegate to the Second Continental Congress, though he will soon be leaving for Boston, as the Congress duly bestowed upon America's most famous soldier the title of Commander-in-Chief of all colonial forces. In the meantime, the so-called Triumvirate of Reputation had already arrived in Boston, the three men who will wind up leading the British campaigns during the Revolutionary War: Generals William Howe, Henry Clinton, and John Burgoyne, who we will deal with in turn as they each move to center stage. For the moment, however, General Thomas Gage is still in charge. And after Lexington and Concord, Gage, in consultation with his new military advisors, had studied the options and by the end of May determined that they would fortify the heights around Boston and planned to begin in earnest in mid-June. But word soon leaked to the Committee of Safety, and they ordered Artemus Ward, farmer and veteran of the French and Indian War, and the man now leading the combined New England militia stationed in Cambridge, to go occupy Bunker Hill and Dorchester Heights, which commanded the north and south of Boston respectively. There is a map of colonial Boston posted at revolutionspodcast.com, so you can follow along at home. Now, Dorchester Heights will remain for the moment off the board, but on June 16th, Ward ordered William Prescott to take just over 1,000 men from Cambridge over to occupy Bunker Hill, which, if you don't have the map in front of you, was located on a peninsula that hangs out over Boston that also contains the now empty city of Charlestown. The men weren't ready to go until 9 p.m., and so this all winds up being a night operation. When they got out to the peninsula, Prescott decided to fortify Breed's Hill instead. It was slightly lower, but better situated to repel a British advance. The men spent all night digging, and when dawn broke, they had a pretty nice redoubt in place. When the British Navy caught sight of the rebel fortifications the next morning, they opened fire, but the angle was all wrong, and they did minimal damage. That said, by noon on June the 17th, the militiamen were exhausted and discouraged that they had not been relieved yet, and despite their good work on Breed's Hill, all likely flanking routes were still perilously unguarded, and Prescott begged Ward to send more men. Meanwhile, General Gage, awoken by the Navy blasts, selected the east side of the peninsula as the best place to land, which was all well and good, except that meant waiting for the tides, and the 1,500 regulars, led by William Howe, didn't put to shore until around 1 o'clock. More shelling of the rebels followed, as did further reinforcements for both sides. Howe then divided his troops, now numbering over 2,000, into 3 columns, designed to envelop the defenses on Breed's Hill, with the left serving as a diversion to allow the main flanking move to come over from the right. But unfortunately for the British, not only was the ground more difficult than they were prepared for, but the 200 militiamen guarding the hastily fortified fence line guarding the right waited until the approaching regulars were just 50 yards away and then started blasting, killing at least 100 pretty much instantly, and the British were forced to fall back. Now this would be where I mention the most famous order given in the battle, that the militiamen ought not fire until you can see the whites of their eyes to protect their limited ammunition. But this order has been variously attributed to different officers at different points in the battle, and was probably never even said at all. So there. A second attempt soon followed, again aiming simultaneously at the fence line and the redoubt. But again, the approaching regulars marching smartly were wide-open targets for the colonials, as Howe elected not to go by the book and attack in a narrow column because, man, this is not supposed to be that hard. Anyway, the second attempt also failed, but by now Prescott and his men were basically out of ammunition. So a half an hour later, reinforced by another 400 men, Howe ordered the third assault. No more messing around, just a strong push right up Breed's Hill. It was a grisly business, but it did the trick, especially since the Americans were now officially out of ammunition. The regulars poured into the redoubt, and the militiamen scrambled back to Bunker Hill to regroup. As the redoubt was taken, the Revolution gets its first martyred war hero, as Dr. Joseph Warren, author of the Suffolk Resolves, and serving as a common soldier because his officer's commission hadn't come through yet, was shot and killed. Unfortunately, again, for the British, the taking of the redoubt had broken up their ranks, and by the time they were organized enough to press on, the remaining militiamen had elected to withdraw from the peninsula altogether, which meant that the British won the battle, always and forever erroneously called the Battle of Bunker Hill. But the body count soon told a somber story. 200 regulars killed with another 800 wounded. Henry Clinton noted wryly in his diary that a few more such victories would have surely put an end to British dominion in America. After the battle, the two sides settled back into their respective positions. A few weeks later, July the 2nd to be exact, Washington arrived to take on overall command of the army, which now numbered about 16,000, though only about 14,000 were fit for duty. The British, meanwhile, now had at the moment about 6,000 in Boston, a number that would grow to 9,000 by early 1776. But although the colonial turnout was pretty good, it was also composed entirely of Washington's arch-enemy, the local militia company. These guys were just generally disrespectful of normal army life. They came and went as they pleased, and they elected their own officers, so good luck keeping anyone in line. The irony, of course, is that these guys pretty much embodied the kind of freedom and liberty the war was supposed to be about, and Washington had no time or patience for any of it. He started issuing all kinds of orders against things like drinking and gambling and swearing, and any officer or enlisted man who failed to live up to his standards was simply summarily dismissed. As he beat this army into shape, literally beat, lashings were an everyday occurrence, Washington also strengthened the fortifications around Boston, which were at that point, frankly, embarrassing. As Washington got to work up in New England, the Congress down in Philadelphia continued work on building a justification for their actions, though they sent out somewhat mixed messages, despite the fact that they were drafted by the same two men, John Dickinson and the newly arrived Thomas Jefferson. Passed at almost the same time, we have on the one hand the Olive Branch Petition, a last attempt at peacefully negotiating away the economic underpinnings of the conflict, and on the other, we have the Declaration of the Causes and Necessity of Taking Up Arms, which is hopefully pretty self-explanatory. In the former, Jefferson's draft was softened by Dickinson, who still clung to the dream of reconciliation, while in the latter, Dickinson actually made Jefferson's draft blunter and more direct, because he may have been worried he was about to lose all influence if he didn't do something to prove that his heart was still in this thing. And he did technically believe that the colonists were right to defend themselves, just not that independence was the aim. But whatever hope of negotiated reconciliation still lingered died, when King George refused to even receive the Olive Branch Petition, and Parliament officially declared the colonies in rebellion. Back up in Boston, by now both sides were well dug in, and both firmly under the command of their new respective leaders, General Washington for the Americans, and William Howe for the British, who took over from the now thoroughly discredited General Gage in late September 1775. Now, William Howe is a pretty interesting dude. He was one of three brothers, all of whom had distinguished military careers, and indeed his older brother is Admiral Richard Howe, who will serve as the Supreme Naval Commander during the war. So really, for the next couple of years, the British war effort is in the hands of the Howe brothers. And the Howe brothers were, wait for it, entirely sympathetic to the American colonies. They were pretty staunch Whigs who opposed most of the ministry's policies in America and really super opposed the Intolerable Acts. In fact, Admiral Richard Howe had initiated last-minute back-channel dealings with Benjamin Franklin to try to avert war. But when war came, neither could refuse the service they had been called to. And so, when William Howe took over for Gage, his aim was to win the war. But as we will see, there will be more than a few missed opportunities along the way, which some have attributed to Howe's preference for comfortable inaction, some to his unwillingness to waste troops, especially after what he saw at Bunker Hill. But what I sometimes suspect is that there was a desire in Howe not just to win the war, but also the peace that would follow the inevitable British victory. And waging too brutal a war would unjustly punish the colonists for defending a cause that Howe himself was entirely sympathetic to. As the autumn of 1775 set in, everyone was still staring at each other and occasionally chatting with each other across the lines. But by now, Washington faced the great problem that would plague him for the entire war. All those militia enlistments that were due to expire on January the 1st. And none of those guys had even hinted that they planned to stick around, the general feeling being that we've done our bit, now it's time for somebody else to take over. So as he's trying to hold the siege together, Washington is also about to have to completely swap out his army, and of course lose whatever training may have sunk in with all those lashings. As the commander-in-chief stared down this problem, one of his new subordinates was staring down a problem of his own, one that would be just as critical to winning Boston as the problem of refilling the American ranks. In November 1775, Washington sent the, let's call him plump, Henry Knox, 25-year-old bookseller, but now self-taught artillery expert, up to Fort Ticonderoga to figure out how to move the guns to Boston. a problem made nearly unsolvable because of the fact that there were no roads linking the two. But on December the 5th, Knox set off into the snowy wilderness with 44 guns, both light and heavy, 14 mortars, 1 howitzer, and all the ammunition to run them, totaling some 60 tons of material. It has gone down in history as the Noble Train of Artillery, and over the next 10 weeks, Knox's men used first barges and then oxen-pulled sleds to literally drag the guns south, finally arriving in the American camp on January the 27th. It was a bona fide miracle. In the meantime, Washington was busy reforming his army. Spirits were still pretty high at this point, and the militias had managed to recruit and/or retain 7,000 men, while the first batch of official Continental soldiers showed up, totaling some 9,000 men, which was good, though it fell well short of the target 20,000. Washington was utterly sick to death of the siege at this point, and soon proposed an audacious attack on the unsuspecting British. But his war council talked him down, and suggested instead tightening the noose by fortifying Dorchester Heights with the recently arrived guns, because, inexplicably, neither side yet controlled this all-important high ground. But trying to occupy the heights was not without its own risks. The job would have to be done silently and all in one night, or the Americans would be wide open for an attack by the British. Not only that, but the ground was too frozen to dig into, so how would they even defend themselves once they got there? After working through the logistics of the thing, Washington and his officers finally determined that yes, it was doable, and yes, they were going to go for it. On the night of March the 2nd, 1776, they let fly a short bombardment to give the British something to think about. The next night, both sides started shelling each other, and the night after that, March the 4th, the shelling went into overdrive, just as Washington hoped, because as this artillery skirmish was playing out, 1,200 workmen and 800 infantrymen hurried up the heights and got to work. Now they had already constructed above-ground fortifications and worked furiously but silently through the night, successfully constructing 2 redoubts and mounting the biggest guns before dawn. According to the old legend, when Howe woke up the next morning, he was amazed and said, "My God, these fellows have done more in one night than I could make my army do in 3 months." It's doubtful that he actually said it, but the sentiment feels about right. With the American artillery looming over them, the British position in Boston became untenable. But in the end, this was all possibly more embarrassing and annoying to Howe than it was a devastating strategic blow, and many historians suspect that he had already decided to evacuate Boston. So what the fortification of Dorchester Heights really meant was that he could no longer leave on his own terms. Indeed, Howe now concluded that he couldn't leave without a fight, and he planned a full-scale assault of the American position on the heights, but a debilitating blizzard canceled the operation at the last minute, and Howe took the hint. On March 17th, all the British troops were out of Boston and loaded onto their transports, where they sailed away for Halifax. Washington led a triumphal procession into the city to wild jubilation in the streets. So all things considered, it had been a pretty great year for the American patriots. They had proven their resolve at Lexington and Concord, proven their courage at Bunker Hill, and now forced the British out of Boston completely. But of course, 1776 will not prove nearly so glorious, nor was 1775 so uniformly successful. So next week, we will backtrack a little and cover the debacle that was the invasion of Canada, and then head into the auspicious year of 1776, which will see the colonies boldly declare independence, and then get trounced repeatedly in the field, making some doubt whether they could back up their lofty rhetoric. Hello, and welcome to revolutions. Episode 22, Independence. Okay, so last week saw the official outbreak of war after a decade of political and economic tension. And we ended with the cobbled-together American army under General Washington successfully pushing the British, led now by General Howe, out of Boston. There's a lot to get to today, so let's get right into it. Except, of course, before we can go forward, we have to go backwards, because while the British and Americans were stuck manning the siege lines of Boston during the fall and winter of 1775, the ill-fated attempt to capture Canada was launched, and then crashed, and then burned. Now, I have gotten more questions about the Canadians than almost any other subject. Specifically, why didn't they join the rebellion? The answer is pretty straightforward. Setting aside the smallish fishing and trading settlements in, say, Newfoundland, that were basically just British commercial outposts at this point, what we're really talking about here is Quebec. And the reason Quebec stayed out of it is twofold. First, the vast majority of the population was French Catholic, and if there are two great tastes that do not go great together, it's French Catholics and New England Puritans. Both distrusted the other for all kinds of obvious reasons, and on top of that, they had been periodically fighting wars against each other for the last 100 years or so, culminating with the recent French and Indian War. So right off the bat, it's a hard sell. The other reason is that after the British took over from the French in 1763, the ministry actually showed some common sense and did not try to outlaw Catholicism in North America. Then, in 1774, as I mentioned a few episodes back, Parliament passed the Quebec Act, which extended the boundaries of the territory, and was very likely an overt attempt by the ministry to get the Canadians to at least stay neutral in the coming conflict. So the answer to why didn't the Canadians join the rebellion is basically long-standing enmity between French Catholics and New England Puritans, plus the British offering a far better deal, Catholic toleration, etc., than the Continental Congress would ever be able to promise. All that said, though, when the Second Continental Congress first got together in May 1775, one of the first things they did was send feelers up to Quebec asking them to join in the fun, and promising not to invade. But, no doubt confirming every suspicion the French Canadians had, the Congress then promptly okayed a plan to invade Canada. Overall command of this northern theater was given to one of the delegates, Philip Schuyler, who was a pretty big deal in New York and will eventually marry his daughter to a brilliant young officer named Alexander Hamilton, but poor health is going to keep him out of it for the most part, so let's not worry about him. That leaves us with the men who actually ran the two-pronged invasion, Irish-born General Richard Montgomery, and now Colonel Benedict Arnold, who, after being passed over for the command by Congress, went behind their backs and convinced Washington to let him launch an independent expedition of his own. Montgomery proceeded north from Fort Ticonderoga in September 1775, on a methodical march that would take him up to Montreal and then down the St. Lawrence River to the capital, Quebec City. Arnold, meanwhile, set out from Massachusetts on a ship bound for Maine with about 1,000 men. The idea was to land and then quickly march the 180 miles north from the coast to Quebec City, except that Arnold was working from a terrible map, and that 180 miles turned out to be 350 miles of grueling wilderness. It was not until the middle of November, so we're talking about 2 months here, that Arnold and what was left of his company, because about a third had been forced back, were finally able to cross the last river for the final approach on the Canadian capital. They were in, as you can imagine, no shape to attack, so they fell back 20 miles and joined up with Montgomery and about 300 of his men. Now, though Montgomery had successfully taken all the various forts that had crossed his path, including Montreal, none of it had been easy, and the small army of now about 1,000 men camped southwest of Quebec City had no equipment or fortitude to sustain a prolonged siege. That meant they had to attack or go home. On top of that, Montgomery and Arnold faced the same problem Washington was facing down in Boston. Everyone's enlistments were going to expire December the 31st. So Montgomery and Arnold decided to go for it, launch a hopefully secret attack, and take the city before the garrison of just under 2,000 British knew what hit them. After an aborted false start on December 27th, the attack got going finally on December the 31st, so literally the last possible day. Into a wicked blizzard, which stunk, yes, but it did help mask their approach. Now, just to give you a little layout here, Quebec City is built on both sides of a sharp cliff, dividing the city between Upper Town and Lower Town. The Upper Town was all but impossible to take, so the plan called for Arnold to lead 600 men against the north end of Lower Town, while Montgomery led 300 against the southern end. You seize Lower Town, you cut off the supply line to Upper Town, and force a surrender. But the British officers in charge of the city's defenses knew their stuff. So when the Americans came at them at dawn on New Year's Eve, they had fortified the exact spots Arnold and Montgomery planned to hit. Arnold managed to break through the first line of defense, but his men were stopped at the second line, where Arnold himself was badly wounded in the leg. Montgomery, meanwhile, was relying on an element of surprise that just did not materialize, and his men were mowed down. He himself was killed almost instantly. The whole plan fell apart. 50 or 60 Americans lay dead, and soon another 400 were captured. The badly injured Arnold managed to cobble together what men he had left and regroup, hoping that spring and fresh recruits would bring better tidings. It wouldn't, of course, and for all intents and purposes, the opportunity to take Canada was now past. Before we go on, though, I should mention that the death of Montgomery presents one of the great what-ifs of the war, because everyone recognized him as one of the most talented officers on either side, and it is tantalizing to think what he might have been able to accomplish had he not died in a blizzard trying to take Quebec in 1775. With war breaking out all over the continent, the great political question of the day now consumed the rebellious American colonies. Is all of this fighting simply about forcing the king and parliament to make concessions, or are we now fighting for independence? For the moment, this was still an open question, although certainly men like John and Sam Adams believed from the beginning that this was about independence, as too did King George III, who saw in America nothing but an enormous conspiracy to steal his colonies. But the vast middle ground of public opinion was still undecided. The process of moving that public opinion decisively towards independence started with some recent British provocations, including the intentional destruction of Falmouth, Massachusetts, now Portland, Maine, by gunships in October 1775, and then the destruction of Norfolk, Virginia by gunships on New Year's Day 1776, an attack which also saw the governor of Virginia issue a proclamation that any slaves who abandoned their masters and came over to the British side would be set free, which frankly scared the hell out of planters in Virginia because the governor was more or less inviting their worst nightmare, a slave uprising. So this hardened hearts all over Virginia to the possibility of reconciliation. And so yes, ironically, this attempt to free slaves led directly to the formation of a nation founded on freedom that then turned around and kept all the slaves in bondage. Because, like I say, slavery is just the vicious hypocrisy in the middle of all of this. It's unavoidable and plain as day. But the big turn came later in January 1776, the publication of one of the most famous pamphlets, well, ever, Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Now, since Tom Paine is going to hang around for a while, I think we'd better sketch him out. Because by a while, I mean that when we move on to the French Revolution, he's going to come along with us, wind up sitting as a delegate in the National Convention, and then, because Tom Paine can never stop being Tom Paine, sitting in a French prison. Thomas Paine was born in England in 1737, so he was just shy of 40 when he wrote Common Sense. He was also only a very recent immigrant to America. After a life of failure in business and government, he came to the attention of Benjamin Franklin because whatever else his failings were, it was clear that Paine was curious, intelligent, and above all passionate. With his life in shambles, he sold all his property to keep out of a debtor's prison and then separated from his wife. Paine elected to start over in America and was given a letter of introduction from Franklin to help him land a job when he got there. The job he landed was as editor of a small Pennsylvania magazine, and he quickly lent his support and his pen to radical politics, drafting Common Sense over the autumn of 1775 and then seeing it published in January 1776. Now, common sense was not the first nor even the best argument for independence, but it did two things better than any other attempt to galvanize public opinion. First, it pushed the debate well past the specific economic or constitutional issues at stake, and cast the struggle in much broader terms. Paine's object of scorn was not this or that tax, but the entire structure of the British monarchy, which was as absurd as it was corrupt. Second, it did so in blunt language that was easily accessible to the general public. This was no erudite treatise on political philosophy. This was a cannon blast fired at point-blank range. It electrified those who read it, and in just 3 months, something like 100,000 copies had been printed and sold. This is an impossibly huge number. So with the arrival of spring 1776, the British now evacuated from Boston, and common sense circulating, independent-minded delegates at the Second Continental Congress started pushing their agenda harder. John Adams recommended that the colonies should begin forming new governments, which meant independence in all but name. The remaining moderates, though, still led by Dickinson, attempted to get a bill passed that would officially claim that independence was not the goal, but the report was tabled and never taken back up. Then, instructions started filtering into the delegates from back home, freeing them to vote for independence, should it come to that. And it was definitely coming to that. The ball really started rolling downhill in May, because on May the 4th, Little Rhode Island stepped forward and unilaterally declared independence, which I just love because, as we will see when we get to the Constitution, Rhode Island will be the last to ratify. So first out, last in. That's Rhode Island. Then, on May the 10th, Congress formally instructed the colonies to start setting up new state governments. And on May the 15th, the Virginia House of Burgesses instructed their delegates to not just vote for independence, but to move for it. In the middle of this, Congress then learned that the British ministry had gone shopping in Europe for mercenaries, turning first to the Russians, and then when the Russians turned them down, to the Germans. John Adams believed that this news was probably the final nail in the coffin. What reconciliation could there be with a king who was prepared to use foreign mercenaries against his own people? So on June the 7th, Virginia delegate Richard Henry Lee formally moved, quote, that these United States are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. They are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. John Adams immediately seconded. Now, one of the big practical questions was how this would affect relations with Europe. Because though the Americans had held their own in the first year of the war, everyone knew that foreign aid of some kind from someone was critical to winning the war. Money, soldiers, a navy. So many of the delegates wanted to wait until such an alliance was in place before declaring independence. But John Adams argued that it had to be the other way around. First declare independence to prove that we mean business, and then work out an alliance with France or Spain or whoever, not as rebellious colonies, but as a full-fledged nation. The debate on independence ebbed and flowed through June, as the Congress was forced always to deal with its daily minutiae. But in the meantime, a committee of 5 men was appointed to draft a proposed Declaration of Independence. Named to this committee were John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Guy No. 3, Guy No. 4, and of course the man who actually wound up drafting the thing, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was born in Virginia in 1743, so he's just 33 years old when he sits down to write the Declaration of Independence. His father had died when he was 14, so when Jefferson turned 21, he inherited 5,000 acres and about 40 slaves. When he was 16, he went off to the College of William and Mary, where he blazed through the entire curriculum and proved himself to be one of the brightest and most broadly curious minds in North America. He was voraciously interested in everything, although by trade he wound up a lawyer, entering the Virginia bar in 1767. He married Martha Wales Skelton in 1772, and when her father died the next year, Jefferson inherited another 11,000 acres plus 135 slaves, but also a crushing great load of debt, which got Jefferson started on his lifelong hobby of being monumentally, absurdly in debt. On the eve of the war, he joined the Virginia House of Burgesses and then served as a delegate to the Second Continental Congress, where he gained a reputation as something of a wallflower. This was mostly because Jefferson was not the fiery orator that John Adams and Patrick Henry were, but he was also possibly sulking at being stuck in Philadelphia and not back in Virginia helping draft the new state constitution. Little knowing that he was about to wind up smack dab at the crucible of American, and dare I say world, history. Since creating the new Virginia Constitution was actually what Jefferson wanted to be doing, he had with him all kinds of notes and letters pertaining to the debate, including copies of the famous Virginia Declaration of Rights, which were adopted in mid-June. So when he was called on to draft the Declaration of Independence, that's what Jefferson had to work from. Now, for those of you who are really interested in exploring all the details of this, I recommend Pauline Maier's American Scripture, which examines in pretty exquisite detail not just the role the Virginia Declaration of Rights played in Jefferson's draft, obviously a big one, but also the 90 or so other declarations of independence that were floating around out there, as the various county committees or town councils adopted resolutions defending their rights. Jefferson, working from notes and memory, had about 2 weeks to knock out a draft that would lay out the various accumulated grievances that justified independence. Jefferson's great accomplishment was writing this up quickly and eloquently. The point was never originality, and no one, certainly not Thomas Jefferson, thought what he was writing would basically become the centerpiece of American civic religion. With the draft completed, debate on independence resumed on July the 1st. Now, almost everybody was for it at this point, though New York was paralyzed by a lack of instructions from home, and the Delaware delegation was evenly split, and waiting for an absent delegate to show up and break the tie, which he did the next day. That left South Carolina and the John Dickinson-led Pennsylvania delegations as the two states still holding out. But with the Congress now absolutely ready to vote for independence, unanimity became important, and South Carolina finally got on board, and then in a magnanimous display, Dickinson and his allies abstained, allowing the remaining Pennsylvania delegates to let Pennsylvania stand with the rest. So on July the 2nd, 1776, the Second Continental Congress voted unanimously in favor of independence. Still left, though, was approving the Declaration. Over the next 2 days, while Jefferson sat in silent agony, the Congress went through his draft line by line, cutting a phrase here, rewording a phrase there. I mean, really, if you're a writer, you can understand just how painful this had to be, especially since Jefferson was famously thin-skinned and hypersensitive about criticism. But as it turns out, and again I'm getting this from Pauline Maier, the editing done by the Congress was excellent, especially given that this is being done by committee, which, oh my god, is a terrible way to edit a garage sale announcement, let alone the Declaration of Independence. Now, either through haste or passion, Jefferson had written stuff that either went too far or was just flat out not true. Like his original draft famously blamed the king for foisting the institution of slavery on unwilling colonists, which, let's just say that's a tough case to make. If you read American Scripture, you will also find an edited copy of the original draft, so you can see exactly what changes were made and why. The final draft is better, and on July the 4th, 1776, it was unanimously approved. If you want to hear it in all of its eventually tedious glory, I recorded the Declaration of Independence as a standalone supplemental. Try not to fall asleep. Meanwhile, back on the military front, Washington had led the Continental Army south to what he believed would be the key strategic point of the war, New York City. When the general got a copy of the Declaration of Independence, he assembled his army on July the 9th and had it read aloud, hoping it would give the men that extra burst of patriotism and purpose that would see them through the coming wave of British troops. That was the plan. Well, George Washington and his army are about to endure a rotten 6 months. Now, Washington was at least right in guessing British intentions, and the Howe brothers did indeed select New York City as their point of return, bringing with them just over 30,000 soldiers, including 8,000 Hessians, a catch-all label for mercenaries of German origin who would wind up particularly hated and feared as the war goes on. Washington and his officers supposed that Howe's plan was to take New York and then either launch himself back into New England or head up the Hudson to link up with an anticipated invasion force from Canada. Howe and his forces landed on Staten Island, a little southwest of New York City proper. But the key strategic point would be the northwest corner of Long Island, aka Brooklyn Heights, which overlooked New York City and had been fortified by the Americans. To take the city, Howe would have to first drive Washington's forces off the heights. Never one to rush into things, Howe sat around on Staten Island for a good 7 weeks before he finally made a move. On August the 22nd, he dispatched 15,000 troops to Long Island under Henry Clinton and Lord Charles Cornwallis, who will prove to be one of the most formidable of the British generals, even though he is known to history as the guy who surrendered at Yorktown. So the approach to Brooklyn Heights was screened by steep hills, through which there were 4 possible passes. The Americans were of course guarding these closely. Well, 3 of them anyway, because Jamaica Pass, the pass furthest from the British landing site on the far American left, was officially guarded by 5 men. I'm sure you can guess which pass Clinton decided to waltz through. Now, as the British are landing, Washington is doing nothing to reinforce his men on Long Island, because he's afraid that this is all a feint to draw him out of the city. Fortunately, for those of us who venerate Washington like a minor deity, his war record is definitely spotty, and this is one of those not-so-great moments, because it was no feint, this was the attack, and he was letting it unfold unopposed. On the evening of August 26th, the British and their Hessian partners set out on a night march. Diversionary attacks and shelling on the 3 other passes covered Henry Clinton's silent march through Jamaica Pass, and just like that, behind the American forward lines. Between the shelling and Clinton's men coming up from behind, the American left had collapsed by 9 a.m. The right held out bravely, but it too soon broke apart. By noon, the Americans had scrambled back to an inner line at Brooklyn Heights. Belatedly, Washington sent over reinforcements, but by now it was too late for them to do any good. A nasty nor'easter, sent, I suppose, by God, kept the British at bay the whole next day, during the course of which Washington's War Council convinced him that defending the heights was now folly. So on the night of August the 29th, 2 regiments of Massachusetts militiamen, who also happened to be expert seamen, ran a convoy of boats and managed, with the help of some timely fog, probably also sent by God, to withdraw 9,500 men without the British suspecting a thing. Because if there was one thing Washington turned out to be the master of, it was the flawless retreat. And I'm not being snarky about that. George Washington could extract an army from hell before the devil knew he was gone. No doubt surprised by this flawless retreat, Howe declined to press the advantage. But inside New York City, Washington was dealing with an utterly demoralized army, now sick, under-provisioned, and deserting at will. He started preparing a new defense when he got instructions from Congress telling him that New York City was not a hill he had to die for. So the War Council immediately switched to planning an evacuation. 2 weeks later, Howe finally got moving and put in a landing east of the city, so the American army fled north up the west side of Manhattan Island to Harlem Heights, leaving behind crucial provisions and artillery. But after the Americans took the heights, an advanced British guard bungled into what became the Battle of Harlem Heights and were driven off, giving the Americans a much-needed morale boost. After that, everyone sat tight for a month to plan their next moves. Now, interestingly, just before the Battle of Harlem Heights, a 3-man delegation from the Second Continental Congress, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and a third guy, traveled up to New York and met with Howe on Staten Island to see about getting the British to recognize their recently declared independence. The resulting sit-down was scrupulously polite, but a total failure. Howe said, correctly, that he had no authority over such matters. So the delegation left after a few hours, and the war continued. In mid-October, Howe moved by boat up to a spot due east of Harlem that would allow him to hopefully trap the Americans on Manhattan Island. So Washington ran north again, this time off the island up to White Plains, where a Continental Supply Depot was located. The Americans quickly cobbled together entrenchments running east-west to hopefully block the British coming up from the south. Contact was finally made on October the 28th, with General Clinton again leading a column up towards the American left, with the Hessians approaching the American right. A sharp battle ensued that saw the Americans manage to halt the advance. But with the line standing still, the Hessian artillery then scattered the militiamen manning the American right, but reinforcements swooped in just in time. But the next push was too much. The Hessians charged in and broke the right flank, forcing the Americans into a fighting retreat, and though the militias on the right had obviously failed, it is worth pointing out that the Delaware militia on the left actually held firm enough to cover the retreat of the rest of the army. So, Delaware militia, good work. The Battle of White Plains was another British victory, but it also cost them another couple hundred wounded and killed, and Washington once again proved his ability to hold together a beaten army and retreat in good order. 2 days later, Howe was prepared to restart the fight, but heavy rains got in his way, and Washington was able to lead his men north and out of immediate reach. Howe decided that further pursuit was a waste of time, and he elected instead to turn around and head down to the mouth of the Hudson River, where 2 American forts allegedly guarded the entrance to this all-important waterway. So the big questions for Washington through early November hinged on the main fort, which had been named after him, Fort Washington, and which sat on the east bank of the Hudson River. Those questions were, can we hold it, and is it worth it? The answers turned out to be no and no. The British quickly proved that the forts probably weren't even worth it, when they sailed a few test ships up the Hudson to see if the artillery could stop them, which they couldn't. As to whether the fort could be defended, Washington elected to defer to the man he had left in charge of the garrison, Nathaniel Greene, one of Washington's favorite officers, who will become really important when the war moves south, but for now is in the early let's make a bunch of mistakes phase of his career. Greene decided the fort could be defended. Washington himself rode down to inspect the defenses on November the 14th, and he did not like what he saw one bit. But he was carried away by Greene's enthusiasm, and despite his misgivings, headed back north to his own army. Of course, letting Greene stay was a huge mistake. The day after Washington left, the British moved into position, and the day after that they attacked and completely enveloped the fort. The surrender of Fort Washington was the biggest blow in a string of recent blows. 2,800 Americans captured, along with all their guns and supplies. General Greene got away, and though this is not the last mistake he's going to make, he will redeem himself in the Southern campaigns, and emerge as one of the great heroes of the war. Back up north, Washington struggled to prevent the total collapse of the war effort right then and there. At this point, he had personally led about 2,000 men across the Hudson River, leaving another 5,500 on the east side. This force was under the command of a guy we're going to talk about next week, the irascible veteran of various European wars and recent immigrant to America, General Charles Lee, who could not believe that he was taking orders from some incompetent colonial hack. After picking up another 1,000 troops or so, Washington struggled south into New Jersey, and after the fall of Fort Washington, was soon being pursued by Lord Cornwallis and 4,000 British and Hessians. For the next few weeks, Cornwallis was almost literally one step behind the Americans, arriving, for example, in New York just as the American rear guard was pulling out. In the first week of December, Washington and his men were almost captured at New Brunswick, and then a few days later almost captured at Princeton. I mean, this was damn near the end of the whole project. But General Washington was a sneaky fox, and he managed to cross the Delaware River into Pennsylvania, and then round up every boat for 50 miles in either direction, leaving the pursuing British with no way to cross. After a week of hunting for a way across the Delaware, Howe gave it up. Winter was descending, and winter is no time for a civilized Englishman to be fighting a war. He assigned the Hessians to man the Delaware River frontier, and told the rest of his troops to settle into winter quarters, mostly in New York City and Newport, Rhode Island. He wrote home to the ministry that all was well, and one more good season of campaigning should finish off this rebellion. And really, given how the last 6 months had gone, this was not an unrealistic assessment. But next week, George Washington will salvage the dignity of the American cause and give it something to cheer about when he defeats a bunch of hungover Germans at Trenton the day after Christmas. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 22 Supplemental, The Declaration of Independence. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America, in Congress, July 4th, 1776. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and, when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of land. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases to the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond the seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in the neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war on us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our immigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce to the necessity which denounces our separation and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm resilience on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 23, Crossing the Delaware. So I want to start this week with a brief note about Thomas Paine's Common Sense, helpfully provided in the comments by listener T. Scott Johnson. It would appear that a recent book called The Republic in Print has pretty effectively debunked the myth that Common Sense reached anywhere near 100,000 printed copies, which I'm glad to hear because, as I said, 100,000 copies was an impossibly huge number, and it turns out that I was right about that. So, thank you T. Scott Johnson, and good luck with the PhD. Last week, we left General Washington and his boys at a low point, having spent their first campaign season being beaten, outmaneuvered, and run off. By early December 1776, the only thing Washington can point to as a success was that his army was still in the field at all. But in a few weeks, even that small consolation might evaporate. Washington had escaped across the Delaware River with 3,000 men, half of whom had enlistments that were due to expire December the 31st. And that was on top of the 2,000 men who had already gone home when their enlistments ran out November 30. With nothing going for the American army at all, what was to stop it from simply melting away? Washington had managed to escape the clutches of General Howe, but could he escape the clutches of crushingly low morale? The answer turned out to be yes. Yes, he could. As you will recall, when General Howe opted to put his men into winter quarters, he left the Hessians to guard the frontier of the Delaware River, which marked the border between New Jersey to the east and Pennsylvania to the west. The Hessians manned a string of garrisons up and down the river, including the city of Trenton, which was right smack dab in the middle of that border. I actually managed to put a map up this week and managed to do one for the New York campaigns from last week that I couldn't get to. These Hessian garrisons provided a desperate Washington with one last chance to steal a victory before the year was up and his entire army went home. Now, incredibly, as Washington got to planning his operation, he received no reinforcements from the army he had left back up in New York. You remember them? The 5,500 men commanded by General Charles Lee? Despite Washington's repeated pleas to send troops, Lee just didn't do it. Mostly because Lee was busy waiting for the Congress to come to its senses, ditch Washington, and put him in charge of the Continental Army. And though Lee's belligerent ego was mostly what was at work here, on paper, he kind of had a point. Charles Lee was born in England in February 1732, so just a few weeks before Washington himself. The son of a major, he entered the regular army as a junior officer at the age of 15 and never looked back. He served throughout the French and Indian War, taking an American Indian wife in the process. Then he returned to Europe, served in Portugal, and then when his regiment was disbanded after peace with France, he went off to serve as a mercenary in Poland. Returning to Britain, he found himself so sympathetic to the American cause that he emigrated to Virginia in 1773, and when war broke out, he immediately volunteered for service. Now, given his record, he had little doubt Congress would appoint him commander-in-chief. But of course, there is also the matter of Charles Lee's personality. He was ill-tempered, foul-mouthed, slovenly, and followed everywhere by a loyal pack of dogs who were really his only friends. But probably the thing that really sunk him was that he demanded pay that George Washington announced would be beneath his own dignity to accept. So Lee wound up instead being given command of the Southern Department, and in mid-1776 he received credit for helping ward off an attack on Charleston, although that warding off was only accomplished after Lee's own expert advice was ignored. After Lee was transferred back up to New York, Washington did everything he could to placate Lee's ego because Washington was himself always entranced by the European way of war, a way that Lee knew better than anyone. It was indeed likely an overdose of respect that led Washington to merely encourage, rather than explicitly order, Lee to march from New York down to Pennsylvania. But Lee did not reciprocate this respect at all, and wasn't going to lift a finger to help Washington, because Lee was busy telling everyone who would listen, including the Congress in a steady stream of letters, that Washington was in way over his head and basically losing the war. As Washington's encouragement became less and less veiled, Lee slowly, ever so slowly got moving. But then comes the hilarious bit. On the road, Commander-in-Chief in his own mind, Lee, decided to spend the night in a tavern well removed from the rest of his army. The next morning, a mounted British patrol surrounded the house and captured Lee, who happened to be stark naked at the time. Whoops. Lee would spend the next 6 months in British custody before being exchanged for a captured British general. Given his conduct at Monmouth Courthouse, it probably would have been better for the Americans to exchange the captured British general for a sack of potatoes. So without further reinforcements, Washington was forced to draw up a plan to attack Trenton with what men he had on hand, and oh, what a plan it was. Because as much as Washington was the master of the flawless retreat, he was also the master of the insanely complicated battle plan, and he was always coming up with these schemes that involved 27 different moving parts that needed to work in perfect synchronization, and his plan for Trenton was classic Washington. It was laid out in 3 phases. First, 700 men would silently cross the Delaware River and seize a key bridge south of Trenton. Then, another 1,500 militiamen would cross even further south and launch a diversionary attack on the garrison at Bordentown. Then, Washington and his main force of 2,400 men would cross the Delaware themselves at midnight, divide into 2 columns, and take separate roads the 9 miles to Trenton. Then, they would all simultaneously be in position to strike the city no later than 5 a.m. So what we've got here is 4 different columns that will be moving in different directions at different times in the middle of the night in the dead of winter, all without tipping off the Hessians. And oh, by the way, if this doesn't work, that's the end of the war. Needless to say, this did not all unfold the way Washington planned, and it's frankly a wonder it all turned out as well as it did. The first 2 phases of the operation, for example, failed immediately, as neither the advanced unit nor the diversionary force had been able to cross at their assigned locations due to the icy conditions of the Delaware River. Facts Washington did not learn until well after the battle was over. Then, those same icy conditions destroyed his own timetable, and though everyone worked as fast and as well as they could, Washington's army wasn't even ready to start marching until 4 a.m., and according to the plan, they were already supposed to be at Trenton by now. But Washington pressed on. What else could he do? He divided his 2,400 men into the 2 columns, one that would approach Trenton from the north, and one that would come up and around from the south. Amazingly, both these columns hit their marks at almost the same time, just about 8 a.m. As Washington led the final approach, though, he ran into a small independent company of about 50 Americans who knew nothing about the planned attack and were returning from a little raid on Trenton of their own, a raid that had seen them exchange gunfire with Hessian sentries. Washington was mortified and thought his entire operation was now exposed, but it's possible that this raid actually put the Hessians' mind at ease. You see, the Hessian colonel in charge of Trenton had been tipped off a few days earlier to watch out for a possible attack, and he had kept his men on high alert and running frequent patrols. When this little raiding party came and went, they thought the quote-unquote attack had now come and gone, and relaxed. Because it went without saying that in this crappy weather, nothing more could be expected from the Americans. And that brings us to the myth of the drunk and/or hungover Hessians. Unfortunately, for those of us who like a good story, the myth is just that, a myth. An eyewitnesses report that the Hessians, though caught off guard because they were really not expecting a major attack given the rotten weather, they were stone sober before, during, and after the battle. As Washington led his column to the north side of Trenton, they skirmished with an outpost about a mile outside the city. forcing the Hessian guards into a fighting retreat that alerted the rest of the garrison in Trenton that something much bigger was on the way. But the Americans were able to place their artillery in time, one battery of which was commanded by a young artillery captain named Alexander Hamilton. As the Hessians tried to form up for battle, they were blasted into a chaotic mess. The Hessian colonel rushed around reforming his men for a counterattack, but wound up mortally wounded for his trouble. By now, the Hessians were squeezed between the advancing enemy on both sides, and within an hour, the Battle of Trenton was over. 22 Hessians lay dead, another 84 were wounded, and almost 1,000 captured, along with a bounty of muskets, bayonets, cannons, and provisions. The Americans suffered just 2 combat deaths and a few light wounds. It was exactly the kind of unambiguous, absolutely clear-cut victory that Washington and the Americans needed. The whole thing had been an enormous gamble, and had it failed, who knows whether the American rebellion would have gone down as little more than a historical footnote. Now, Washington's original plan was as ambitious as it was complicated, and he hoped to use the momentum from Trenton to immediately push on to Princeton. But the night's delays, coupled with exhaustion, coupled with the news that the other advanced units never had crossed the river, led Washington to call it good right there, and he led his men and prisoners back across the Delaware, away from easy British retaliation. The next day, though, Washington and his war council learned that the militiamen that were supposed to have been running the diversion down south and now operating independently had elected to cross the Delaware. With this force already on the other side, Washington decided to follow them back into New Jersey. So on December the 29th, Washington sent his men back across the river to reoccupy Trenton, which had the added benefit of making it just a little bit harder for those men who planned to ditch out on January the 1st to do so. When that fateful day did arrive, Washington gave impassioned addresses and offered bounties for just 6 more weeks' service. And of the roughly 5,000 he now had on hand, he was able to hold 3,000, at least for the time being. Joined by the militiamen who had crossed further south, Washington now had 5,000 or 6,000 men under his immediate command. Meanwhile, General Howe was not going to take the attack on Trenton lying down. Well, maybe he would, but his army sure wouldn't, and he dispatched 8,000 men, under Lord Cornwallis, to stamp out this burgeoning American resilience. Cornwallis marched through Princeton, dropped off a garrison, and then headed down to Trenton with 5,500 men. He was harassed the entire way by American forward units, whose sole job was to make him and his men hate their rotten luck for being stuck on this assignment. When Cornwallis got to Trenton, he found the Americans drawn up on a ridge south of town, with a creek between them and the approaching British. Cornwallis tried 3 times to cross the creek's bridge, but when each attempt failed, he decided to halt for the day and resume the attack in the morning, because from where he was sitting, Washington and his men were basically trapped up on that ridge. But local knowledge can be a powerful weapon, and during the night, leaving a few men behind to tend the line of fires and shoot random cannon shots, Washington led his army down back roads that weren't on any map. When dawn broke on January the 2nd, Cornwallis found the ridge empty, and the British garrison left at Princeton found itself under attack. The garrison was already on their way to join Cornwallis for the final assault on the ridge when they were hit by the army that was supposed to be trapped up on that ridge. In the initial fighting, the Americans were driven back and started to run for it, but Washington himself soon appeared on horseback, re-rallied the fleeing men, and pointed them back in the right direction. In the midst of all this, there was a moment when Washington was riding around between the 2 lines shouting encouragements to his men, when both sides started firing at once. Absolutely inexplicably, when the smoke cleared, Washington was still just riding around. Not dead, not even hit. Following this miracle, the bulk of the British forces were able to push through and run south for Trenton, while the rest were pushed back and captured in Princeton. With yet another victory in hand, and Cornwallis bearing down on him, Washington decided that it really was time to call it quits for the year, and he led his men into winter quarters in Morristown, New Jersey. Morristown was about 25 miles west of New York City, and well situated to stymie the British if they got it in their heads to move on Philadelphia or move up the Hudson River. Now, as we will see, winter was a dreadful time to be a soldier in the Continental Army. We're talking no clothes, no food, only super rudimentary shelter, there was disease, it was just the pits. But we'll talk more about it when we get to the famously hard winter next year at Valley Forge, and then a bit more when we talk about the less famously but even harder winter back in Morristown the year after that. These conditions made retaining soldiers so difficult that the fact that anyone stayed at all is positively miraculous. Washington's whole army was down to just 3,000 men by March, with expiring terms, desertion, and smallpox taking their heavy toll. As spring came, recruiters for the Continental Army did their best, and the total was back up to 9,000. But these recruiters were stymied by Washington's old nemesis, the colonial militias, who offered higher bounties, better pay, and better terms of service. Begging, pleading, and demanding that local leaders stop poaching able-bodied men would be a constant refrain from Washington all through the war. But, at least for the moment, his other bouts of begging, pleading, and demanding for guns and supplies got a little boost when American agents in France were able to set up back-channel supply lines from the French government run through a front company in Paris. The French were obviously interested in seeing the colonials take it to their British enemies, but throwing in with the Americans completely was still out of the question. So at this point, we're going to separate the two great threads that defined the war in 1777. Today, we're going to stick with General Washington, as he fails to keep the British out of Philadelphia, and then fails to knock them out after they seize the capital. That will take us all the way to the end of the year. But of course, as this is unfolding in Pennsylvania, the turning point of the war is unfolding in upstate New York. And we will talk about that next week, because otherwise it'll just be too much hopping around, as everything is happening simultaneously in September and October 1777. So sticking with Washington, the campaign season of 1777 did not get going until mid-June, when General Howe decided it was high time he set out on that one more year of good campaigning to finish off the rebellion. On June 17th, Howe moved a large force off Staten Island and flashed them around New Jersey, hoping to lure Washington into a decisive battle, but Washington did not take the bait. A week later, Howe maneuvered around again, trying to draw out the Americans, but Washington managed to squeeze his men out of a trap in the nick of time. These ploys having failed, Howe elected to abandon New Jersey, and then pull off the mainland completely. Stunts like this were the great reason why the Americans were doomed without foreign assistance. Because without an enemy navy to stop him, Howe could do things like put 18,000 men on transport ships, set out onto the high seas, and then put them back in wherever he wanted, which is exactly what he did in the summer of 1777. I mean, you could guess where his army was going to suddenly reappear, but there was no way of knowing for sure, and it understandably became Washington's great obsession over the summer. The available options, though, were basically threefold. Go after Philadelphia from some angle or another, head north to link up with the Burgoyne expedition coming down from Canada, that's what we're going to talk about next week, or transfer the whole focus of the war and head down to like Charleston, South Carolina. Now, from everyone's point of view, that is, the British ministry, the American War Council, the unanimous judgment of history, what Howe needed to do was go link up with Burgoyne. But for a variety of reasons we'll talk about next week, that did not happen. And from at least April forward, Howe had his eye on taking the rebel capital in Philadelphia. Once he put out to sea, the only question in his own mind was where exactly and when exactly he would land to make that attempt. The endlessly and helplessly frustrating days of speculation and inactivity finally ended for Washington at the end of August, when Howe put into Chesapeake Bay about 50 miles southwest of Philadelphia. While Howe let his men recuperate, the month at sea had been pretty awful, Washington got his army marching south, picking up militia companies along the way until he commanded nearly 20,000 men. On the way to the confrontation with the British, the American army entered and then marched as smartly as they could through the streets of Philadelphia. Washington tried to put on as good a show as he could, but even a casual observer could tell that these boys did not step as lively nor look as sharp as a professional army ought to step and look. Meanwhile, Howe was now on his way north with 15,000 men, harassed, as was now the custom, by small detachments of American forces. Washington moved west out of Philadelphia, and on September the 10th, he decided to draw up a line of about 14,000 Continentals and militiamen at Brandywine Creek. There were only a few places the British Army could ford the river, and the Americans worked to cover those spots and make the main road into Philadelphia impregnable. Unfortunately, as had been the case at Long Island, the Americans left open a pair of fords on the very far right of their line, possibly because they just did not know they were there. Howe found out about these open fords, so this time it was the British, rather than the Americans, who enjoyed that all-powerful weapon, local knowledge. At 4 a.m. on September the 11th, Howe sent forward a detachment of 5,000 men under one of the Hessian commanders to feign a frontal attack, while he and Cornwallis led the rest of the army on a wide flanking maneuver across those unguarded fords. Now, one of the questions looming over the Battle of Brandywine is that it appears Washington heard that something was up on his far right as early as 9:30 a.m., but he did not act, and no one really knows why. But it was possibly just because he didn't believe the reports. But by 2 in the afternoon, the bulk of the British forces were across the creek, and threatening the utterly exposed American right flank. Quickly, the American forces reformed a line to stop them, and they were given a little breathing room because Howe and Cornwallis took their sweet time forming up for the attack. By 4 o'clock, though, that attack came, and it quickly became apparent that the scrambling Americans had left a hole in their hastily reformed lines. The British poured through that hole, and though American reinforcements showed up and bought everyone some time, the fighting descended into brutal, ugly chaos, and the Americans broke and ran. Not in any kind of classic Washington-led order. This was panicked flight. Meanwhile, back where Washington had thought the battle was going to take place, the Hessian commander had waited for the sound of Howe's attack to press right up the middle. They fought their way across the creek and engaged in fierce close-quarters combat. But the fighting had started so late in the day that darkness soon forced both sides to pull back. Washington wasted no time catching his breath. He and his men were beaten and beaten bad, and they had to get the hell out of there and regroup. So, while the British did take a breather, the Americans spent the night in full retreat. The Battle of Brandywine was yet another clear-cut victory for Howe over Washington, though somehow the American army still stood between the British and Philadelphia. A week and a half later, though, Howe maneuvered around and tricked the battered Americans into following him a ways up the Schuylkill River before doubling back and crossing at a lower ford. That left the way to Philadelphia wide open. On September 18th, the delegates of the Second Continental Congress, learning that they were exposed, booked it eventually to York, Pennsylvania, where they would remain in exile for the next year. But when the British marched into Philadelphia on the 26th, looking every bit the professional army the Continentals had just shown themselves not to be, it wasn't the decisive blow Howe had hoped it would be. I mean, hello, I just took your capital. That means it's time to surrender. Hello? Do you guys even know how to play this game? But the Americans did not know how to play that game, and Washington and his men retreated 25 miles outside of the city to plan their next move. Once in Philadelphia, Howe had to scatter his forces so they wouldn't trip over each other trying to sleep and eat. But knowing that the American army was still out in the neighborhood, he concentrated 9,000 men at Germantown, about 5 miles north of the city. Washington and his officers decided that taking the forces at Germantown was risky, but too juicy to pass up because, for the moment, the Americans would actually outnumber the British there. And if it went totally right, a victory at Germantown, along with the utterly astounding American victory up at Saratoga, might just be enough to win the war. I mean, seriously. Despite everything, the Americans were in a really good position to win the Revolutionary War right there in the fall of 1777. As with Trenton, Washington's battle plan for Germantown was a perfect work of art, just as long as it didn't try to, leave the tent. It involved 4 columns setting out on night marches so that they could simultaneously attack Germantown from 4 different directions at dawn, which is all well and good, except that it's night, the terrain is difficult, and some of the columns have much farther to march than others. Oh, also, a heavy fog is about to set in. It would be hard enough to pull off Washington's plan for Germantown with modern communications. Without them, well, good luck, everybody. They did at least think to stick a piece of white paper in everyone's hat so that they could tell their friend from their enemy when they all got to the other side. A force marched through the night of October the 3rd and 4th, put the various columns close to Germantown without yet being detected. But only one of the flanking columns reached its intended position when dawn came. Finally, around 5 a.m., the American column that was aiming right at the heart of town came rolling in and kicked off the battle by firing on British guards, who sounded the alarm. Now, at this point, General Howe actually came riding out personally to convince these guards to hold firm, since they were only facing a few obnoxious raiders. When the American cannons started going off, though, Howe pulled back and his men quickly followed him. This was no party of raiders. This was a full-scale attack. But then the Americans started making mistakes. Instead of driving forward, they got bogged down at a stone house on the edge of town. Fortified by the British, Washington's options were either bypass it or try to take it. He almost elected to bypass it, but Henry Knox convinced him that the oldest war manuals in the world said never leave a strong point in your rear, and promised that his artillery boys could take it. But after an hour of banging cannonballs off the side of the house, it turned out that Knox's artillery boys could not in fact take it, and they were just wasting time, ammunition, and more than a few men. Meanwhile, the other American columns started pouring into town from their different directions. But the heavy fog made everything super confusing. One unit fell back because they thought they were exposed when they really weren't. Another detachment coming in from the flank took a wrong turn and wound up banging into those retreating guys, and they all started firing at each other. Meanwhile, the last column to arrive, led by Nathaniel Greene, pushed into the mix, and his advance companies managed to actually capture a bunch of prisoners. But then those advanced units were themselves surrounded. Believing the rest of the army in retreat, Greene too withdrew. Realizing that this had all gone awry, Washington ordered a full retreat, and his army was chased for nearly 10 miles before Greene's forces were able to buy the rest time to get away completely. The Battle of Germantown was yet another defeat for the Americans, but oddly enough, it actually helped Benjamin Franklin make the all-important case he was currently making to the French. Because despite it all ending in failure, European observers in America were impressed by the sophistication of the plan, the bravery of the troops, and as always, the disciplined retreat. It had all gone haywire in the fog, but you really can't blame them for that, and one or two breaks and Germantown would have been a smashing American success. So it was clear by the end of 1777 that the Continental Army had shaped up to be a real army, not just some pretend mob of hooligans. But this was little comfort for Washington himself as he and his army settled into their famously hard winter at Valley Forge, because he was forced to dwell on the defeats at Brandywine and Germantown and question his own ability to win the war. And he was not the only one asking those questions. Next week, though, we are going to go back in time to the spring of 1777 and run through the Saratoga campaigns up in the north, which started with British General John Burgoyne setting out on what he thought was some kind of luxurious triumphal parade, and ended with him handing over his sword. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 24, Saratoga. So last week, we dropped off General Washington at Valley Forge, where he would try to hold his army together over the rough winter of 1777-1778. Meanwhile, we will be going back in time to cover the Saratoga campaign of 1777 that did so much to turn the course of the war, at least in hindsight. Because though Saratoga is the correct response if you're like on Jeopardy and the answer is the turning point of the American Revolution, there are so many moving parts at work here that to completely isolate one part and say that's the one is a gross oversimplification. And that doesn't even take into account the fact that after Saratoga, the war could have spun off in a wildly different direction than it did. But it didn't. So thanks in part to the American victory at Saratoga, the French got into the war, and their involvement turned out to be critical to the final victory at Yorktown. Therefore, Saratoga is the turning point of the American Revolution. I'll take famous titles for 200, please, Alex. But before we even get into the Saratoga campaign, we need to hop back even further to the American retreat from Canada. When last we left the Northern Department, the Americans had failed to take Quebec on New Year's Eve 1775. Benedict Arnold found himself in charge of the bedraggled remnants of the Continental and militia forces. Arnold laid a siege to Quebec City through the winter, but come the spring of 1776, it was pointless to stick around. The British sent in massive reinforcements, and the Americans had to pull back. Arnold, by this point, had been promoted to brigadier general and made military governor of Montreal. And though he craved even more responsibility, he remained a few rungs down on the chain of command. Philip Schuyler, I got his name right this time, remained in overall command of the Northern Department, and then in June 1776, General Horatio Gates was given command over the loosely defined Canadian Department. So, let's talk about Horatio Gates. Horatio Gates was born in England in 1728. As a young man, he bought an officer's commission and served on the continent before following his military mentor to Canada on the eve of the French and Indian War. He was, along with George Washington and Charles Lee and Thomas Gage, present on Braddock's disastrous opening march, and then he served in North America continuously for the rest of the war, though not in any important capacity. After the war, he didn't have the money to buy the higher rank that would allow him to remain in the rapidly demobilizing British regular army, and after a few years of doing this and that, he emigrated to Virginia in 1772, where he made contact with his old comrade George Washington. When the Revolutionary War broke out, he joined immediately, and with the enthusiastic recommendation of Washington, was appointed the first adjutant general, basically the chief administrative officer of the Continental Army. Because though Gates was not really a great field officer, he was a hell of an organizer, and deserves a lot of credit for helping build the new Continental Army from scratch. He yearned for that field command, though, and as I said, in June 1776, the Congress gave way and put him in command of the Canadian Department, which was supposed to be nested in the larger Northern Department, but Gates and his supposed boss, General Schuyler, hated each other. Schuyler was aristocratic and stiff, while Gates was an easygoing friend of the common soldier. Schuyler claimed command over Gates, and Gates claimed autonomy from Schuyler. Eventually, Congress had to step in to resolve this petty bickering by giving Gates a free hand from Fort Ticonderoga north. This victory in office politics, though, netted Gates very little, because at that same moment, the Americans were abandoning everything north of Fort Ticonderoga. So as I said, the British were massively reinforced in the spring of 1776, and the totally inadequate American forces pulled back to Montreal and then out of Montreal. By June, that is when Gates showed up, the Americans had retreated to their two main bases on the south end of Lake Champlain, Fort Ticonderoga, of course, but also another one further north called Fort Crown Point. What Gates walked into was a report that some 9,000 British were massing at the north end of Lake Champlain under the British governor of Quebec, Guy Carleton. The long-anticipated British invasion from Canada appeared to be on the way. But Carleton quickly discovered that the retreating Americans had commandeered what ships on Lake Champlain they could and then burned the rest. Since there was no land route south to speak of, the British had to spend the summer of 1776 building a navy. Having bought themselves some time, the Americans set to work building a little navy of their own to hopefully further slow the British advance. The outnumbered and outclassed American army might not be able to stop the British invasion, but winter sure could, if we can tie them up that long. Now, the newly arrived Horatio Gates, by his own admission, had absolutely no clue when it came to Navy stuff. So he turned over the whole building operation to Benedict Arnold, because among the things Arnold had been uniformly successful at in his younger days was being a merchant sailor. By September, Arnold had managed to build up a little fleet of 15 ships run by about 500 men, which was pretty good. Until you learn that up north the British have put together a fleet of 25 ships, and among that 25 there were 2 heavily loaded ones that alone carried more firepower than Arnold's entire fleet. So when the British launched in early October, Arnold's mission was merely to delay the British. He had no chance of stopping them. But Arnold was a crafty soldier, and he selected a nice little spot between Valcour Island and the main shoreline of Lake Champlain to make his stand, and negate as much as possible the superior British numbers and firepower. On October the 11th, Arnold managed to lure the British into this narrow strait, and from noon till sunset the two sides blasted away at each other. The Americans inflicted some not inconsequential damage to the British, but the outcome of the Battle of Valcour Island, one of the very few naval battles of the war, was never much in doubt, especially once one of those heavy ships came lumbering into the fray in the late afternoon. When the sun finally set, Arnold did not hesitate to run for it. The path of his retreat was soon littered with ships too heavily damaged to continue. 2 days later, a favorable wind helped the British catch up with what was left of the American fleet, and Arnold raced for a shallow bay, where the heavier British ships couldn't follow. He ran his ships aground, burned them, and then continued overland with his remaining 200 men for Fort Crown Point. When he got there, Arnold discovered that a few of the ships that had gone missing in their retreat had made their way to Crown Point, which was great. He also discovered that there was no earthly way they could defend Crown Point, which was not so great. So Arnold burned the fort and led everyone south to Ticonderoga. Luckily for the Americans, though, when the British landed at the smoldering remains of Fort Crown Point, early winter snows had already fallen. There was no way to continue south given the terrain and the weather, so Carleton was forced to call it good for the year. A Hessian officer noted in his diary that had the expedition set out just 4 weeks earlier, they would have steamrolled all the way down the Hudson River and ended the war. Back in London, news that the invasion had been halted was met with incredulous disdain. I mean, why the hell had it taken Carleton all year just to get to Crown Point? He hasn't even taken Ticonderoga yet. It seems like we might need someone in there with a bit more verve. Which brings us to the second of the original triumvirate of reputation that had been sent by the British ministry to take over the war in 1775. John Burgoyne. John Burgoyne was born in England in 1722. At the age of 15, he purchased a commission in a showpiece cavalry regiment and soon earned himself a reputation for athleticism, good-natured grace, and fancy living, and he was soon dubbed Gentleman Johnny. He served during the War of Austrian Succession, but after that war ended, his career stalled, and he wound up eloping with the daughter of a prominent, and now furious, English lord. The couple went to live in France and Italy until they managed to patch things up with Daddy on the eve of war with France. When that war broke out, Burgoyne wound up a lieutenant colonel serving on the continent, and eventually he rose to the rank of brigadier general in Portugal, where he commanded, among others, the irascible future American general Charles Lee. Burgoyne was forward-thinking when it came to strategy and tactics, and popular enough with his men that after the war he turned to politics, and served as an actively engaged MP, leading the charge, for example, against the hopelessly corrupt East India Company. On the eve of war in America, John Burgoyne was easily one of the most popular soldiers in Britain, and it came as no surprise that he was selected to head over with William Howe and Henry Clinton to put the colonials back in their place. But the early days of the war had left Burgoyne dissatisfied with his role as Howe and Clinton's third wheel. So, with the siege of Boston still slogging along, he headed back to London to beg for a better opportunity, and was given command of those massive reinforcements that arrived in Quebec in the spring of 1776. He then served as one of the lead officers under Carleton in the run-down Lake Champlain that we just covered. Believing that Carleton had botched things by being too timid, Burgoyne again returned to London over the winter and talked the ministry into letting him run the invasion when it restarted in the spring of 1777. He promised to push all the way down the Hudson River. With General Howe occupying New York, the Patriot-heavy New England colonies would then be cut off from the middle and southern colonies. Thus divided, there would be no further hope of unified colonial resistance, and the war would practically win itself after that. Meanwhile, back in America, Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold both headed south over that same winter to help Washington try to stave off defeat. Arnold wound up taking a command in Rhode Island, but Gates was actually on hand for the Battle of Trenton, though it was there that he first flashed his true colors. Because on the night of the attack, he claimed he was too sick to fight, and then he ran down to Baltimore, where the Second Continental Congress was temporarily sitting, to lobby for Washington's job. The success of Trenton, of course, stalled any further moves on that front, so Gates returned to the north, served as the number 2 officer still stuck under Schuyler. Arnold, meanwhile, started down his road to treason when he was passed over for promotion in February, not for anything he had done, but simply because the Congress had to play politics with spreading commands around, and Connecticut already had its allotment of senior generals. There's no reason to delve too deeply to the dizzying career drama of Benedict Arnold, but suffice it to say he tried to resign, was talked out of it, and returned to service, still bitter over the insult. In May 1777, General John Burgoyne headed to Canada to drive what he believed would be the final stake through the heart of the American Rebellion, utterly convinced that by the end of the year he would be the hero of the war. He laid out a 2-pronged invasion. He would lead the main army of about 8,000 south down Lake Champlain, while a diversionary army of about 2,000 would sweep in from the west by way of Lake Ontario. The two forces, both composed of a mix of British regulars and Hessian mercenaries, loyalist Canadians, and allied Indians, would link up at Albany for the final drive down the Hudson, where they would link up with Howe, who would no doubt already be on his way north by then. Of course, we know, thanks to last week's episode, that Howe isn't coming, but we'll let Burgoyne find that out in his own good time. As he put his expedition together, Gentleman Johnny Burgoyne paid close attention to the details, and he brought along crates of fancy dining sets, luxurious foods and wine, snappy uniform, because, what's the fun in marching off to eternal glory wearing rags and eating hardtack? Senior officers even brought along wives, girlfriends, and children. That there weren't really enough carts or pack animals to haul everything didn't seem to bother anyone. Sure, they might move a little slower, but that was okay. Upstate New York is beautiful this time of year. On June the 17th, Gentleman Johnny's party train set out from the last British fort north of Lake Champlain. It took all of 3 days for Burgoyne to make his first major mistake. He issued an open letter to the effect that if the rebels didn't give up, that he would be forced to unleash his Indian allies to do their very worst. This was supposed to scare the local citizens into compliance, but of course it had the opposite effect. Remember, this is the summer of 1777. Basically, nothing has gone right for the Americans, and morale was pretty low. All Burgoyne's ill-advised threat did was simply remind everyone in upstate New York why they had to keep fighting. This mistake was compounded a month later when an advance guard of Indians killed a few local settlers, including, most sensationally, a woman named Jane McCrae. The truth of what happened out there was murky then and is murky now, but what's important is that the killing of Jane McCrae was blown up by Patriot propaganda into a vicious act of barbarism that put lie to the notion that the British were somehow the more civilized army conducting a more civilized war. But that was still in the future. For the time being, all was well. Burgoyne's army was soon at the former site of Fort Crown Point, just north of Ticonderoga. The 2,000 or so Americans garrisoning Ticonderoga started preparing for a fight, but on July the 5th, the British cut their way up an unoccupied hill that commanded the fort. Any defense was now doomed to failure, so the 2,000 Americans ran southeast as fast as they could, and the British followed. Over the next couple of days, the British pursued the fleeing American soldiers, with the advanced British units catching up with the American rearguard on at least 3 separate occasions. But though these running battles took their toll, the Americans were ultimately able to move way faster than Gentleman Johnny's party train, which left Burgoyne with a choice to make. And boy howdy, did he make the wrong one. Now on the east side of the Hudson River, Burgoyne had to decide how he was going to get to Albany, which was on the west side of the Hudson. He could either circle back to Ticonderoga, transfer his army over to Lake George and take an easy shot down the Hudson, or he could continue to move forward, plunge into the wilderness and just hope for the best. Burgoyne, inexplicably, chose the latter. He later said it was because his men would have reacted badly to a retreat, which is frankly kind of a weird and not a very good excuse. And some historians have pointed out that the easy shot down the Hudson he forsook would have been harder to pull off than Burgoyne's later critics made it seem. Whatever the reason, though, Burgoyne's column plunged into the wilderness, even though they had neither the supplies nor the equipment necessary to efficiently hack their way through the dense forest. By now, General Schuyler, for once actually doing something, came up to take command of Fort Edward, which was south of Burgoyne on the east side of the Hudson River, and Burgoyne's likely destination. Schuyler ordered his forces to make life excruciating for the slow-moving British procession. The Americans burned every bridge and chopped down every tree in Burgoyne's way, bridges that had to be rebuilt, and trees that had to be removed one by one. This is about the time that everyone kind of wanted to get off of Gentleman Johnny's party train, but there was nowhere to go but forward, so they kept slogging forward. When scouts reported that Burgoyne's army was finally getting close, General Schuyler pulled back even further south. And on July the 30th, Burgoyne's army finally emerged from the woods at Fort Edward, and they were in bad shape when they got there. Though they had started off stocked to the gills, supplies were now running low, as there had been no ready access to local sources of anything that an army needs. The commander of the Hessians recommended that Burgoyne allow him to lead a party east to the Connecticut River to forage, but Burgoyne sat on the idea. Better to wait and figure out where Howe was before they started making drastic moves. But on August the 3rd, Burgoyne got the news. Howe had long since put to sea on his way to Philadelphia. What? So let's work through this a little bit, because obviously we've got a massive case of miscommunication on our hands. There are 3 parties involved in this massive case of miscommunication, 2 of whom you already know, General Burgoyne and General Howe. But then there's also Lord George Germain, Secretary of State for American Affairs in the British Ministry, and basically the guy running the war back in London. The order of events goes something like this. After chasing Washington out of New York in late 1776, Howe sent Germain a letter making all kinds of bold proposals about the next year's campaigning, including sending a 10,000-man expedition up the Hudson River. But shortly thereafter, Howe abandoned the idea and sent Germain a revised plan for 1777 that no longer involved any such Hudson River expedition. Amazingly, Germain had this letter in hand in February when he approved Burgoyne's plan to come down from Canada, which at least tacitly assumed some kind of support from Howe. Then, over the next few months, Germain sent Howe at least 8 letters within which he mentioned not once that Burgoyne would shortly be marching down from Canada. Howe was left completely in the dark about those plans, though it is worth noting that Howe didn't really go out of his way to ask. The British, no less than the Americans, were plagued by rivalries between their senior commanders. Howe had no interest in playing a supporting role in Gentleman Johnny's great triumph. In an interesting little twist to all this, Germain was in every way socially and politically inferior to Howe, which may have played a role in him not doing the super obvious thing and ordering Howe to help Burgoyne. So with the right hand, not knowing what the left hand was doing because the guy in between wasn't telling them, Howe sailed off for Philadelphia while Burgoyne was busy hacking his way through the forests of upstate New York. In terms of strategic coordination, the British campaigns of 1777 are an all-time great fail. While Burgoyne pondered what the hell he was going to do next, the Continental Congress was wondering the same thing. Because though the tactical reasons for just abandoning Ticonderoga had been obvious, when word got out that the fort had been given up without a fight, it caused quite an uproar in the Congress. This, coupled with further reports from disgruntled underlings about bad morale and constant retreating, convinced them that it was time to sack General Schuyler. On August the 4th, they ordered Horatio Gates, who just happened to be hanging around passing along reports from disgruntled underlings, to go take command of the Northern Department. Gates showed up just in time to start getting credit for the death spiral of Gentleman Johnny's no longer that much of a party train. Burgoyne finally decided to send a detachment of 600 Hessians east to forage for supplies, But on August 16th, these Hessians were surrounded at Bennington by an American force twice their size and mowed down. When word of this disaster got back to Burgoyne, even the false bravado deserted him. Still on the east side of the Hudson, he decided all he could do now was make a run for Albany. But to get there, he would have to cross the Hudson, and the place he elected to make that crossing was at Saratoga. Meanwhile, out west, that diversionary force of 2,000 men, 1,000 of which were Allied Indians, was making their own way towards Albany. They had sailed up the St. Lawrence River, crossed Lake Ontario, and put to shore just about due west of Burgoyne's position on July the 25th. On August the 2nd, they laid siege to the Americans guarding Fort Stanwix on the Mohawk River. An American militia force, with a contingent of their own Indian allies, marched to relieve Stanwix, but they were surprised at Oriskany. The resulting battle was bloody for both sides, but in the end the Americans managed to hold the field, though they were also forced to pull back due to heavy casualties. A few days later, Benedict Arnold talked General Schuyler, who did not yet know he had been relieved of his command, into letting Arnold take 800 Continentals in relief of Fort Stanwix. But when he arrived in the vicinity a few weeks later, he failed to convince the local militiamen to join the effort. Most of them had fought at Oriskany, and frankly, wanted no more to do with any of this. So Arnold let a captured loyalist escape back to the British, with the false report that a huge relief army was on the way and that it would be there any minute. This convinced the Iroquois, who were allied with the British and who had already borne the brunt of the fighting, to say, okay, we're done here, taking almost all the supplies with them. This forced the British contingent to make their own retreat, and Arnold hustled back east for the coming battles at Saratoga. With no relief coming from any direction, Burgoyne's men built a bridge across the Hudson in early September and crossed over. Horatio Gates, meanwhile, had parlayed his own popularity with the rank and file and the victory at Bennington and the murder of Jane McCrae into an army that now numbered 6,000 or 7,000, with more volunteer militiamen pouring in every day. While Burgoyne crossed the Hudson on September the 13th, Gates was 10 miles south, fortifying an east-west line at Bemis Heights, a set of steep hills that ran right up against the Hudson. It was the perfect wall to block Burgoyne if he did the obvious thing and followed the river south, which Burgoyne is about to do, though he did have the foresight to divide his men into 3 columns to at least make things interesting. 5 days later, light skirmishing between the two sides gave hints as to Burgoyne's strategy, which was not a bad one because, Burgoyne has made a lot of unforced errors, but he was a really good field commander, and his strategy was to send down a column of Hessians to flank the American left and then crush the rebels against the river. On September 19th, the first of the 2 full-scale battles that have been mashed together by history into the Battle of Saratoga broke out about a mile north of Bemis Heights. Benedict Arnold, back now with the main army and in command of that all-important American left, begged Gates to let him advance so they wouldn't get trapped on the heights. Finally, at noon, Gates decided to let Arnold go, and Arnold either sent, or led himself, there appears to be some dispute about this, a portion of his troops down from the heights, including a now legendary company of sharpshooters. These troops finally encountered what turned out to be the middle column of the British advance at a clearing in the woods next to Freeman's Farm. This clearing was about 350 yards wide, the British controlling the north tree line and the Americans the south. The mutual attacks got going right away, with each side advancing into the clearing to try to drive the other side back. But this turns out to be just about as effective as your standard-issue World War I senseless slaughter. Both sides just got mowed down in turn, especially the British, who were getting picked off with terrifying ease by the American sharpshooters. One British company started the day with 350 men. By the end of the battle, they were down to just 60. The Battle of Freeman's Farm was finally called on account of darkness and the arrival of some Hessian reinforcements. Arnold ordered his men to fall back. So this all turns out a little bit like Bunker Hill. The British win a tactical victory. They controlled the field, but only after taking heavy casualties, almost 600 dead. After everything is taken into account since Burgoyne left Canada, the dead, the wounded, the sick, the missing, the deserted, the left behind, the British were now down to just 5,000 men. Down in the American camp, the senior commanders capitalized on Burgoyne's difficulties by getting in a huge fight with each other over who should get credit for Freeman's farm. Because when Gates sent his report to the Congress, he did not even mention Benedict Arnold. As you can imagine, Arnold was pretty ticked off about it. A yelling match between the two men resulted in Arnold demanding a transfer and Gates granting it. But critically, Arnold did not immediately pack up and leave. This will be really important in a second. But though the American officers were at each other's throats, they were enjoying a massive influx of new recruits. There's nothing like a good bandwagon to hop onto, and with word of Burgoyne's plight spreading across the countryside, every man with a musket rushed in to help finish him off. Soon Gates was in charge of something like 11,000 men. But Burgoyne was not done yet. He was gearing up for another advance a few days later when a letter arrived from Henry Clinton of all people, hinting that he might be able to show up and bail Burgoyne out because Clinton had stayed behind in New York when Howe sailed away. This letter obviously picked up Burgoyne's flagging spirits, but unfortunately by the time he got the letter, Clinton had already decided that such a move was totally unfeasible. After a few weeks hunkered down in a hastily fortified camp waiting for Clinton, Burgoyne finally realized that he had to advance or surrender. So on October the 7th, he advanced. He led a task force of 1,600 men down to investigate the possibility of breaking through what Burgoyne believed now marked the far left of the American line. But it wasn't the far left. There was an even further left, and among them were those legendary sharpshooters. With Arnold relieved of duty, Gates now commanded the left flank personally, and he sent those sharpshooters to swing around behind the advancing British task force, while he sent two other strong columns to hold down the middle and the right. Burgoyne had not really been expecting this kind of response. He wasn't even planning to fight until the next morning, but now he was pinned down. After an hour of listening to the intense fighting, the relieved of duty and very possibly drunk Benedict Arnold decided he couldn't take it anymore, and he rode down to join the fray. When he arrived, he rallied the faltering American middle into forcing the British back towards their fortified camp, which was protected by two redoubts. Running a very fine line between bravery and insanity, Arnold charged after them and his men followed. The battle then moved on to those two redoubts, and Arnold recklessly charged around, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he really ought to be riddled with bullets by now. Though it was not easy, the Americans finally broke through the fortifications that guarded the British camp, but not before Arnold was finally hit in the leg, and he had to be carted off the field. Burgoyne's battered army might have surrendered right then and there, but darkness forced the Americans to hold off on delivering the final blow. So Benedict Arnold was in every way the hero of the Saratoga campaign, starting with the little trick that forced the British to pull back from Fort Stanwix, to correctly identifying and then parrying Burgoyne's thrust at Freeman's Farm, and now obviously here at the somewhat erroneously labeled Battle of Bemis Heights. And that's not even counting his little naval campaign on Lake Champlain that forced the British to put their invasion plans off for a year. It has been mentioned by historians more than once that had Arnold been killed leading that final charge, he would have gone down as one of the most beloved men in American history. Instead, he lived long enough to go down as one of the most hated. Burgoyne was able to pull his battered forces back to Saratoga on October the 9th, but by the 12th, Gates had moved in and cut off the British from the Hudson River, so on October the 16th, a conference was held in Saratoga to discuss terms. Terms, by the way, that would soon be countermanded by Congress as excessively lenient. On October the 17th, 1777, General John Burgoyne, in one of those snappy uniforms he had brought along, formally surrendered himself and the 5,800 men he had left. Adding up everybody that had been killed, wounded, gone missing, deserted, or was now captured, Burgoyne had lost 9,000 men since leaving Canada. News of this crushing defeat sent shockwaves across Europe. King George refused to believe it. The ministry was in a state of shock and now under heavy fire for botching the war. Down on the continent, the French finally had the proof they had been looking for, that the Americans were capable of winning the war, if they had a little extra help. Next time, the war will shift into its next phase, as the British try to regroup and refocus, and Benjamin Franklin successfully talks the French into joining the war. I say next time because I'm going to have to take a week off. Mrs. Revolutions will be out of town, and I will have sole custody of a 2-year-old. If I survive, we'll be back in 2 weeks to start turning our attention to the southern colonies, where the British ministry hoped to revive a war effort that had suddenly become a quagmire. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 25, Valley Forge. Okay, so I did in fact survive my week with the boy, so we are back. When we left off last time, the Americans had just burgoyned the British up at Saratoga. Seriously, to burgoyne someone briefly entered the American vocabulary. The British surrender had profound consequences for the course of the war. It forced the British to rethink what they were doing. It led the Americans to briefly consider replacing General Washington with Horatio Gates as commander-in-chief. But of course, the most profound consequence was that it caused the French to enter the war. So the first thing we need to do today is hop over to Paris. As I mentioned a few episodes back, the French had been covertly assisting the Americans since about the spring of 1776. As you can imagine, young King Louis XVI was not super keen about funneling money to a bunch of Republican radicals, but his foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, oh God help us when we get to the French Revolution, persisted, and finally was able to carry the king along by pointing out that without French assistance it was likely that Britain and her colonies would eventually reconcile, and that would not be good for France. So the king authorized money to be funneled to the Americans through a dummy corporation set up in Paris and run by a Connecticut merchant and emissary from the Second Continental Congress, Silas Deane. Now on the whole, Silas Deane did a pretty good job for his country. The money and supplies did start flowing, but he also had a tendency to mix the public accounts with his private accounts, if you catch my drift. Deane would eventually come under heavy fire for his sloppy bookkeeping, though he would find a credible defender in Benjamin Franklin, who was practical enough of a man not to quibble over a little patriotic graft, if that's what it took to keep the wheels greased. While Deane was funneling most of the covert French money to the American war effort, the Second Continental Congress was busy trying to secure a formal alliance. Now, as I mentioned when discussing the Declaration of Independence, there was a serious debate over whether independence must precede the alliance or the alliance independence, with the independence firsters winning the day. But with independence now declared, it was time to vigorously pursue that European alliance, which was frankly fraught with danger. The Americans were bargaining from a very weak position, and it was likely that the French, for example, would demand trade monopolies with American ports as the necessary incentive to joining the war. But the last thing the Congress wanted was to just swap out the British for the French. So, sticking point number one was the American insistence that they be allowed free trade with all of Europe, not just those countries that helped them. This is, of course, not what the French wanted to hear. With the economic incentives going nowhere, the Americans were able to make headway with a more straight-up realpolitik incentive. If we win, it'll be really bad for your mortal enemy, the British Empire. This argument was already being championed by Vergennes, and more or less became the foundation upon which the alliance was ultimately built. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. But as 1776 continued to unfold, the French looked less and less likely to jump in. I mean, this is when Washington is getting chased out of New York, and hopes for American success ebbed mightily. So in late 1776, the Congress dispatched the most influential and respected man they had, Benjamin Franklin, to go work his magic. And work it he did. Benjamin Franklin was a prominent merchant, a scientist, now living a life of gentlemanly leisure in fine Philadelphia style, but when he stepped off the boat in France, he was wearing his beaver pelt hat, his glasses, and low-key country clothes. and from that moment on, he played the part of the frontier New World rustic to perfection. Wherever he went, he utterly charmed French society with his intelligence, his wit, and his quaint American style. It was all a show, of course, but it was one the French seemed to delight in partaking in. Franklin and the French pretty much fell in love with each other, and Franklin would spend the next decade among them. But all the charm in the world couldn't solve the insurmountable hurdle to French involvement, the not unreasonable belief that the Americans simply couldn't win the war. And what I mean by that is that the French had no interest in fighting the Americans' war for them. And until the Americans proved that they could hold their own and just needed some help to get over the top, the French refused to go beyond covert payments. And the other big French concern, though, was that the Americans were planning to simply use them as leverage in their negotiations with the British ministry. So French involvement had to be about breaking the British Empire apart, not helping to knit it back together. The Declaration of Independence went a long way towards mollifying that fear, but it was almost impossible to tell from Paris whether that declaration represented the will of the people or the will of a tiny clique of super radicals. So this is where Franco-American relations stood when news of Saratoga arrived in December 1777. Word of Burgoyne's defeat frankly stunned the French government, and along with reports of the failed but professionally ambitious effort by Washington at Germantown, it led the French to quickly start talking formal alliance. For one, the Americans had just clearly proved that they were fighting a real war with real armies and could really win. For another, Burgoyne's surrender opened the very real possibility that the war-weary British might bag it and come to terms with the Americans. If the French didn't act now, this golden opportunity to divide the British Empire might pass them by. And indeed, at that very moment, the British ministry was in fact putting together a peace envoy that would sail for America in the spring. So in February 1778, various treaties, commercial, political, military, started getting signed by the French government and the American representatives. These made their way to the Congress in May 1778, just ahead of the British envoys who, yes, offered peace terms, but those fell short of recognizing independence. Congress spurned the British overtures and took the deal with France. By June 1778, France and Britain were officially at war, and suddenly it was a whole new ballgame. So that covers the French reaction to Saratoga, but what about the British? As I said, the French were really concerned that Burgoyne's defeat meant that the British would soon be throwing in the towel. And indeed, Saratoga did pretty fundamentally rock the boat back in London, and invite some major criticisms of the ministry. By this point, Lord North was sick of being Prime Minister and looking for a way out, but he was trapped in office by King George, who was starting to really dig his heels in on crushing the Americans at all costs, not backing down, and not giving in to weak-willed backbenchers in Parliament who were taking unpatriotic potshots at his government. But the king's full-speed-ahead attitude aside, there were serious questions about how the war was being waged. The spring of 1778 is approaching, so we're now 3 years past Lexington and Concord, and not only are the colonials still fighting, but we just lost 10,000 guys in upstate New York, so what the heck is going on over there? Obviously, it was time for heads to start rolling, and obviously the first man led to the scaffold was General William Howe. He had long faced understandable criticisms for his less than zealous conduct in the colonies. Time and again, the Americans had been beaten, only to slip away. Then, of course, there was his decision to head for Philadelphia when he should have been coordinating with Burgoyne, and then there was his conduct in Philadelphia over the winter. He spent the months in such lavish and carefree ease that Washington remarked that Howe did not capture Philadelphia so much as Philadelphia captured Howe. So, in March 1778, Howe was recalled, though he wouldn't leave until May, and Henry Clinton was promoted to Commander-in-Chief. Which brings us to the third of our triumvirate of reputation. Henry Clinton was born in maybe 1730, though apparently we don't really know. But whatever the real date, he was the youngest of the three main British generals. His father was an admiral in the Navy, had been appointed governor of New York when young Henry was about 12, and so the whole family picked up and moved to America. Clinton started up the ranks of the Army while living in New York, but there's only so far you can go in the colonies, just ask George Washington, and he returned to Britain in 1749. Clinton wound up serving in Germany during the 7 Years' War, and he became well acquainted with a number of the officers who wound up serving on both sides of the American Revolution, including Charles Lee, and the man who was about to become his second in command, Lord Cornwallis. Clinton and Cornwallis were thus long-time comrades in arms when the Revolutionary War broke out. But whatever friendship they shared was about to be destroyed by the stress of trying to defeat this confounded rebellion. In less than a year, they will barely be on speaking terms. But the change in top commanders was only part of the British ministry's refocused war effort. With nothing in the north having thus far worked at all, the ministry decided to literally come at this from a different angle, and head for the southern colonies where loyalists were supposedly plentiful. The new plan was to win over the south without too much difficulty, and then push steadily north until the rebellion was choked out. But as we've seen, running a war from 3,000 miles away is really hard, and though reports of strong loyalist sentiment in the South were true, those reports failed to mention that there was also strong patriot sentiment. Patriot sentiment that existed for its own reasons, independent of any grievances of the New Englanders or the Middle Colonists. So, as we will see next week, the plan to win the South would prove no less difficult than any other attempts the British made to win the war, because despite the persistent belief in London that this whole rebellion was the work of a small band of hardcore radicals, support for the American war effort was in fact both deep and widespread and plentiful in the South. But of course, as the ministry was trying to alter its focus, it was hit with the broadside that the French were joining the Americans. So in response, British eyes moved even further south, down to the West Indies, where plans were hatched to start attacking French colonial holdings and make them rue the day that they stepped into this Anglo family squabble. But that meant that they also now had to keep an eye on the home islands, lest the French take advantage of British concentration of forces in the Americas to attack across the English Channel. But the ministry was divided on how seriously to take this threat, and so once again they started pumping out orders that wound up being both incoherent and insufficient, because they now had 4 things they were trying to do at once: defend the home islands, try and prevent the French from sending a fleet to America, attack French positions in the West Indies, and of course, defeat the American rebels. But they did not really have the resources to do all of this at once, and so every time they focused on one thing, they wound up neglecting another. This is, for example, how the French fleet was able to cross the Atlantic more or less unopposed, because running a tight blockade would pull too many ships out of the channel. And it's why Henry Clinton started getting orders to transfer men down to the West Indies, men he really shouldn't be transferring if they actually expected him to win the war against the rebels. While all of this was unfolding in the courts of Europe over the winter of 1777-1778, George Washington and his beleaguered army were suffering at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. 18 miles northwest of Philadelphia, Washington selected the spot for a variety of reasons. It was on easily defensible high ground, it was distant enough to be out of the way of both the British and potentially disgruntled civilians, while simultaneously being close enough should the latter need protection from the former. General Howe had more or less holed up in Philadelphia in October, but in early December he marched out to try to steal a victory before the year was out, but finding the American position at White Marsh too strong, he retired for the year, and, as it would turn out, for the war. With the British now officially snug in their beds, the Continentals went off to Valley Forge to sleep on the ground. The army that straggled into the absolutely nothing they found at Valley Forge numbered about 11,000. And when I say nothing, there was just nothing. The first thing they had to do was construct little rudimentary huts that they could cram themselves into. The floor was bare ground. The beds were bare ground. For nourishment, the soldiers lived pretty much nonstop on a delicacy dubbed fire cake, which was flour mixed with water and heated on rock. That's it. Flour and water, for like months on end. And there were a few times, especially in February 1778, when even the flour ran out, and they just had nothing. Washington spent the winter begging, pleading, and demanding more and better supplies from both the civilians in Congress and the officers running his supply chain, but kept getting nothing. The Congress more or less punted its responsibilities and simply authorized Washington to commandeer what he needed. But Washington was basically too smart to fall into that trap. As we've seen, George Washington is a mixed bag when it comes to his generalship. But one thing he never lost sight of was that he was fighting a political war, and could not afford to alienate the population. He was, for example, really super hard, like summary execution hard, on looters and thieves in his ranks. Resorting to forced requisitions might temporarily strengthen his army, but it also might permanently weaken the overall war effort. That he held as firmly as he could to this principle in the face of his own army's deprivations and the knowledge that many of the locals were, as we speak, selling supplies to the British in Philadelphia, is nothing short of remarkable. It's not to say he wasn't basically running on liquid fury during the months at Valley Forge, just that his composure through it all was damn near superhuman. If there was a silver lining to the winter at Valley Forge, was the arrival of the Prussian Baron Friedrich Wilhelm August Heinrich Ferdinand von Steuben, who showed up with a glowing letter of introduction from Benjamin Franklin and a resume that said former lieutenant general and aide-de-camp to Frederick the Great, which, wow, that is an impressive resume, except, oh yeah, it's completely made up. Steuben does appear to have briefly served in Frederick's army maybe 20 years before the Revolution broke out, but that was about it. He was, however, charismatic and knowledgeable about how to run an army, so when he met Benjamin Franklin in France, Franklin helped him exaggerate his credentials in order to get Washington's attention. And once he had Washington's attention, the small matter of the bald-faced lies he told to get him there became insignificant, because Washington was desperate for somebody who knew how to drill an army, and Steuben knew how to drill an army. The Baron was given command of a model company, whose example would then be used to teach the rest of the army. Unfortunately, Steuben did not speak English, and no one in camp spoke German. But he did speak French, as did an American officer, so Steuben took to calling instructions in French and having the French immediately translated into English. Now this, as you can imagine, was an awkward way of doing business, but luckily, when the troops messed up, Steuben would descend into these red-faced fits laced with heavy doses of German cussing, which the men found understandably hilarious. So the drilling with the Baron lightened the mood of an otherwise dreary camp. The men also came to love him because despite his temper, Steuben never tried to play the martinet with them. After making the keen observation that in Europe, you tell a soldier do this and he does it. But in America, you have to say do this, here's why you do it, and then they do it. In short order, the men learned what the Baron had to teach them, and they all knew why they were doing it. The men spending the winter in Valley Forge were for the most part all veterans of the previous year's campaigns, and they had discovered at both Brandywine and Germantown that discipline in the field was often the difference between life and death. They were eager to master what the Prussian officer taught, in between his fits of incomprehensible German profanity. Now, since we're on the subject of European officers serving in the American Army, we should probably introduce another man who, like Thomas Paine, will be joining us for the French Revolution, the Marquis de Lafayette. And no, I am not going to try to wrestle his full name to the ground. Lafayette was an idealistic 17-year-old noble when the American Revolution broke out, and an idealistic 19-year-old noble when he disobeyed a direct order from King Louis and hopped on a ship to seek fame, glory, and honor in the struggle for American independence. Now, I haven't talked about this, but when he first arrived, Lafayette was just another in an endless line of French soldiers of fortune who showed up on Congress's doorstep looking for fame, glory, and honor. They all expected to be made major generals and given fat salaries by these amateur colonials. But mostly, they were just a nuisance that the Americans could not afford. Washington utterly detested them. But Lafayette turned out to be different. Because yes, he expected a rank befitting his noble status, but he asked for no salary. No salary? Okay, well, you can be a major general then. We don't have to pay you, right? When Lafayette showed up in Washington's camp in August 1777, so this is just before Brandywine, Washington was annoyed that he had yet another pompous French officer to placate, but as they reviewed the camp, and Washington apologized for its sorry state, Lafayette allegedly said, "I come here to learn, not to teach," which pretty much won over Washington, and we don't have to pay you, right? From then on, Lafayette was in Washington's inner circle, though it wasn't really clear what his rank was. Congress thought the generalship it had bestowed on this French teenager honorary, but Lafayette believed that he really was a major general, would be given a field command as soon as General Washington decided that he was ready for it, which of course further ingratiated him with Washington. Lafayette fought at and was wounded at Brandywine, but delivered exemplary service when he held the rallying point that made an orderly retreat possible. Now, as we go forward, Lafayette will continue to serve with distinction, even as he makes his mistakes along the way, and he's gone down in American history as a fairly beloved hero of the Revolution. His return tour through the states in 1824 was a national sensation that stands as a whole historical episode in its own right, and it's why there's a Lafayette Square, or park, or circle, or avenue in practically every American city. Which is all fascinating to me just now because I'm pretty deep into reading about the French Revolution, and really, no historian of the French Revolution has anything good to say about the Marquis de Lafayette, who generally gets ridiculed as a vainglorious, incompetent jackass. It's really quite something how different the treatment of Lafayette becomes depending on which revolution we're talking about. Now, the other thing Washington had to deal with while huddled in Valley Forge was a nascent movement to have him replaced as commander-in-chief. And let's face it, he had basically nothing to show for his years on campaign but the small island of Trenton in a sea of defeats and retreats. Sure, he's kept his army together even though we don't feed it or give it clothes or shelter, but we need a man who can win a battle, like Horatio Gates. And this very loose movement is known to history as the Conway Cabal. It gets its name from an Irish brigadier general named Thomas Conway, who had been fighting under Washington during the campaigns in Pennsylvania and was fairly well disgusted with what he decided was Washington's rank amateurism. Shortly after Germantown, Conway began lobbying Congress for a promotion to Major General, and used the opportunity to criticize Washington relentlessly. He also wrote to other leading officers and congressmen who shared his attitude, including Horatio Gates. But all of this carping came to nothing. Washington still had plenty of friends who informed him of everything everyone had been saying. When their words hit the sunlight, Conway lost his command, and Gates denied furiously having any part of it. And that was the end of the only real attempt to get rid of Washington during the war. Whatever his failings, he was the keystone of the whole project. Always had been, and now always would be. When the spring of 1778 finally arrived, Washington couldn't wait to get his newly drilled army into the field, and it looked like his new counterpart, Henry Clinton, was going to give him a fat opportunity right away. With the French fleet on the way, Clinton decided that trying to hold Philadelphia was pointless, and it was time to head back for the far more defensible New York City, and stage the move to the southern colonies from there. At the end of May, Washington sent out Lafayette with 2,200 men to scout around Philadelphia and keep an eye on the British so he would know the minute that they tried to march away. Lafayette's first taste of an independent command nearly ended in disaster when he was almost trapped at Barren Hill, but he deftly maneuvered his men out of danger before the walls closed in. He did report there was no doubt that the British were preparing to evacuate Philadelphia. The question is, what would the Americans do about it? Almost alone among his senior commanders, Washington wanted to attack. The most prominent dissenter to this idea was the recently returned from British custody Charles Lee. Now back at the table, Lee basically said if the British want to leave without a fight, we should build them a road paved with gold. It seems clear by this point that Lee has pretty much lost faith in the American ability to actually defeat the British, and there is good reason to believe that he spent his time in British custody providing his captors with all kinds of information about his supposed comrades. But Washington would not back down, and he was supported by both Steuben and Lafayette. The slow-moving and heavily laden British caravan would be a sitting duck ripe for the plucking. Now, all things being equal, I think Washington's instincts were exactly right. His big mistake, though, was putting Charles Lee in anything resembling a key role. After putting the men who were too sick to travel and about 3,000 terrified loyalists on ships to New York, Henry Clinton set out with somewhere between 10 and 12,000 men and about 1,500 carts on June the 18th, 1778. The train moved slow even by the standards of the day. This was, after all, the entire operational infrastructure of the British Army. As it plodded through New Jersey, Washington gathered his 13,000 men and led them out of Valley Forge in pursuit. Now, Clinton did not want to wind up like Burgoyne, and he worried endlessly about getting attacked. Doubly so because he believed, erroneously as it turned out, that Horatio Gates would be coming down from the north. So when he spied a river crossing he didn't like the look of, he turned off the most direct route to New York and instead put himself on a road that would lead him through Monmouth Courthouse. Critically, the road he was now on forced him to bunch his army in a single file, with a small vanguard out in front, the baggage in the middle, and a strong rear guard led by Lord Cornwallis, really the bulk of the army. On June the 26th, the British reached Monmouth Courthouse, which is about halfway to New York. The American army was now just 10 miles to the west, but the next day both sides rested in the scorching June heat. Washington, though, determined to get at the British, sent forward an advanced army of about 5,000 men under the command of, wait for it, General Charles Lee, and more or less ordered Lee to pin down the rear guard if they tried to move. I say more or less ordered because Washington had also said that if there was some dire emergency that Lee could pull back. What Washington meant was if you get there and it turns out that the entire British army is massed in a line waiting to mow you down, then no, I'm not ordering you on a suicidal attack. But what Lee appears to have heard is don't attack if you don't feel like it. And as we've already noted, Lee was not into this plan at all. He had initially refused the command of the forward army, but when Washington offered it to Lafayette, Lee's ego bristled, and he decided to take the advance force after all. But he was going to be on a sharp lookout for any dire emergencies. On the morning of June 28th, Lee moved forward with his attack. But before he moved, he broke up his forces, while simultaneously giving his officers no clear instructions about what they were supposed to be doing. The Battle of Monmouth Courthouse has a lot of moving parts, so I'm going to simplify all of this as much as possible. When the first batch of Americans made contact with the British rearguard, a bout of intense fighting commenced, and oh look, a dire emergency. Lee ordered the forward units to pull back, and they were still in good order, but the other scattered units didn't know what was happening. They saw the retreat, and everyone started to break and run. As Washington came up the road, he was flabbergasted to suddenly find himself consumed by a wave of fleeing soldiers. He was doubly flabbergasted to find General Lee among them. In what appears to be practically the only time in recorded history this ever happened, George Washington lost his temper and cursed Lee with every curse word in the book, and George Washington does not curse. Lee tried to sputter his excuses, but Washington relieved him of command, re-rallied the fleeing units, and got them to hold the line while the rest of the American army set up for a pitched battle. Meanwhile, Lee was already back working on the defense that would get him absolutely nowhere with the court-martial he faced in August. Washington made damn sure that this was the end of General Charles Lee. When Cornwallis came on in hot pursuit of the fleeing rebels, he suddenly hit a solid wall of Continental forces. He made a run at the American left, but was pushed back. He made a run at the American right, but was pushed back there too. In the center, the American line, protected by a hedgerow, repulsed 3 successive attacks, until the 4th finally forced them to abandon their position and fall back. But the mutual heavy beatings precluded any further advances by either side, and after a few hours of shelling each other, Cornwallis led his men back up the road. Washington wanted to press on, but darkness forced him to hold still. So the Battle of Monmouth was basically a draw, though I think technically the British get the tactical victory, because Cornwallis was able to prevent Washington from capturing the train, and the British were able to complete their run for New York. But at the same time, the Americans held the field of battle. They had been hit head-on by the cream of the British regular army and stood firm. It had taken a few years, but Washington finally had the army he had always dreamed of, which is why it's so kind of tragically hilarious that the Battle of Monmouth was the last major battle George Washington would take part in until Yorktown, fully 3 years away. Seriously. Next week, we will begin to see why Washington wound up on the bench, as the British follow through on their plan to move the war south. There, they expected to be welcomed with open arms by a loyal population, but when they got there, it turned out that those reports of loyalists were only half right, And what was actually going on in the South was a fairly bitter little civil war between loyalists and patriot militias, and the British regular forces were about to find themselves trapped in the middle of it. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 26, Turning South. Okay, so last time we ended with the newly minted British Commander-in-Chief, Henry Clinton, fending off the American attack at Monmouth Courthouse and escaping with his army up to New York City. Just barely unable to prevent this escape, George Washington then led his own forces north, eventually making a headquarters on the Hudson River. The exile of the Continental Congress, meanwhile, finally ended, and the delegates returned to Philadelphia, which was now under the military governorship of Benedict Arnold, who was given the command in part because the injuries he sustained at Saratoga precluded a field command. Now, one crucial factor in Washington's decision to attack Clinton that I did not talk about last week was the imminent arrival of the French fleet. It was due to arrive literally any day now, and Washington hoped that if he could tie the British up long enough that the French might appear and block any possible escape by sea for the British. And it almost worked. After breaking out of Monmouth Courthouse, Clinton did indeed run northeast for Sandy Hook, a spit that juts north out of New Jersey. From there, he put his men on boats to complete the journey to New York City. The French fleet finally arrived as this ferrying operation was underway, but they were unable to cross the sandbar that makes entering New York Harbor somewhat treacherous, and Clinton was able to make good his escape and hole up in New York City, which was all but impossible to attack. But though New York could not be gotten at, the fact that Washington now had an allied navy greatly expanded his strategic options. So if the big fish could not be fried, then best turn to the littler fish. And so Washington and the admiral of the French fleet, the Comte d'Estaing, coordinated on a plan to go up and retake Newport, Rhode Island, which was occupied by the British with a garrison of about 3,000 men. So at the end of July 1778, the French sailed north, while the Americans started funneling troops, both local militia and a strong contingent of Continentals under Nathaniel Greene and the Marquis de Lafayette, into Rhode Island, and soon they would total about 10,000 men. Spies quickly revealed to Henry Clinton what the Americans were up to, and he scrambled to provide Newport relief. First 20 ships under Admiral Howe, and then, as soon as the weather permitted, a convoy of about 4,000 regular troops. Now, unfortunately for the Americans, all the coming attack on Newport did was prove that the alliance between the French and Americans was great in theory, but would take some time to really work in practice. The man running the show up in Newport was Brigadier General John Sullivan. Sullivan was the son of Irish immigrants to America, so as you can imagine for him, this war was as much about an intense loathing of the British as any noble fight for freedom and liberty. But his lower-class Irish upbringing did not leave him with much love for French aristocrats either, and for their part, those French aristocrats weren't much for low-born Irish revolutionaries. So right from the get-go, coordinating the attack on Newport was rough going, as Sullivan attempted to simply issue orders to d'Estaing, which d'Estaing was not super interested in obeying. But despite the friction, the plans for a joint operation finally came together, and the attack was set to launch August the 10th, 1778. Newport is located on the southwest tip of a skinny island that ran north-south off the mainland. The plan was for the Americans to move down and trap the British inside the city, while the French landed 4,000 men of their own on the western shore and then arrayed their ships in a tight blockade. The combined land and sea attack was sure to break the British garrison in no time. But on August the 9th, the day before this was all supposed to happen, Sullivan spied an opportunity to get the jump on the British, and he moved down early, which only confirmed the French opinion that these Americans weren't disciplined enough to really count on. I mean, right off the bat, they're jumping the gun. Then the 20 British ships under Admiral Howe appeared on the horizon. D'Estaing decided that there was no sense getting trapped with only the American rabble to support him, so instead of landing the French troops, he pulled out of the harbor completely. For 2 days, the French and British fleets maneuvered around each other until an intense gale ravaged them both. The British wound up so bad off that Howe had to simply pull out of the area completely. The French, meanwhile, were scattered all over the place. But despite the sudden French withdrawal, General Sullivan pressed on. He was still running 10,000 men against just 3,000 inside the city, and those are pretty good numbers. By August the 15th, he was digging fortifications to carry on with the siege. Over the next couple of days, the battered French ships started to return back to port, but D'Estaing had seen quite enough, thank you very much. When as much of the fleet as possible had regrouped, he announced that he was sailing his fleet up to Boston for repairs, taking with him any real chance of capturing Newport. When the French sailed away, the American militia forces were like, okay, we're done here, and they started heading home. Sullivan tried to carry on through these obviously operation-killing setbacks. Lafayette raced up to Boston to try to convince D'Estaing to change his mind. But by the end of the month, Sullivan finally admitted that if he didn't retreat, his force of now just 5,000 men would soon be trapped. So he started to pull off the island, which the British garrison in Newport took as the perfect opportunity to strike, and the retreating Americans were forced to turn and fight. A day's worth of battle exhausted both sides, but in the end Sullivan was able to complete his withdrawal. And just in time, too. The very next day, those additional 4,000 regulars sent by Clinton, delayed by the same bad weather that had crippled the British and French navies, finally arrived. So the Battle of Rhode Island went down merely as an awkward first date for the French and Americans, rather than a relationship-ending catastrophe. With Newport now strengthened and New York City all but unapproachable, both George Washington and Henry Clinton settled into an unsatisfying stalemate. Neither were happy about it, but it appears that of the two, Clinton was actually even less happy than Washington. He was not enthusiastic about the ministry's plan to turn the war south, especially after he received orders to send 3,500 men down to Georgia and another 5,000 down to the West Indies. That would leave him with just enough troops to hold what he had and maybe raid around a little bit, but not much more, which is just about all the ministry wanted him to do anyway. After reluctantly dispatching these forces in November and December 1778, the miserable Clinton sent a letter of resignation back to London in early 1779. But despite his pleading, it was rejected. King George declared Clinton the only man left who could pull off a win in North America. Clinton, no doubt, sunk even further into his chair after receiving this glowing vote of confidence. So unfortunately for everyone, us included, 1779 turned out to be as fragmented as it was inconclusive. There were engagements all over the place, but none were really decisive nor super important to the outcome of the war. For simplicity's sake, we're going to stick with Clinton and Washington for now as they skirmish around each other in New York. Then we will double back and follow D'Estaing and his fleet as they make a run through the Caribbean. And then we'll double back again for the British capture of Savannah, Georgia, the failed attempt by the French and Americans to retake Savannah, Georgia, before finally depositing ourselves in 1780 with Henry Clinton's invasion of South Carolina and the capture of Charleston. Ready to try and follow a bunch of random roads that wind up leading nowhere? Awesome. Let's do it. After his resignation was rejected, Henry Clinton emerged from winter and did his best to follow orders, which included using the Navy to raid coastal communities to disrupt rebel trade, a strategy that the ministry now loved, but he personally loathed. Raids of Connecticut and the Chesapeake Bay were successful. Stores, public buildings, and supply houses were easily destroyed, but not to much long-term strategic effect. The only real engagement of the year, which similarly did not have much long-term strategic effect, was the Battle of Stony Point, fought over a fortified spit that jutted out into the Hudson River about 30 miles north of New York City, and that commanded an important river crossing. In late May, Clinton personally led his reduced army up the Hudson. He easily took Stony Point, hoping that this would merely be the first move in a longer-range campaign to disrupt the American supply lines enough to force them to come down from their fortified positions and fight a real battle. He had been promised reinforcements from Britain, but the ships crossing the Atlantic were soon long overdue, and Clinton was forced to withdraw back to New York City, leaving a garrison of about 750 in control of Stony Point. After Clinton fell back down the Hudson, Washington ordered General Anthony Wayne, who was about to become known to history as Mad Anthony Wayne for his conduct in the battle, to take 1,500 men and go retake Stony Point. Working under guidelines laid out by Washington, Wayne led what looked an awful lot like a suicide mission when he stormed the British position from 3 directions in the middle of the night using only bayonets. Amazingly, it took Wayne's men just 30 minutes to capture the British position while suffering almost no casualties. It was a small but morale-boosting victory for the Americans, who hadn't really had much to cheer about since Saratoga. As per Washington's instructions, Wayne then destroyed the fortifications, hauled off the cannons, and abandoned the site. Clinton eventually sent some men up to retake it later in the summer, but by then the British commander-in-chief was deep into planning the invasion of South Carolina, and the whole back and forth over Stony Point wound up being a pointless dead end for everyone. Further to the west, out on the New York frontier, General John Sullivan, he of the Siege of Newport, was dispatched on a not particularly glorious campaign to exact revenge on loyalists in upstate New York, and particularly their Iroquois allies. The Patriot presses had been inflamed in 1778 by Indian attacks on settlers in the Wyoming Valley out on the New York frontier, and then somewhat closer in at Cherry Valley a few months later. In both cases, non-combatants were specifically targeted and killed. So over the summer of 1779, Sullivan ran around with about 4,000 men on a deliberate scorched earth campaign that saw them burn or destroy some 40 Indian villages, killing who they could and driving off the rest. It wasn't pretty, but it did help the Americans solidify control of the North, which they would not relinquish for the rest of the war. So that's 1779 as far as Clinton and Washington are concerned, all pretty much ado about nothing. While this nothing much was playing out in New York, a similar bout of nothing much was playing out down south. And by down south, I don't mean Georgia, which we'll get to in a minute, I mean the West Indies. Now, I don't want to get too much into it because it carries us a bit far afield, but we need to at least touch on events in the West Indies so we can understand where the French have gotten off to, and why Clinton has to peel off men he really doesn't have to spare from a war he was having a really hard time winning. When we last left the Comte d'Estaing and his fleet, they had sailed away for Boston. After refusing Lafayette's pleas to come back to Newport, d'Estaing repaired his battered fleet and then announced that he had decided to go down and attack British positions in the Caribbean. His broad mandate gave him all the authority he needed to turn a deaf ear to American pleas to stay, pull anchor, and just sail away in November 1778. Coincidentally enough, the French sailed on the same day as the 5,000 men the ministry ordered Clinton to send down to the West Indies put out to sea. When these two fleets arrived in the Caribbean, they found their comrades already going at it, with each side having seized an island from the other. With everyone now reinforced, a couple of indecisive naval battles were fought in December 1778, but after that, both the French and British decided to just sort of keep an eye on each other for the next 6 months. In June 1779, though, the British concentrated forces to protect a crucial convoy, and d'Estaing struck at the under-defended British colonies of St. Vincent and Grenada. The British fleet commander, Admiral John Byron, who is the grandfather of Lord Byron, by the way, rushed out to confront the French, but he rushed in too quickly, believing he had superior numbers, which, boy, he really did not. Though he didn't lose any ships, Byron's fleet was beat to a pulp and basically knocked out of commission. In a mysterious bit of I don't even know what, d'Estaing decided to follow up his decimation of the British fleet by doing nothing. He quietly returned to French ports and repaired his fleet, and took no further action. When Byron sailed back to Britain in August, d'Estaing decided to finally succumb to the endless pleading by the Americans to come back up and for God's sakes help us. D'Estaing's failure to capitalize on the sizable naval advantage he now enjoyed meant that 1779 was nothing but a huge missed opportunity for the French. But at least d'Estaing can make up for his lackluster performance in the West Indies by helping the Americans retake Savannah. Right? So, rewinding the clock again, shortly after Henry Clinton sent off the 5,000 men he didn't want to send to the West Indies down to the West Indies, he sent the 3,500 men he didn't want to send down to Georgia down to Georgia. This mixed force of British regulars and Hessians landed just south of Savannah 2 days before Christmas 1778. The only real city to speak of in Georgia, the British expedition arrived at the outskirts of town a week later, and found it to be easy pickings. There were few fortifications to speak of, and the 850 Americans guarding the city were totally outnumbered and outgunned. Then, they got badly flanked when a slave led a British column through the swamps west of town. In the brief, practically no more than a skirmish that followed, the Americans bolted in panic, and the British took the city after losing just 3 men. Then, they marched up and took Augusta, the only other thing that could possibly call a city in Georgia, and they spent the summer of 1779 extending their control across the whole rest of the state, coordinating with local loyalists, of whom there were many, because remember, this was the one colony that had not sent a delegation to the First Continental Congress. After the capture of Savannah, the American patriots in the South braced for more, but luckily for them, more was not yet on the way, as Clinton was busy skirmishing around Stony Point and had not yet headed south. So, the American forces tried to consolidate and maybe put together a plan to march down and reassert control over Georgia. The American general now in charge of the Southern Department was a man named Benjamin Lincoln, who had been sent south to recuperate after being wounded at Saratoga. But it was quickly apparent to him that any plan to retake Savannah was going to require an assist from the French Navy, who were, unfortunately, currently running around doing not much of anything in the West Indies. So, almost all of 1779 passed before any action could be taken, with Lincoln headquartered in Charleston. But then, kind of out of the blue, a few French ships arrived bearing the incredible news that D'Estaing was on his way to Savannah with 25 gunships and 4,000 soldiers. Lincoln dropped what he was doing and led 2,000 men south. Hopefully, this second joint American-French operation would go better than Newport. The French landed south of Savannah in mid-September 1779, and Lincoln showed up shortly thereafter. Initially, D'Estaing, who personally led the French ground forces, refused to directly attack the city. Instead, he set up artillery to bomb the British into submission. The Americans and French wound up shelling the city for almost a week straight before D'Estaing decided that this wasn't going fast enough and finally agreed to a frontal assault. Georgia was not treating his men well, and he frankly wanted to get the hell out of there as soon as possible. So on October the 9th, 1779, the French and Americans attacked, and it quickly turned into a bloody fiasco. The main attack was supposed to be surprise, launched in darkness and covered by diversionary attacks to confuse the British garrison. But the main Allied column got lost in some heavy fog as they picked their way through a swamp, so the attack didn't start until after sunup, so see you later element of surprise. Then it turned out that the spot that D'Estaing had selected to hit, because it was the weakest part of the defenses, turned out to be one of the strongest parts of the defenses. So the assault was quickly stopped dead in its tracks, and then turned into a bloodbath. D'Estaing was himself wounded twice, and the battered American and French were forced to retreat after taking heavy losses. Totally whipped, Lincoln and D'Estaing officially agreed to call the siege just over a week later. Savannah would remain in British hands until the end of the war. There is one last little interesting note about the siege of Savannah I want to mention, because it will be of interest to us not in our next revolution, the French Revolution, but in the one after that, the Haitian Revolution. Because when D'Estaing came north, he brought with him about 500 Haitian fighters, many of whom would help form the officer corps of the revolutionary armies who will battle it out after the slave revolt of 1791. So, let's watch out for those guys. And heck, before we move on, I may as well mention that D'Estaing will meet his end in our next revolution, the French Revolution, because he was closely connected to the royal family and standing by Marie Antoinette right to the bitter end, and he will be marched to the guillotine in 1794. Okay, so that brings us to the end of 1779, that fractured and inconclusive year of fractured inconclusiveness. And it brings us finally, after all the talk, to Henry Clinton's invasion of South Carolina. Leaving behind an adequate garrison in New York City under the command of a Hessian general, Clinton would wind up leading about 10,000 men south, where they would link up with loyalist militias and already on the scene regulars, and form an army of about 14,000 men to go take Charleston. Once that was done, reasserting British control of the Carolinas would be an easy warm-up for the tougher challenges that would face them ahead in Virginia. Clinton's army spent a rotten 4 weeks at sea, being battered by storms before they finally put in near the mouth of the Savannah River, where they picked up some additional forces. After resting for a bit, the British put back out to sea, finally arriving just south of Charleston in February 1780. Now, though the coming siege of Charleston turned out to be a nice win for Clinton, getting there was not, in fact, half the fun. His first headache came in the form of an 86-year-old admiral named Marriott Arbuthnot. I think I'm getting that name right. Because as it turns out, Clinton and Arbuthnot were actually equal in rank, British incoherence once again rearing its ugly head. So when they started disagreeing over strategy and tactics, or let's say something as simple as where to land the army, there wasn't a final decision maker to say, we're going to land here. Then, during the siege itself, Arbuthnot tended to alternate between the extremes of lethargy and recklessness, with the flips seemingly designed to frustrate Clinton as much as possible. Clinton's second headache came in the form of his old comrade and now second-in-command Lord Cornwallis, who was now officially sick of being anyone's second-in-command. He thought he had done enough to merit an independent army and wasn't happy about being stuck under Clinton. The two would begin feuding almost at once, and pretty soon would be talking only through letters and vague passive-aggressive tones that served the British war effort not even a little bit. After finally landing his forces where he wanted to land them, Clinton set out through the South Carolina swamp to try to get around behind Charleston. And if slogging through the South Carolina swamp doesn't count as a third major headache, I don't know what does. Now, all of these headaches were somewhat relieved by the fact that the American fortifications at Charleston were not in fact going to prove particularly formidable. Charleston is located at the bottom of a peninsula, surrounded on three sides by water. Benjamin Lincoln, long since returned from Savannah, just assumed outright that any attack was going to come from the sea, so the land-facing fortifications were utterly neglected, consisting of a few redoubts that were not even connected to each other. On the sea side, where Lincoln expected the attack, he had two forts that were just now being worked back into shape. All Lincoln, his roughly 3,000 men, and the citizens of Charleston really had going for them was the fact that a sandbar that ran just under the surface of the water would make it really hard for Arbuthnot to bring his heavy ships into the harbor. By the end of March, Clinton was finally able to swing his way around and come at the unsuspecting Americans from above, and on April the 1st, he and his army were camped just 1,000 yards from Charleston. Lincoln and the American garrison scrambled to prevent an instantaneous collapse of the line, and though the fortifications would ultimately prove inadequate, for the moment, they did give Clinton pause about a full-scale assault. With Charleston now surrounded, though, time and resources were on the British side, so Clinton commenced with a traditional European approach to siegecraft, which involved digging out an entrenchment running parallel to the enemy fortifications, and then, when that one was complete, digging forward and starting another parallel line, slowly cutting off the ground between besieger and besieged. All through April, the British steadily advanced through random and sporadic American shelling. By the end of April, Clinton had completed his third parallel and was trying to get Admiral Arbuthnot, who had been putting ships across the sandbar, to sail up the Copper River to help close the noose once and for all. But Arbuthnot, of course, stalled and made excuses and never did go up the river. But even with this strategic bickering getting in the way, inside the city, Benjamin Lincoln could see that the situation was hopeless, and against the begging and pleading of the citizens of Charleston, he attempted to surrender on April the 21st, hoping to get Clinton to let him march out with his men in exchange for the city. But Clinton turned him down flat. The creeping British kept creeping until the second week of May, when a sharp artillery battle broke out that wound up setting fire to the wood homes inside the city, forcing the residents to admit that it was time to give up. Good terms, bad terms, whatever. We just need to give up. So on May the 12th, 1780, the Americans surrendered Charleston to the British. Officers and militiamen were paroled on the promise that they would not rejoin the fight, while the regular Continental soldiers were taken as prisoners of war. The siege of Charleston had taken its toll on the already disenchanted Henry Clinton. His lot in life had come down to feuding with a curmudgeon of an admiral and bickering with an ambitious and self-possessed second-in-command. On June the 1st, Clinton issued what he thought would be the foundation of the British recovery of South Carolina. All rebels who laid down their arms would be given clemency. But the announcement had zero impact on the Patriot partisans who weren't about to just give up, while simultaneously annoying the Loyalist partisans, who were frankly offended the British would even consider offering clemency to these damned rebel dogs. Frustrated and annoyed, Clinton elected to give Cornwallis the independent command he had been angling for. A week after issuing his proclamation, Clinton took 4,000 men and returned to New York City, where he could stew in peace. Cornwallis was left with the rest of the army, and orders to subdue South Carolina, then make his way through North Carolina into Virginia. Next week, we will stay in the South with Cornwallis, as he finally gets to enjoy the independent command he had sought for so long. But Cornwallis would soon learn what Gage and Howe and Burgoyne and Clinton had all learned before him. The Americans just did not understand how wars were supposed to be won, that when you are beaten and beaten and beaten again, you're supposed to give up. Cornwallis will wind up just as bitter and frustrated as every other British general who had ever set foot on American soil. We're going to leave off today, though, with a short programming note that next week, and then again in May, I'll be leading with an ad for our good friends at Harry's Razors. If you listen to other podcasts, you probably know about them already, but now you'll get to know about them from me, too. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 27, Tarleton's Quarter. Last week, the British turned the focus of the Revolutionary War south, first capturing Savannah, Georgia in 1779, and then taking Charleston, South Carolina in May 1780. After taking these two key ports, the plan was to extend British influence inland, and then move like a wave up through North Carolina into Virginia, clearing out patriots and putting loyalists back in charge. Now finally in control of his own army, British General Charles Cornwallis was sure he could take the Carolinas without too much difficulty, and according to the conventions of European war, his campaign got off to a nearly flawless start. His forces quickly controlled a network of strategic strongpoints across South Carolina, and then, as we were about to see, he whipped the Continental Army sent to stop him without breaking a sweat. But despite these early successes, Cornwallis soon discovered that these ignorant American rustics, not having been educated properly at Oxford, could not even do simple math. Triumph in the field plus control of all strongpoints is supposed to equal conquest. Instead, these smart aleck Americans had answered that triumph in the field plus control of all strongpoints equals permanent ulcer. One of the big factors that led Cornwallis to develop this permanent ulcer was the terrible paradox implicit in using force to put down a rebellion, because brute force only tends to make more rebels. So defeating these rebels militarily, and winning them over politically, were all but mutually exclusive goals. He also had to deal with a loyalist population strong enough to hold its own in a bitter civil war that was breaking out in the Carolinas, a civil war defined by small-scale raids, torching of houses, murderous run-ins between neighbors, brutal skirmishes without quarter. There was just no opportunity for Cornwallis to play the benevolent conqueror even if he had wanted to. Both the Patriots and the Loyalists were pretty well past being able to go back to the way things were before the war. This little civil war only picked up heat after the siege of Charleston, which put the Loyalists back in power and drove the Patriots to ground, where they launched a guerrilla campaign that did nothing but stymie, frustrate, and ultimately undo the British dream of controlling the South. On the Patriot side, the most famous leader of these irregular guerrilla forces was, of course, Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox. Many of you out there will remember that Disney produced a TV series about the Swamp Fox back in the 1960s that is revered among Revolutionary War historians for its painstakingly accurate portrayal of Marion and his campaigns. I am sometimes told my humor is too dry, but I'll leave it to you to judge. Marion was in his mid-40s and had learned his trade battling, often brutally so, Cherokee Indians during the French and Indian War. A slave owner, like most of the other Southern officers, he had joined a South Carolina regiment of the Continental Army as a captain in 1775 and was soon promoted to colonel. He was present for the disastrous attempt to retake Savannah in 1779 and only missed being captured at Charleston because he had left the city to recuperate from a broken ankle. When the last of the Continentals were pushed out of South Carolina in May, which we'll talk about in a second, Marion was practically the only officer left in the state, and he organized a small force of no more than 100 volunteers to carry on the fight, though for how long and to what end they did not yet know. On the Loyalist side, the most famous unit was the British Legion, a unit composed entirely of American volunteers under the command of British Colonel Banastre Tarleton. Tarleton's Raiders, as they were informally known, were a ruthless and effective arm of the British regular army, earning instant infamy in the Patriot presses for their conduct during the Battle of Waxhaws, which soon became known as the Waxhaw Massacre. Fought at the end of May near the North Carolina border, the small battle ended with the Americans first refusing to surrender but then throwing down their arms after being charged by Tarleton's cavalry. The gist of what follows is that the Americans offered the white flag, Tarleton's horse was shot out from under him, and then Tarleton's men started mowing down the surrendering Americans and methodically killing wounded men as they lay prone in the field. Accounts of the massacre, why it unfolded, and to what extent it was in fact a massacre are of course all contradictory. But the upshot was that the Legion became particularly feared and hated, and led American irregulars to start offering the British what they like to call Tarleton's quarter, that is, no quarter at all. The Battle of Waxhaw pushed the last of the Continentals out of South Carolina, forcing the Continental Congress to scramble a response to stop the British before they could spread further north. Who to put in charge of this response seemed like an easy choice. Though the Conway cabal had failed to oust Washington, the sentiment still persisted that the war would be won only if Horatio Gates, the hero of Saratoga, led the way. Since there was no question that Washington had to stay outside of New York City, Gates's allies in Congress found little opposition to putting their man in charge of the Southern Department, even as Washington himself recommended Nathanael Greene. Gates was given his orders in May 1780, and off he went. It would take just under 3 months for everyone to realize what a terrible mistake they had just made. Before Charleston fell, Congress had dispatched 2 regiments of Continentals from Maryland and Delaware to go relieve the besieged city. But these forces had not made it in time. So this group of about 1,400 would wind up forming the core of Gates's new army, and he linked up with them in Hillsborough, North Carolina at the end of July 1780. What he found was not a pretty sight. These guys were worn out, badly supplied, and poorly armed. Even the camp itself was a mess of crude, disorganized huts, so it was clear the first order of business would be resting these men and organizing a proper supply train because they were for the moment in no shape to be fighting. Which is why the minute he showed up, Gates first forced the men to turn out for parade and then ordered them to march toward the city of Camden, South Carolina, one of those strategic strongpoints the British controlled on the border between the Carolinas. Nearly every officer present begged him not to do it, but Gates believed Camden was held by just 700 men and could be taken easily. So off this bedraggled army went. And just to make sure that things went from bad to worse, Gates ordered them all down a road flanked on both sides by swampland, cutting off access to any supplies. Not that there was much to be had anyway, given the loyalist leanings of the local population. So it was a sick, tired, and hungry mob who shuffled toward Camden in the brutal summer heat of 1780. Oh, did I mention they also don't have any artillery or cavalry? Yeah, there's that too. It was not all bad news, though. As Gates marched, his army was reinforced by companies of North Carolina and Virginia militia. They all neared Camden on August the 7th. The nominal strength of the Americans was up to about 4,000, though sickness and malnutrition left this number deceptively inflated. Incredibly, though, Gates was totally ignorant about his own strength, and he believed he commanded some 7,000 men. With this number lodged in his head, he was supremely confident that he could take Camden even if it was reinforced, which, oh by the way, Cornwallis was personally rushing to do after Loyalist supplies tipped him off to Gates's movements. Cornwallis was soon in Camden with about 2,000 able-bodied men. As the Americans made their final approach a week later, Gates was alerted that an official headcount put his numbers at something like half of what he thought. But already committed to the battle in his heart, Gates just let this revelation pass without changing his plans. At 10 p.m. on the night of August the 15th, 1780, both Cornwallis and Gates put their armies in motion. Gates was still under the impression he was on his way to envelop a much smaller British force inside the city, and had no idea that he was about to run smack into a British army roughly the same size as his own. But at about 2:30 in the morning, that's exactly what happened, as the advance guards of both armies banged right into each other. Both generals called an alarmed halt. When the sun rose, Gates and Cornwallis discovered not only were they camped just 300 yards apart, but also that the numbers were far more even than either had previously suspected, because Cornwallis, no less than Gates, thought the Americans would have a big numerical advantage. I mean, why else would Gates be rushing into battle? Gates did have more troops, but most of the militiamen from Virginia and North Carolina had never even sniffed a battle. So to put it bluntly, the Battle of Camden was not a battle Gates should have been fighting, but now he was here, and there was nowhere else to go. With this strategic blunder in place, Gates then started making tactical blunders. He lined up the untested Virginia militia against what he thought was the Loyalist militia, but which turned out to be the best regular troops Cornwallis had. Then, when Gates spied those best regular troops Cornwallis had futzing around and still forming up, he ordered the Virginia militia to advance, except the movements that Gates spied were not the British forming up at all, but the British preparing to advance, so they were more than ready to square off against the approaching Virginians. A sharp volley stopped the Virginia militia in its tracks, then the British fixed bayonets and charged. With no bayonets of their own, the Virginians simply turned and ran. Most never even fired a shot. The panic of the Virginians quickly spread to the North Carolina men, who had been nervously holding a line beside them, but who were now off and running too. The whole left flank collapsed in a matter of minutes. On the right, the Delaware and Maryland regiments held their ground and even managed to charge, but they were now badly outnumbered, and when Cornwallis ordered Tarleton to take in the cavalry and clear out the Americans, it didn't take much convincing to force them all into a chaotic retreat. Meanwhile, General Gates had pulled back about a quarter of a mile to stand resolute as the rallying point for his panicked and beaten men, proving once again the American ability to maintain coherence and dignity even after a crushing defeat. Haha, just kidding. When the Virginia militia ran, Gates bolted. By nightfall, he was 60 miles north. A few days later, he was back in Hillsborough, another 120 miles further up the road. He left behind 900 killed and wounded, another 1,000 captured, and a beleaguered remnant that didn't know what they were supposed to do now, and so most just went home. The Battle of Camden was in every way a crushing defeat. It was pretty much the end of Horatio Gates. He would survive the call for an inquiry of his conduct, and later even wound up on Washington's staff, but his reputation died on the battlefield along with so many of his men. He was never again given a field command. On the other side, Cornwallis basked in the glow of this decisive victory, a victory that had the added bonus of avenging British honor by crushing Horatio Gates. But that glow soon dimmed under the realization that it seemed to change the political situation in the Carolinas not a bit. The raids and skirmishes and guerrilla attacks between Loyalists and Patriots continued as if nothing had happened, and the Continental Congress simply got to work organizing another army. The Battle of Camden was a great triumph for Cornwallis, but in the end, practically nothing came of it. But that said, things in South Carolina were looking good enough for the moment for Cornwallis to start making plans to move up into North Carolina. But this is where the relationship breakdown between Cornwallis and Henry Clinton starts getting in the way. As I mentioned, the two were now reduced to exchanging passive-aggressive letters. Cornwallis wanted Clinton to launch a diversionary campaign to make sure North Carolina didn't receive much in the way of continental reinforcements. Clinton was happy to do it, but only after Cornwallis hit the road. But Cornwallis didn't want to hit the road until after he was assured the diversion had been launched. This petty little back and forth ended when Cornwallis decided to just move up to North Carolina. He was over the border in Charlotte by the end of September 1780, but would find that North Carolina was not as hospitable, nor South Carolina as pacified, as he had previously believed. As it turned out, the grand strategy to choke off the rebellion from the South was not the sure thing everyone in the ministry had desperately convinced themselves that it would be. But before we go on in the South, where Nathaniel Greene is about to take over for the Americans and exacerbate Cornwallis's ulcer, we need to peel off and deal with the utterly shocking treason of American war hero Benedict Arnold, unquestionably the most famous bit of treason in American history. At his best, Arnold was an utterly fearless leader, a man who dreamed up bold strokes and then personally led the way. But at his worst, Arnold was an easily disgruntled hothead who could find a way to rub practically everyone the wrong way. From day one, he had stewed over the slow advance of his career, always believing he was at least one or two ranks below his merit. He gets sympathy points for probably being right about that, but gets those points taken away by complaining about it relentlessly. So by the time he was appointed military governor of Philadelphia in May 1778, Arnold had both a huge chip on his shoulder and a ton of enemies just waiting for him to slip up. This combination was disastrous for his loyalty to the American cause. The angle of attack Arnold's numerous enemies took was the reputation he had earned over the years for making sure that every campaign was a profitable campaign, if you know what I mean. Starting with his early adventures in Canada, there were whispers that Arnold was as much interested in lining his own pockets as he was in defeating the British. His conduct as governor of Philadelphia only increased the volume of those whispers. He lived in lavish style and got into the business of transporting war material around for the Continental Army, which wasn't illegal, but it did run him afoul of local merchants whose business he was cutting into. Adding fuel to the fire was Arnold's courtship of Peggy Shipton, the daughter of a wealthy Philadelphia judge with well-known Loyalist ties. Soon, his political opponents were gathering evidence of Arnold's misconduct and misappropriations. The courtship of young Miss Shipton, who was about to become young Mrs. Arnold, also moved Arnold into Loyalist-inclined social circles in Philadelphia, and those social circles put him in contact with British intelligence officers. Intelligence officers like Major John Andre, who had just recently been courting the same Miss Shipton during the British occupation of Philadelphia. It seems that by at least July 1779, the disgruntled and disenchanted Arnold was passing along information about American troop deployments. While this secret correspondence was underway, Arnold's enemies finally had enough to take to Congress and demand that he be brought up on charges. When Arnold was informed of all this, he demanded a court-martial to clear his name and defend his besmirched honor. This, while he was telling Henry Clinton that for the right price, he would switch sides. Arnold's court-martial was initially set to begin in June 1779, but Clinton's advance up the Hudson to Stony Point threw it back 6 months, so it wasn't until January 1780 that the trial began. The various charges levied against him went all the way back to his early days up in Canada, and the embittered Arnold was further embittered when his expense reports from that campaign couldn't be verified because all the records had gone down with his ship during the Battle of Valcour Island, which, I'm sorry I don't have the receipts, I was too busy stopping the British Army from invading and wiping you all out. In the end, Arnold's record outshone his reputation, and he was cleared of all but 2 small charges. This was mostly a vindication, but it left him on the hook to the Congress for 1,000 unaccounted for pounds, and that pretty much sealed the deal for Benedict Arnold. Despite these unseemly charges, Washington tried to keep Arnold in the fold. After all, he was a great officer. And in June 1780, he offered Arnold command of Fort West Point up on the Hudson River, which Arnold immediately turned around and used as leverage with Clinton. He offered to turn over the fort for 20,000 pounds, an indemnification for financial losses he would no doubt sustain as a result of his treason. Clinton thought this over, stuck mostly on the issue of indemnification, which was way too wide open a financial commitment. By the end of August, though, Clinton agreed to the $20,000, but not the indemnification. Arnold accepted and set to work deliberately weakening the defenses of West Point. This went on for a good month, which no one the wiser, though I'm sure there were a few puzzled looks among soldiers about some of the stuff they were being told to do, or more importantly, told not to do. On September the 21st, 1780, Arnold finally had a face-to-face meeting with Major Andre, who snuck behind enemy lines to pick up the plans for the fort, along with some other thoroughly incriminating documents. But 2 days later, Andre was captured in civilian clothes trying to make his way back to New York City. Coincidentally, the morning after Andre was captured, Arnold was set to have breakfast with General Washington and review how things were going at West Point. Arnold learned of Andre's capture literally minutes before Washington was due to arrive. When the commander-in-chief showed up, he of course could not find Arnold anywhere because he was running like a madman for New York City. Washington did, however, find an inconsolable Peggy Shipton, now Peggy Arnold, who couldn't believe that her husband would commit treason like that. She was shocked, I tell you, to discover that there was gambling going on in this establishment. The gentlemanly Washington consoled her in her grief, suspecting not even a bit that she was basically the one who had arranged the whole thing. Though Washington raged privately, publicly he took the sudden betrayal in stride, and calmly offered to hand over Andre in exchange for Arnold. But Henry Clinton refused, though it seems like an awfully cold decision given how much he apparently loved Andre and despised Arnold, as traitors are almost always despised by everyone, even the side they're helping. So remember, kids, no one likes a traitor. The charismatic and charming Andre, meanwhile, soon endeared himself to his captors, and influential men on both sides tried to get him spared, or at least shot, as was befitting an officer and a gentleman. But Washington refused to yield to sentimentality, and he had Andre hanged on October the 2nd as a spy. Arnold, meanwhile, was commissioned as a brigadier general in the British Army, but never saw much of the 20,000 he had been promised, as the plot had obviously failed. He will show up again next week in command of troops in Virginia, where American officers will be under orders from Washington to summarily hang him if he ever fell into their hands. So with the most famous case of treason now wrapped up, we can return to the Southern Theater, where just a few days after Major Andre was hanged, a particularly brutal little battle was fought between 1,000 Patriot militiamen and 1,000 Loyalist militiamen at Kings Mountain in backcountry South Carolina. The American militia companies, working without an overall commander, managed to surprise and then surround a Loyalist camp. After an hour of fighting and their commander dead, the Loyalists tried to give up, but either from confusion or from a desire to extend their enemy Tarleton's quarter, the Americans continued firing until 300 Loyalists lay dead and another 160 wounded. Eventually, the killing stopped and the remaining 600 Loyalists were taken prisoner, but a few days after the battle, the viciousness continued, as Patriot militiamen started holding summary court-martials of captured Loyalists, and 9 men were hanged before one of the Patriot leaders stepped in and put a stop to it. The immediate impact of Kings Mountain was to turn the tide in the Carolina backcountry, marking the rise of the Patriots and the decline of the Loyalists, and forcing Cornwallis to reconsider his plans. After receiving very little in the way of support from North Carolina Loyalists, and now sensing trouble in his rear, Cornwallis pulled out of Charlotte and headed back to South Carolina. Meanwhile, the Continental Congress, suitably chastened by their decision to ignore Washington's advice and put Gates in charge of the South, passed a resolution leaving it to the commander-in-chief to select the next leader of the Southern Department. Washington appointed Nathaniel Greene the same day he received the order. Greene, as you will recall, had started as an eager young officer who had promised to hold Fort Washington and then promptly lost Fort Washington. He then moved on to being a pretty competent subordinate commander during the campaigns in New Jersey and Philadelphia. Near the end of the winter at Valley Forge, Greene was appointed Quartermaster General of the Continental Army, a thankless and grueling task that he performed well, despite sulking a bit that no one has ever heard of a Quartermaster General in history. He was let out on parole to go take part in the siege of Newport, and then successfully resigned the quartermaster post in 1780. As we just saw, Washington tried to get him appointed to the Southern Command, but it took Gates botching the job for Greene to get his chance to earn the spot in history he had been craving. Greene took with him Baron von Steuben, who wound up in Virginia organizing the supply lines, a job I'm sure Greene relished not having to deal with himself. He also had with him a guy whose name I tried to shield you from since we've already got way too many names flying around, but now he's unavoidable. Daniel Morgan. Morgan was the leader of that crack sharpshooter company that had done so much damage at Saratoga. He technically had retired in 1779 after being passed over for promotion, but when Congress offered him a brigadier generalship, he took it and headed for the Carolinas. When Greene and Morgan arrived at the Hillsborough camp in late November 1780, they found a scene not unlike the scene that had greeted Horatio Gates earlier in the year. 1,400 men in bad shape, with little to eat, rags to wear, the usual lot for the common continental soldier. Greene then moved down to the American camp outside of Charlotte and found it not only smaller and more pathetic, but also plagued by internal rivalries between the various leaders of the North Carolina militias. In all, Greene commanded now about 2,000 men, most not in great shape. In an ultimately inspired, but what looked according to every rule in the book as a lunatic decision, Greene decided to divide his smaller and weaker army into two branches, hoping that by doing so he could not only drum up recruits in multiple areas simultaneously, but also hoping that it would force Cornwallis to divide up his own forces, and the more divided the British, the better. So in late December 1780, Daniel Morgan and about 600 men, a mix of continental and militiamen, went west up the Catawba River. On January the 2nd, Cornwallis sent Colonel Tarleton and his legion off in pursuit. The two forces maneuvered around each other, with Morgan picking up recruits and Tarleton receiving reinforcements, until both were leading just over 1,000 men. Morgan eventually decided that Tarleton was good enough a tactician to trap him one of these days, so he selected a site to make a stand, at a spot called Hannah's Cow Pens. Morgan's choice was a terrible one by conventional standards. His flanks were wide open to cavalry attacks, and he put a river in his back, making retreat impossible. But Morgan later said that this was the idea. The problem with the militiamen is that they run. If they don't have anywhere to run, maybe they'll fight. Then he added another dimension, asking the militiamen only to fire 2 volleys and then fall back behind the sterner Continentals. So I'm not asking you to stand up to the cream of the British Army here. Just fire 2 volleys and then you can get the hell out of there. You can do that much, can't you? And it turns out that they could. On the morning of January the 17th, Tarleton led his men up in a conventional line on a frontal assault of Morgan's position on a low hill at the Cowpens. The militiamen did their job, firing 2 volleys into the British and then falling back. Tarleton took this understandably, as the Americans once again running for it, and he ordered his men to charge in, but all they found was the corps of Continentals waiting for them. Gunfire gave way to a bayonet charge, and suddenly it was the British, not the Americans, who were falling back. Then the militiamen who had supposedly run off reappeared on their flanks, and the British started getting enveloped, and then they started surrendering. After an hour of fighting, they lost 100 dead, another 200 wounded, and over 800 captured. Tarleton himself managed to just barely get away and bring to Cornwallis the thoroughly unhappy news that most of their best troops had just been captured. Cornwallis immediately took off in pursuit of Morgan, but his intelligence network was by now in total collapse, and he set off down the wrong road in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, Nathaniel Greene got word of the Battle of Cowpens and rode off with a small escort to link up with Morgan and guide him back to the rest of the army, which Greene had ordered to start pulling back to Virginia to regroup. What followed was the so-called Race to the Dan River marking the boundary between North Carolina and Virginia. Greene linked up with Morgan on January the 31st, Cornwallis shed all his baggage, and the two armies spent the next week racing north, often just miles apart through terrible weather, with every ford at every river swollen by rain. As they approached the Dan, Cornwallis was once again tripped up by bad intelligence. Thinking there was no good place to cross downstream, Cornwallis swung west to head off Greene and Morgan, but there was a spot to cross downstream, where the rest of the Americans were waiting for their comrades to appear. Now at full strength, Greene wanted to make a stand right there, but he was talked out of it, and the Americans started crossing into Virginia. When Cornwallis finally appeared after being led around on a wild goose chase, he had no way himself to cross the river, as all the boats had been pulled to the other side. Frustrated, Cornwallis pulled back to Hillsborough, where he tried and basically failed to raise some loyalist militia companies to augment his forces. By now, he was totally despairing of his ability to hold on to the Carolinas. But about a week after the Americans crossed into Virginia, Greene received some bad intelligence of his own, that the recruitment drive in North Carolina was working, and that if he didn't act fast, Cornwallis might command an unbeatable army. So on February 23rd, Greene led his men back into North Carolina. The two armies maneuvered around each other for another 2 weeks, and it was soon apparent that the Americans actually now outnumbered the British, something like 4,500 to 2,000. But even with this disparity, it was Cornwallis who decided to finally press for an attack on March 15th, the American camp at Guilford Courthouse in northern North Carolina. Greene was ready for the attack and had the superior numbers, but the British were, as always, more disciplined than the American militia companies, and despite being outnumbered 2-1, the British just kept coming and coming until the Americans retreated. Most in good order, the rest not so much. But for Cornwallis, the battle at Guilford Courthouse was the quintessential Pyrrhic victory. He had won the battle and held the field, but he had lost something like a quarter of his men in the process. He couldn't pursue Greene, and he couldn't stop the spread of news that the British were spread thin and losing control of the Carolinas. Loyalist morale was devastated, the Patriots were exuberant. The momentum had shifted decisively. Next week, we will see what both Cornwallis and Greene thought of their respective chances in the Carolinas, as Cornwallis pulled out and Greene dove in. Not that Cornwallis's troubles were over. When he ditched the Carolina swamp, his next base of operations would be on the Chesapeake Bay, at a place called Yorktown, Virginia. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 28, Yorktown. Today, we come to the end of the American War of Independence. What had started in the 1760s as a political conflict over the place of the American colonies within the British Empire had turned into a military conflict that was now dragging into its 6th year. During these years, the leaders of the American Revolution had been consumed almost entirely with the task of running the war. But the victory at Yorktown finally allowed them to return to the questions that had roused them to action in the first place. What are the proper limits of government? What are the rights of the citizens? How do we reconcile the forces of power and liberty so that we can preserve freedom while maintaining stability? While the war was on, these questions were mostly tabled in the interests of maintaining a united patriotic front. But when the war ended, it came time to figure out what it had all been for. As we will see in the episodes to come, there would turn out to be surprisingly little agreement about what the revolution was supposed to have meant. Before we get into it, though, I need to make a few corrections that have been helpfully passed along. Listener Malcolm expressed some surprise that the British would put an 86-year-old admiral in charge of its navy, and he was, of course, right. Admiral Arbuthnot, got the pronunciation now too, was 68 years old, not 86. That was just some accidental dyslexia on my part. Listener Dylan points out that Camden, South Carolina isn't really on the border between the Carolinas, and that's also true and was badly worded on my part. It's down about 75 or 80 miles or so, so it's near the border, but not on the border. Finally, listener Elizabeth reminds me that the quote about Philadelphia taking Howe rather than Howe taking Philadelphia comes from Benjamin Franklin, not George Washington, which of course it does. I don't know how I got that wrong, but I did. Especially since there's an old rhetorical trick where if you don't know who said something, you can just attribute it to Benjamin Franklin or also Mark Twain, and no one will ever call you out on it. It even works if you got some pithy quote of your own you want to test out on your friends. I believe it was Benjamin Franklin who said, "Never trust a man who says that his favorite kind of music is whatever's on the radio." So thank you guys for keeping me honest. Okay, so when we left off last time, in March 1781, Cornwallis had just quote-unquote won the Battle of Guildford Courthouse. The air quotes are there because the heavy casualties the British suffered not only further pinched Cornwallis' strategic options, but also badly eroded the morale of his men. Even more than their commander, the rank and file had been suffering through this year in the Carolinas, fighting battles that settled nothing, defending positions that controlled nothing, and all the while getting jumped by guerrillas, eating rotten food, and contracting all manner of disease. It was all turning out to be as deadly as it was pointless. And now their only reward for having driven the Americans from the field at Guildford Courthouse was to find that a quarter of their comrades were dead or wounded. Are we any closer to securing the South than we were yesterday? No. Are we in fact probably even further away than ever? Sure looks like it. On the other side of the lines, General Nathaniel Greene was regrouping from the quote-unquote loss at Guildford Courthouse by proposing a bold initiative to plunge into South Carolina and start attacking all those little garrisons Cornwallis had spread across the countryside in the previous year. It was a good idea because it would put Cornwallis in a bind, or so Greene thought. The British general could either follow the American South and engage in more running battles that would exhaust his men physically and emotionally, or he could stay and try to consolidate his hold on North Carolina, leaving Greene to have the run of South Carolina unopposed. But as sound as Greene's reasoning seemed to be, Cornwallis already had a third option in mind. You see, Cornwallis was just as discouraged as his men about their prospects in the Carolinas. The strategy of systematically moving from south to north was proving to be a bust. It had been entirely dependent on a partnership with a loyalist population that had turned out to be neither as plentiful nor as helpful as the British assumed. But even as the whole war now really started to slip away from the British for good, Cornwallis dreamed up yet another grand strategy to try to salvage the situation. In a letter to Clinton purportedly asking for instructions, Cornwallis laid out what he thought those instructions ought to be. That Cornwallis should abandon the Carolinas, move into Virginia, make a base on the Chesapeake Bay. From that central pivot point, they would then divide and conquer the rebel colonies once and for all. And so, when Greene plunged into South Carolina and Cornwallis did not follow, it wasn't because he was trying to hold North Carolina, but because he was trying to get out of there as quickly as possible. In the middle of April 1781, Greene put his plan in motion and moved first on the 900 British still garrisoning Camden, South Carolina, under the command of Lord Rawdon, who was left as the senior British officer in the state when Cornwallis decided to march away to Virginia. Greene led a column of about 1,500 directly to Camden, while smaller detachments were sent round to lock up the countryside and cut off supplies and communication lines. On April the 23rd, Francis Marion and Light Horse Harry Lee, famous cavalry colonel and father of Robert E. Lee, succeeded in capturing Fort Watson just south of Camden, after they constructed a large tower that allowed sharpshooters to fire inside the fort. But Camden proved a tougher nut to crack. The British had built up the defenses since the Americans had last been in the area. Unable to storm the city right away, Greene pulled back about a mile to an elevated position called Hobkirk's Hill, and could only hope to induce the British to come out and fight. Luckily for Greene, Lord Rawdon was both nervous about what would happen when the forces under Marion and Lee linked back up with Greene, and he had been tipped off by a deserter that the Americans had no artillery. So, if he was going to stop the siege before it began, now was the time to do it. So on the morning of April the 25th, he led his men out of Camden, skirting the edge of a swamp to hit the hopefully unsuspecting Americans. The Americans were in fact caught by surprise, but the British were then themselves surprised to find that the deserter had been wrong. Greene did have himself a nice little battery of artillery. The British came up in a narrow line, so Greene ordered his now scrambling into-line forces to envelop them, while he pasted their center with the heavy guns. The British took a sharp and unexpected beating, but managed to keep themselves composed. Meanwhile, the American regiment supposedly enveloping the left flank saw their commander get shot down, and then in a confused attempt to regroup wound up easy prey for a hard charge by the British that scattered them. Meanwhile, the American cavalry that had been sent around the other side got bogged down taking some prisoners, and never made it back around to the battle in time. So Greene was forced to withdraw from the field. But as with Guildford Courthouse, the Battle of Hobkirk's Hill was another Pyrrhic victory for the British, with 40 dead and over 200 wounded. With the Americans controlling the surrounding area, Lord Rawdon recognized that Camden was a lost cause. On May the 9th, he abandoned the city and headed south for Charleston. After breaking off a detachment to go capture Augusta, Georgia, a mission that went off without a hitch, Greene took the rest of his forces west to drive off the 550-man garrison, mostly loyalists, the town of 96, South Carolina. Don't ask me why it's called that. There's apparently a half dozen different legends to explain it. Greene settled in outside the fortified village on May the 22nd with about 1,000 men. But the British fortifications again precluded an immediate attack, so Greene had to lay siege. But after a few weeks of digging trenches, news arrived that Rawdon was personally leading a 2,000-man relief army out of Charleston. Having just been reinforced by the men he had sent to take Augusta, Greene decided to mount an attack on 96 on June 18th, before the British reinforcements could show up. The attack started well for the Americans, but as they pushed forward, their officers started getting shot up under heavy fire, and the men fell back to the safety of their trenches. With Rawdon breathing down his neck, Greene withdrew back to the relative safety of Charlotte. But, as with Camden, the tactical defeat was a strategic victory, as Rawdon simply collected the Loyalists at 96, abandoned the village, and headed back to Charleston, now the only spot left in South Carolina the British still controlled. If anyone personified the old cliché of losing the battle but winning the war, it was Nathaniel Greene in the Southern theater of the American Revolutionary War. Back up in the North, the stalemate that had persisted for the last few years was finally about to break loose, but not without some touch-and-go trouble for General George Washington. Over the winter of 1780-1781, the inevitable finally occurred: mutiny in the Continental ranks. The amazing thing, of course, is that it had taken this long. The grievances of the soldiers were as many as they were justified. They were badly fed, badly supplied, paid late, and then when they were paid at all, given worthless Continental script. One of Washington's great accomplishments, perhaps the great accomplishment, is that he exuded such a force of inspirational leadership that his men had endured without ever taking any fatal steps. Sure, desertion was a daily problem, but not mutiny. Never mutiny. But on New Year's Day, 1781, 1,200 men from the Pennsylvania line wintering in Morristown, New Jersey, had had enough. They revolted against their officers, killing a few in the process, and then they set out for Philadelphia to force the Congress to redress their grievances. Now, these guys were loyal patriots, and their rallying cry was actually, "We're not Arnolds." But enough was enough. Washington was concerned about confronting them personally, fearful that his aura of authority might be shattered if they did not submit, so he dispatched Mad Anthony Wayne to nip it in the bud. Wayne let the mutineers cross the Delaware River and then surrounded them. Negotiations produced an agreement that half of these guys would be released from service altogether, and the rest furloughed until spring. But Wayne did identify the ringleaders and ordered them shot, though he was forced to also threaten to shoot the assigned executioners when they hesitated to fire on their own comrades. Then, almost as soon as this crisis passed, another 200 men from the New Jersey line mutinied. Washington again stayed away personally, but ordered this time that there be no negotiations. This had already gone too far. The 200 mutineers were surrounded and offered no terms. They submitted, and again the ringleaders were shot. With the benefit of hindsight, we also now know that these two mutinies were merely preludes to the really big mutiny that will bubble up next week, a mutiny that leads to one of the most dramatic single moments of the whole Revolutionary era, the moment when the Continental Army did not follow the example of the New Model Army, because Washington refused to be cast as an American Cromwell. The mutinies, though, did highlight the pressing necessity for more loans from the French, and over that same winter, Benjamin Franklin managed to not only secure more money, but yet a deeper commitment for military assistance. So to go back a little bit to catch up with the French, after failing to take Savannah in 1779, the Comte d'Estaing had sailed home, where he was understandably replaced. In the spring of 1780, a new fleet was dispatched carrying 7,000 land forces that would join with Washington's army. This army, larger even than the one Washington himself currently led, was commanded by the Comte de Rochambeau. This fleet landed in Newport, Rhode Island in July 1780. Oh, did I mention the British pulled out of Newport at the end of 1779? I didn't? Man, there's a lot of moving pieces here. The British moved out of Newport at the end of 1779. So the French landed at Newport, and the army disembarked, but then the British Navy promptly swung in and blockaded a lot of them. With the Navy trapped, Rochambeau refused to leave them unsupported, so the planned link-up with Washington was delayed for the year. Things might have gone on like that indefinitely, but in January 1781, a storm blew through New England that drove the British blockade from its position outside Newport. The French fleet was now free to maneuver, and the French army under Rochambeau was free to start making plans for a joint operation with Washington, though both the French army and French navy maintained their base at Newport. The timing of the storm was fortuitous, because just a few weeks earlier, Henry Clinton had decided to put the traitor Benedict Arnold to good use, and put him in charge of about 1,500 men. In late December 1780, Arnold led these forces down on a raid of Virginia, surprising the local militias, destroying the supply infrastructure, and temporarily capturing Richmond, the capital. But he didn't have the manpower to hold it, so Arnold withdrew to the coastal city of Portsmouth, where he holed up and waited for reinforcements. With the traitor Arnold threatening his home state, Washington dispatched the now trusted practically to the point of being a surrogate son, Marquis de Lafayette, down with 1,200 men to shore up the defenses. He also successfully convinced the newly freed French Navy to follow in support. As they sailed, though, the now regrouped British fleet under 174-year-old Admiral Arbuthnot followed. A brief skirmish ensued when both fleets hit Virginia at just about the same time. The French decided to withdraw back to Newport, leaving the British, for the moment, in control of Chesapeake Bay. While all of this was going on in early 1781, another French fleet, this one bound for the West Indies, set sail under the command of Admiral de Grasse. De Grasse had served with distinction under D'Estaing during the first run through the Caribbean in 1779, and it was expected that he would wage a more vigorous and cooperative campaign than his predecessor had. This second French fleet sailed away from Europe without so much as a "hey, where are you going?" from the British Navy. This was mostly because further French and American diplomacy had brought both the Spanish and Dutch into the anti-British alliance. Neither was technically declaring for the Americans, but they both declared against the British, which for the moment was just as good. These new threats to the home waters turned the British ministry cross-eyed and upside down, so they failed to send any ships to America that might even the balance of power at sea when this second French fleet took off. This meant that as soon as de Grasse sailed into the Caribbean in April 1781, the French, and by extension their American allies, now enjoyed a serious advantage at sea, an advantage that was about to prove decisive. As the endgame approaches, the next major piece entered its final position, when Clinton sent yet another army into Virginia in April 1781 to continue the devastating raids. After swinging through Portsmouth to pick up Benedict Arnold, this force soon numbered just over 3,000. Baron von Steuben and the local Virginia militia tried to hold their ground, but they were forced back to Richmond. The British pursued, but Lafayette and his Continentals linked up with von Steuben just in the nick of time. The British let them have Richmond and went back to raiding, all the while being reinforced until they numbered close to 6,000. When the British general in charge suddenly dropped dead in May, Arnold found himself the senior officer in charge, a position he held for just about a week, because that's when Cornwallis and his 1,000-plus exhausted men dragged themselves into Petersburg, a strategically important city located on a tributary of the James River. In leaving the Carolinas, Cornwallis was pretty much disobeying orders. But he didn't really care. Clinton was being incommunicative and indecisive, and obviously failed to recognize just how much the situation in the South had changed. Not that Clinton sought to discipline Cornwallis, because for the moment, the commander-in-chief was occupied with amping his vacillation up to dizzying speeds. He ordered Cornwallis to pick a spot on Chesapeake Bay and fortify it for use as a permanent base of operations. Okay, good. Check, I was already going to do that. Then Clinton ordered him to break off whatever forces he didn't need and send them back up to New York. Okay, but I don't really want to do that. But then the orders changed, and Cornwallis was to send these troops to Pennsylvania, which that doesn't seem like, but then the orders changed again, and it was no, on second thought, do send them to New York. Cornwallis appears to have endured this vacillation by never actually sending the troops Clinton demanded. He did, however, follow the order to build a fortified base, though not necessarily where he would have liked. Told by Clinton to fortify either Williamsburg or Yorktown, Cornwallis selected Yorktown as the lesser of two evils. It was a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. But for the time being, the British were still mostly ascendant in Virginia and continued their devastating raids, including the famous moment when Banastre Tarleton nearly captured Thomas Jefferson, who was now governor of Virginia, missing him by just 15 minutes. So, we all know that the coming siege of Yorktown will end the war, and as Cornwallis settled into Virginia, various American and French leaders started to recognize that he was offering them just such a golden opportunity. But it would appear that the one guy who was absolutely not recognizing this opportunity was George Washington. From the earliest days of the war, Washington had been convinced that in the end it would all come down to New York City. It was one of the reasons he had maintained such a steadfast vigil all these years. Since 1776, it had been a major base of operations for the British, and since Clinton took over, the central base of the British Army. Capturing New York City was obviously the thing. So after the French fleet was freed from Newport, it seemed to Washington like he was finally circling the drain on this obsession. Then, Rochambeau told him that the second French fleet was down in the West Indies, and was probably about to come north and help, so it's all falling into place, right? But Rochambeau did not really like the look of trying to take New York City, nor did some of Washington's subordinates, but the general was utterly fixated on the idea and kept pressing Rochambeau to mass the French fleets in New York as soon as possible. In fine French diplomatic fashion, Rochambeau soothed Washington with carefully worded assurances, all the while relaying messages to his French admirals that Cornwallis was a sitting duck in Virginia and that would be the target. He just had to talk Washington into it. There has been some historical debate about this over the years, but Ron Chernow's recent biography of Washington makes it pretty clear that Washington didn't get religion on Yorktown until the very last minute. Now once he got it, especially after he was told that Yorktown was where Cornwallis was entrenching because he himself had once warned a subordinate American officer earlier in the war not to dig in at Yorktown because it would be too easy to capture. Washington's fixation with New York, though, did pave the way to victory at Yorktown in one important way. It convinced Henry Clinton not to send more reinforcements to Cornwallis because he was convinced Washington was about to hit him. And that was because Washington was convinced Washington was about to hit him, if that makes sense. In the end, the decision to pivot to Virginia appears to have been presented to Washington as a fait accompli. In mid-August, Rochambeau told Washington that 1,000 apologies, but it seems that Admiral de Grasse has made up his mind to make for Chesapeake Bay. I know, but what can you do? To his very great credit, though, Washington swallowed this and turned it into one of his great triumphs, the lightning march to Yorktown. Just a few days after receiving the news, he sent parties out to start making it look for all the world like he was about to launch an amphibious attack on Staten Island. Then, Washington broke his men into 3 columns and marched them at staggered intervals into New Jersey. All of this further convinced Clinton an attack was coming, and he did not realize until way too late that Washington wasn't coming back. The Americans linked up with the French in Princeton, and were through Philadelphia before Clinton understood what was really going on. Over the next 3 weeks, Washington and his army managed to cover 450 miles of not especially easy terrain in some pretty rotten heat. It was one of those astonishing bits of logistical genius that Washington seemed to deliver effortlessly, and it gave the Allied American and French forces the head start they needed to squeeze Cornwallis before Clinton could respond. By the time they were making their final approach, the French fleets had massed at the mouth of Chesapeake Bay and run off the outnumbered British fleet, who said, "Oh, wow, there's a lot of you, see you later." Washington rode ahead to meet with de Grasse and plan the operation and was somewhat chagrined that de Grasse was only promising to stay until November the 1st, but that turned out to be more than enough time. While Washington was on the road, General Greene down in South Carolina finally came down from the hills he had been camped in for the summer and made a march of his own towards Charleston. He was now leading 2,200 men, an equal mix of Continentals, militiamen, irregular forces, and just, guys with muskets. On September the 8th, they surprised the British Field Army camped at Eutaw Springs, about 30 miles northwest of Charleston. The surprised British were quickly pushed back in confusion, but instead of holding together and finishing the fight, the Americans, like I say, a pretty uneven mix of characters, decided to plunder the British camp instead. This allowed the British to regroup and come charging back in to drive off the mob of looters. But now that he knew Greene's army was in the area, there was nothing for Lord Rawdon to do but pull his forces back into Charleston and wait for further orders. He would still be waiting for those orders when he got the letter that the war was over. Back up in Virginia, the combined French and American armies, now numbering about 16,000, made the final advance on Yorktown on September the 28th. Cornwallis initially had both an outer and inner line of defense, but he quickly abandoned the outer line and pulled all the troops he had, now somewhere around 8,000, inside the city. Washington quite rightly deferred to his French allies, who were well trained in the arts of siegecraft. Digging began immediately for the steady advance of parallels. Through the first week of October, the Americans and French dug towards the city, then the artillery got set up and the shelling began, making life absolutely miserable for everyone inside Yorktown. During these days, Cornwallis seemed curiously inactive. He had set up shop in a grotto that served as a natural bunker, and was simply enduring the shelling. What was going through his mind we'll never know, but he might have been expecting reinforcements from Clinton to come bail him out, but those reinforcements would never come. On October the 14th, the second parallel was completed, and the Americans launched a night raid on some British positions. Morale inside Yorktown was now gone. Cornwallis had one available option now, and that was to ferry his men across the James River and maybe make a run for it. But after he put the first 1,000 men across, a storm kicked up and put a stop to it. Cornwallis now saw the writing on the wall, and the next day he sent an emissary over to Washington to talk terms. Cornwallis asked to be allowed to surrender with full military honors, but Washington replied that the British would receive the same honors the American troops at Charleston had been allowed, which is to say, no honors at all. At 11 a.m. on the morning of October 19, 1781, 8,000 British marched out of Yorktown through a double line of American and French troops. As the British marched, they tried to focus all their attention on the French line and pretend like the Americans weren't even there, until the Continental Band started playing Yankee Doodle Dandy to get their attention. Then, in another calculated snub, Cornwallis himself refused to come in person, sending a subordinate along to surrender his sword. Recognizing a slap in the face when he saw it, Washington refused to take the sword and directed one of his own subordinates to go pick it up. It was a bitter peace that was made that day, but it was a peace. Now, of course, the victory at Yorktown did not necessarily have to end the war. Clinton was still up in New York, the Navy was still out there, and it was technically possible that the British could just send over more troops and more ships. That's certainly what King George III wanted to do. But the reaction of Lord North to news of the surrender pretty much summed it up. "Oh God," he said, "it's all over." It was hopeless to try to carry on, and everyone knew it. The time had come to concede the war, settle the thing, and move on. Next week, we will discuss what it would mean to settle the thing. A formal peace treaty would have to be brokered between Britain and her now former colonies. The last of the British troops would have to be removed. And then, of course, the Americans would have to figure out what to do with their newfound independence. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 29, The Articles of Confederation. As I said at the end of last week's episode, the siege of Yorktown did not have to end the American War of Independence. The British still had forces in Canada and New York, in Charleston and Savannah, and navies sailing off the coast of North America and down in the West Indies. Plus, they had an empire's worth of resources to draw from. Meanwhile, the Americans were still the loose confederation of now economically deprived colonials who fielded an army that seemed perpetually on the brink of dissolution, and whose allies in Europe helped them only so long as it suited them and didn't cost too much money. So, the war couldn't possibly end with the Americans destroying Britain's ability to make war. It had to take the form of destroying Britain's desire to make war, and that's exactly what Yorktown did. It was the final spoonful of vinegar in a cocktail that had already started to taste pretty rotten. Facing the prospect of having to start over from scratch, British political opinion turned decisively in favor of peace. Lord North was finally able to resign in March 1782, and in his parting remarks he said bluntly that anybody who tried to carry on the war was an enemy of Britain. So, how did the British manage to screw this up so badly? The list is endless and varied, so we'll confine ourselves to the big picture. From the very beginning, the British ministry misdiagnosed the problem, and then tenaciously clung to their initial misdiagnosis. And by that, I mean that they were convinced that this was all the work of a tight clique of super radicals, who couldn't possibly represent a broad popular coalition that included men and women from every geographic region and socioeconomic rank. That's not to say the Americans were all against them, not by a long shot. But you don't get so many people willing to sacrifice so much, and then keep sacrificing for 6 years, if this is all about a bunch of hyper-extremists ruining things for everyone else. The British ministry just kept thinking the majority of Americans were loyal, and it really wasn't true. With this misdiagnosis in place, the British then pursued a totally incoherent set of policies. They never could decide whether they were waging a war of military destruction or political reconciliation. So you have things like the bombing of Norfolk and Burgoyne's threat to unleash the Iroquois, and the raids in Virginia, all designed to force the Americans to their knees using total war tactics. While at the same time, you have Howe's amiable leniency and Clinton's promise for amnesty to rebels who laid down their arms, designed to coax the Americans back into the British fold. Adding to this incoherence was the fact that neither stick nor carrot was pursued with enough vigor to be effective. The stick only hardened patriot resolve, the carrot only made them laugh. This incoherence speaks to the rather harsh conclusion that in terms of military and political leadership, this was simply not Britain's greatest generation. The politicians were divided, they undercut each other, and just seemed to lurch from strategy to strategy without ever stepping back and getting a handle on the big picture. And the senior military officers were not much better. Thomas Gage might have been the only one to see what the British would face if war broke out, and he was sacked for accurately predicting what it would take to win the war. William Howe was so confident in British superiority and so sympathetic to the American cause that he repeatedly let opportunities to crush the Continental Army pass. Gentleman Johnny Burgoyne was so confident in his own superiority that he blundered into total defeat. Henry Clinton was moody and paranoid and soured on the job almost immediately. Lord Cornwallis was a great military tactician, but clearly lacked the kind of political acumen this particular war required. And all the while they too fought petty little battles amongst themselves, though I'm less inclined to add that to the causes of their defeat, since the American generals were running around in their own camps with knives just as long. And this is all to say nothing of the complete misuse of the Navy. For most of the war, this all-important advantage was used to ferry troops around, and not much else. When they finally were cut loose a bit after Saratoga, there was zero cooperation between the Army and the Navy. I mean, all told, this was just a badly run war. But all that said, we should also take a look at the fact that as much as the deck seemed to be stacked in Britain's favor at the outset, the Americans did hold a few trump cards that actually made their victory less implausible than contemporary observers might have allowed. For one, the American patriots were fighting for something, namely independence. It was a simple goal, it was a fixed goal, and it was an internalized goal, that is, one that even the lowliest private knew he was fighting for. This helped sustain the war effort through trials that really ought to have broken American resolve. And that touches on another trump card, which is home field advantage. American soldiers were on their own land, fighting for their homes and their families. Defeat meant who knows what deprivations. But for the British regular, or the German Hessian, defeat meant, oh well, I guess we go home now. Fighting in your own backyard is not always a decisive advantage, but when you wander through the pages of history, you usually find preternatural resiliency in the armies of the invaded, not the armies of the invaders. Finally, you have the fact that Britain had enemies just waiting in the tall grass, looking for an opportunity to whack them over the head when the time was right. Without help from Europe, no amount of patriotic resiliency would have been enough. But Britain did have enemies, and they were waiting in the tall grass, and then they did whack the British over the head. Then, of course, there is George Washington. As we have seen, Washington was not some American Napoleon. His battle plans were too complicated, his strategic vision, at least militarily, was not super keen, and as much credit as the Americans get for their shoot-and-hide guerrilla tactics, Washington himself never ran with the idea the way a more creative general might have, and he focused obsessively on turning the Continental Army into a European-style army. But all that said, he was basically the perfect man to run the war for the Americans, because that same focus on turning his men into a professional army gave them the political credibility they needed when the French finally did decide to come out of the tall grass. And it was his own personal commitment to the Republican ideals represented by American independence that infused the army with the belief that they were fighting for something. And then, of course, there was his ability to simply hold the army together, whether through brilliantly executed retreats or obsessing about supplies and logistics. The overriding strategic goal for the Americans turned out to be simply keeping an army in the field. As long as they could do that, the war would not be lost. And there was probably no man in America better suited for that job than George Washington. Okay, so now that the British have lost the war, or at the very least decided that they didn't want to try to win it anymore, it's time to move on to the peace process. A process that will take just about 2 years to complete, from the moment Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown to the final signing ceremony in September 1783. To represent the Americans, the Congress selected 5 men. Benjamin Franklin, of course, still charming the pants off of French society. John Adams, who was currently in The Hague trying to arrange more loans from the Dutch. John Jay of New York, currently in Madrid trying to secure recognition because though Spain had joined the anti-British coalition, they did not yet technically acknowledge that the United States was, a thing. Another guy named John Lawrence, who had been held in a London prison after being captured at sea in 1780, and then Thomas Jefferson. But Jefferson would beg off, citing personal obligations, probably surrounding the recent death of his wife, and Lawrence wound up being a non-factor, so really the triumvirate was Franklin, Adams, and Jay, of whom Franklin was the most savvy, and Adams the most obnoxiously principled. The Peace Commission, though, was hamstrung immediately by Congress's instructions that they consult with the French every step of the way and follow French advice. Even Franklin, a major Francophile, could see how crazy this order was. France and America were allies, but that did not mean their interests were perfectly aligned. What was good for France might not be good for America. So to demand that the Americans play essentially a subordinate role in their own negotiations seemed like folly. And of course it was. But it appears to be folly that the French purchased fairly on the open market, as they funneled cash to congressional representatives who drew up the instructions on the understanding that those instructions would tend to strengthen the ties between France and America. Wink wink, nudge nudge, say no more. Informal talks began in April 1782 between Franklin, French Foreign Minister Vergennes, and the lead British negotiator Richard Oswald, an aging Scottish merchant with old commercial ties to America. When the other American commissioners started arriving over the summer, the real talks got going. But they immediately hit a wall when Oswald claimed he did not have the authority to recognize the independence of the United States prior to negotiations. Franklin insisted on the point, however, and though it seems a subtle distinction, it was an important one, because Franklin wanted to be sure that independence was not a part of the concessions the British offered. American independence was already a fact. It was no longer Britain's to concede. By September, though, they all agreed to a formulation that allowed both sides to have their way, and Oswald agreed that he was treating with representatives of the United States. which went far enough to satisfy the Americans while falling just short of the formal recognition he couldn't yet provide. Not surprisingly, the British negotiating strategy was to divide the Americans from the French, and at first, informal side talks between the French and the British seemed like they were about to lead the French to sell out key American demands, because the French seemed more than happy to blow off American issues like, say, Newfoundland fishing rights, until word reached Paris that Admiral de Grasse had just been trounced in the Caribbean, which left the French in a far weaker position to bargain alone. The reunited French and American front, though, soon gave way to side talks between the Americans and the British, during which Franklin seized on the opportunity to get most of what America wanted without French interference. In November 1782, the British and Americans worked out the basics of a bilateral agreement. Vergennes was shocked, learned of the agreement just hours before it was signed, having been kept in the dark about the talks, a direct violation of Congress's instructions. But Franklin placated Vergennes and the French by pointing out that the deal would only go into effect after the French signed their own treaty with the British. It was a deftly played maneuver, and almost certainly won more for the Americans than they would have gotten had they let Vergennes do all the talking. The foundation of the Treaty of Paris, which wouldn't be all dressed up in fancy cursive until September 1783, was thus in place. It was, first of all, between His Britannic Majesty and the United States, acknowledged to be sovereign and independent. It set the borders of the new United States at the 31st parallel in the south, that is, the Georgia-Florida border. In the north, it was that irregular, jagged line that mostly forms the border between the U.S. and Canada today. In the west, critically, the line was set at the Mississippi River, not the old 1763 proclamation line. Open fishing off the Canadian coast was granted, as was full access to the Mississippi River. In return for all this, the American commissioners agreed that all debts owed by Americans to British creditors would be honored in full, which was a fairly controversial concession. The British then further pressed for all confiscated Loyalist property to be returned to their rightful owners. Now, this would be really, really hard to sell back home, so Franklin promised to urge the Congress to urge the states to return the Loyalist property. Finally, all British troops would withdraw with all deliberate speed, and though the forces embedded on the Atlantic seaboard would soon be gone, the British dragged their feet about removing their frontier garrisons because, hey, we still plan to dominate you economically, and if you think we're just going to give up the Great Lakes fur trade because Cornwallis got trapped in Yorktown, you're crazy. It would remain a sticking point for years to come. While all of these negotiations were going on in Europe, American leaders began the process of trying to figure out how to transition from war to peace and how to transition from colonial dependency to full-fledged independent nation. These two issues would collide in the Newburgh Conspiracy of March 1783, and then continue to linger even after that crisis passed, colliding again with Shays' Rebellion in 1786, which we'll talk about next week, and at which point a consensus had built up that the current system of national government was unsustainable and needed serious revision. The current system of national government they were talking about is now pretty much a punchline in American history: the Articles of Confederation. Way back in 1776, just before the Declaration of Independence was signed, the Second Continental Congress created a committee to draft a national constitution to go along with all those state constitutions that were being drafted. This committee wound up being chaired by our old friend John Dickinson. Remember him from way back when? Letters from a Pennsylvania Farmer, opponent of independence. Well, as he opposed independence, his committee was simultaneously drafting a national constitution for the soon-to-be independent United States. When the draft emerged from committee, though, it met strong resistance. A debate erupted that previewed the much larger debate over the Constitution 15 years later. Taken as a whole, Dickinson's draft undeniably put the national government above the states, and worked out a formula whereby Congress would hold all powers except for those specifically reserved for the states. Now, the delegates in the Second Continental Congress were frankly appalled by this arrangement. Most of them had just spent the last decade arguing relentlessly for the sovereignty of their local governments and against the tyranny of a powerful central government, and here they were supposed to swallow a potentially tyrannical central government. So as the draft was debated, clauses were struck and clauses were added and struck and added until the formula was reversed. The Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union, that were finally approved in November 1776, vested all sovereignty in the several states, granting to Congress only a few specifically enumerated powers. It was the exact opposite of what Dickinson intended. Now, one thing Dickinson's draft and the final draft had in common, though, was that the national government would not have the right to tax. This was completely understandable given that the whole revolution is rooted in a tax revolt, but it would prove the undoing of the Articles of Confederation. The debate about the Articles previewed the debate over the Constitution in two important and related ways. First was the question of representation. The Second Continental Congress, being an assembly of the colonies, had adopted a one colony, one vote rule. So Little Rhode Island had a voice equal to enormous Virginia. Representatives of the larger states tried to use the debate over the Articles of Confederation to get this shifted to representation based on population, but it quickly became clear that this would fatally torpedo union, as the smaller states had no interest in becoming mere satellites of Virginia, and the Congress of the Confederation continued as an assembly of states rather than an assembly of the people at large. Each state would have one vote. The other issue was how revenue obligations would be assessed. Now, like I said, Congress did not have the right to tax, but everyone agreed that the several states would still need to contribute to a general national fund. Dickinson's draft calculated each state's obligation based off of population size, which was a huge problem for the slave states because slaves were being counted as people, and that just didn't seem fair. It was proposed then that only the white population be counted, but that met resistance from New England, who thought that they would now be saddled with a disproportionate burden. When this notion was dropped, the New Englanders were even more incensed when it was proposed to base the assessment on land value, because an acre of land in small and crowded New England went for a lot more than in empty and expansive North Carolina. But New England soon realized that they were fighting a losing battle, as the South and Middle states joined in a consensus around land being the thing. So for the moment, the issue of how to classify and count slaves, when are they people and when are they property, was for the moment skirted. It will, of course, return in the utterly despicable 3/5 compromise lodged in Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, but we'll get to that. And oh, by the way, the debate over how to calculate who owed what was pointless anyway, because Congress had no mechanism to compel the states to pay their share. The final draft of the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union was approved and sent out for ratification in November 1777, but it was not adopted until March 1781. This delay was caused by the requirement that every state had to ratify before the Articles would go into effect, and Maryland really didn't want to ratify. As we will see, the unanimous consent requirement was a mistake that the framers of the Constitution will conspicuously not make. Ironically, the big sticking point for Maryland was not that Congress would have too much power, but that it would have too little. They wanted Congress to have jurisdiction over the unincorporated western lands, a power that had been stripped out during the debates. Now, Maryland was not alone in this. They were joined, for example, by New Jersey and Delaware. What these three states had in common was that their founding colonial charters set specific borders, rather than having super vague from sea to sea clauses like in, say, the Virginia Charter, written by men who had no idea how far away the Pacific Ocean really was. Unless Congress could step in and check the growth of Virginia or also like New York, there would be nothing to stop them from becoming irresistible superstates. As the years passed, both New Jersey and Delaware caved, but Maryland held out. Finally, New York agreed to give up its claims, mostly on the grounds that it would be unwieldy to govern that territory anyway, and then Virginia followed, though only renouncing their claims to lands northwest of the Ohio River. These concessions in place, Maryland finally agreed, and on March 1st, 1781, the Second Continental Congress became the Congress of the Confederation, or more officially, the Congress of the United States assembled. Of course, as we all know with the benefit of hindsight, the intentional weakening of the National Congress made their jobs nearly impossible. By the time the Articles were ratified, Congress was deep in debt and had no way to pay it back. And not only were they deep in debt, they had no idea how deep in debt they even were. The bookkeeping had been a mess, and wartime prioritizing left them with a trail of certificates and IOUs and vouchers and just verbal promises to pay men back for whatever. Despite Washington's misgivings, the imperatives of war had led to forced requisitioning, but a receipt was always scribbled on the back of a napkin or something to be redeemed when the war was over. Well, now the war was over, and everyone was coming for what they were owed. Compounding this debt crisis was the financial crisis. Over the course of the war, Congress had been forced to turn to that always sustainable practice of just printing money to pay for what it needed. Not only was this currency not backed by anything, they just kept pumping out more and more. By 1780, they had sent out something like $200 million. It was all worthless, and it led neutrals in and around British-occupied areas to offer their goods and services to the British in exchange for pounds rather than accept continental script. Those that had accepted the script were then hit with the most unwelcome news in 1780 that Congress was about to try to get its financial house in order, and was officially revaluing the money at 1/40th face value, which, awesome. So glad I accepted it. Can't wait to do business with you again. Nowhere was the debt and financing problem more obvious and more dangerous than when it came to paying the army. Congress had been getting by on empty promises and worthless paper while the war was on. As late as 1780, Congress promised all officers who stuck it out until the end of the war a pension of half pay for the rest of their lives, if you just please stay on. Now that the war was ending, the men understandably wanted, what they were owed. But for the moment, all Congress could do was hold out its empty hands and say, we just don't have the money, and we don't have any way to raise it. Which brings us to the Newburgh Conspiracy of March 1783. See, there were in Congress many men who were not fans of the severely limited powers granted to Congress. They wanted, and argued that the country in fact needed, a stronger national government. Their colleagues had outvoted them back during the debates over the Articles of Confederation, but they sensed in the growing restlessness in the army an opportunity to reopen the issue. There were also many officers in the army who concurred with them about needing a stronger national government, not because they stayed up nights reading political philosophy, but because they realized they were going to get stiffed if Congress didn't have some way to raise money. So the congressional leaders started talking to the military leaders, and a scheme grew to leverage more power for Congress by threatening the use of military force. Specifically, the demand was the Articles be amended to allow Congress to lay a 5% impost on imported goods, an amendment that would require the unanimous consent of the states. So if we compare this to the English Revolution, we are roughly in about 1647, right after the First Civil War. The new model army wants what it has been promised, Parliament is unwilling or unable to give it to them, Fairfax and Cromwell elect to back the men, and eventually they all march on London. It was very orderly, but it collapsed any notion of the army serving its civilian masters, and not the other way around. As this moment approached in the American Revolution, though, George Washington refused to be Fairfax or Cromwell. In early March 1783, word reached the Continental Army camped at Newburgh, New York, that a preliminary peace had been signed with Britain, meaning that they were sure to be disbanded sooner rather than later. An anonymous circular letter then made the rounds for the officers to gather on March 11th to discuss what action to take. When Washington got a hold of this letter, he announced that there would be a meeting, but it would be held on March the 15th, after passions had died down a little bit. When the officers gathered on March the 15th, they were shocked by Washington's surprise entrance. No one expected him to come in person. He politely asked for the floor so he could deliver a short speech that was nothing less than an impassioned plea not to go down this road, to not allow anyone to open the floodgates of civil discord and deluge our rising empire in blood. Then he pulled out a letter from a member of Congress he wished to read aloud, but to do so, he had to put on his glasses, and no one had ever seen the general wearing glasses. I have no idea how much of this was planned and how much was spontaneous, but as he put them on, he said, "Gentlemen, you will permit me to put on my spectacles, for I have grown not only gray, but almost blind in the service of my country. And that was pretty much the end of the Newburgh conspiracy right there, and the moment when the Continental Army did not become the new model army. Washington had given everything he had to this cause, a cause that they were now all threatening to throw away over some back pay and pensions. The air drained out of the conspiracy completely. With the Newburgh crisis passed, Congress promised its officers would get full pay for 5 years, and the enlisted men would get 3 months' pay right now in exchange for peacefully returning home, and that seemed to do the trick. Washington, of course, followed his performance at Newburgh with a similar performance at the end of the year, when, in a carefully choreographed ceremony, gave up his commission. This is the moment when people started referring to him as the American Cincinnatus, the man who gave up power. It also led George III to marvel at the sheer implausibility of it. The king asked an American-born painter what Washington would do now that the war had been won, and the painter replied, "They say he will return to his farm." To which the king replied, "If he does that, he'll be the greatest man who ever lived." Like I say, George Washington was the perfect guy to run the American war, if for no other reason than he seemed to have no design on running the American peace. Not that destiny was actually going to let him retire to Mount Vernon. Next week, the nationalist-inclined members of Congress will continue their quest to make the national government solvent, a quest that will fail. As they talked among themselves about how to solve this problem, a little rebellion flared up in western Massachusetts that exposed the terrible limitations of the Articles of Confederation for all to see. So, a call will be put out for a convention just to revise the Articles, add a few things, take out a few things. It's not like we're going to lock the doors and without any authority whatsoever draft an entirely new constitution. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 30, The Critical Period. We left off last time with the aborted Newburgh conspiracy, hatched between disgruntled Continental officers and disgruntled members of Congress to strong-arm the several states into granting the national government more power. But though George Washington smacked the conspiracy down before it even got off the ground, that did not mean he didn't agree with them. Years of trying to wrestle supplies from obstinate states and an ineffectual Congress had convinced him that a strong central government was essential to the long-term survival of an independent United States. It was the means he disagreed with, not the ends. And those ends became even more obviously needed as the new country tried to get itself up and running in the 1780s. The years between the end of the war and the ratification of the Constitution have long been known to scholars as the critical period, a period during which internal and external pressures threatened to crush the newly independent United States. Now, more recently, historians have decided it might not be quite as melodramatic as that, but it was a time of political and economic uncertainty, and as the years passed, it became clearer and clearer that the Articles of Confederation were part of the problem, not a part of the solution. To start with the big picture, the leaders of the new United States immediately found themselves swimming in the deep end of international waters, and no one much interested in helping them stay afloat. France and Spain and Holland had all been happy to buoy the Americans while the war with Britain was on. But now that the European powers had succeeded in their realpolitik objective of dismembering the British Empire, hey, you wanted to be independent? Well, now you're independent. The Dutch bankers were hesitant about lending more money to a Congress that had literally no way to pay them back. The French told Thomas Jefferson, the new American ambassador in Paris, that they were happy to trade with the United States when and where it suited them, but only when and where it suited them. These were still the heady days of mercantilist economic theory, where the point was to create a closed system of colonial trade that benefited the mother country, not an open system of international trade that might, God forbid, benefit a rival nation. The Spanish, as we'll see in a minute, were deeply concerned about an expanding United States pushing them off their North American foothold along the Gulf Coast. So yes, allies in war, rivals in peace. Then, of course, there was the British, who adopted a posture of studious contempt towards their emancipated children. John Adams arrived as the first American ambassador to the court of St. James and found himself alternatively ignored, dismissed, or laughed at, depending on which door he happened to be knocking on. The British planned to make the Americans learn the hard way what independence really meant. American consumers were free to purchase all the British goods they wanted, knowing that American consumers were desperate for British goods. This had the effect of destroying whatever burgeoning local manufacturing had grown up in the United States during the war years. Then, all the British ports in the West Indies were closed to American exports, which was fairly devastating to the New England economy in particular. The only way to combat these economic attacks was to put up a united front, as the colonies had so ably done when combating the Stamp Act and the Townshend Acts, but that solidarity was nowhere to be found in the 1780s. Each state tried to work out its own deal with the British, and all to Britain's advantage. I'll wrap up this global outlook by coming back around to the Spanish, because the trouble with Spain will segue us nicely into a discussion of kind of internal tensions that threaten the cohesion of the new United States. In the Treaty of Paris negotiations, Britain had given Spain all of Florida, and the Spanish now enjoyed a claim to pretty much the entire Gulf Coast, including all ports in the Mississippi Delta. The Spanish, though, were none too happy about the boundary lines of the new United States worked out between the British and Americans, which granted the U.S. lands reaching all the way to the Mississippi, which Spain did not believe was really Britain's to concede. To combat the spread of American settlers, they closed up the lower Mississippi to American economic traffic in 1784. This was, of course, a stab at the jugular of migrants moving into what is now mostly the states of Kentucky and Tennessee. Their economic livelihoods depended on trading down the river rather than back overland to the Atlantic. So much so that the Spanish even started offering these new settlers access to the river if they agreed to renounce the United States and incorporate themselves as part of the Spanish Empire. At the time, and at that moment, this was not as far-fetched a proposal as it might seem today. All of this, of course, set off a diplomatic kerfluffle that saw the Americans dispatch John Jay of New York to work out a treaty with Spain that would resolve the crisis. Jay's talks with the Spanish went smoothly, but for leaders of the southern states, they went a little too smoothly, because Jay seemed inclined to just give the Spanish everything they wanted and call it a day. This, the southern leaders suspected, was because Jay was not representing the United States so much as he was representing northeastern commercial interests who feared the rising power of the West. Those commercial interests wanted to make sure that all financial and political power stayed where it belonged on the eastern seaboard. A Western economy built off the Mississippi rather than the Atlantic would threaten that economic and political monopoly. But though Jay signed off on terms that would in fact close the lower Mississippi to American economic traffic, it didn't really matter because the Articles of Confederation required 9 of 13 states to ratify a treaty, and the southern states were never going to ratify this treaty in a million years because they were the ones who stood to gain the most from southwestern expansion. So as I said, these dealings with the Spanish exposed the internal tensions that were working to divide the Union, north and south on the one hand, east and west on the other. The North-South question will of course become the defining tension of the United States, and ultimately result in the Civil War because what's going on here is that two very different political economies are being grafted together, a commercial Northeast that will soon become an industrialized commercial Northeast, and an agrarian South built on slave labor. What was good for one often turned out to be bad for the other, especially as the North turned its back on slavery both for economic and moral reasons, while the South dug in its heels even harder. The other great tension that threatened to undermine American unity was the divide between East and West. The interests of the rich coastal cities really did not align with those of the inland farmers, and as we'll see in a minute with Shays' Rebellion, really not align. But the Treaty of Paris guaranteed that the future of America lay to the west. The question was how those lands would be divided up and incorporated into the United States, and then how much say would Western settlers get in how the national government was run. As we just saw, there were powerful little cliques in New York and Boston and Philadelphia who thought it perfectly right that they would continue holding all the power. But in grappling with the question of what to do with the West, the Congress of the Confederation enjoyed its one major success, because the resulting Northwest Ordinance wound up serving as the permanent model of how territories would be divided up and integrated into the United States. And yes, coastal elites, you are going to have to share with the other children. The first issue was whether those territories would remain mere territories in perpetuity, or whether they would eventually be admitted as full and equal states. Now, we just sort of take the whole path to statehood for granted today, but it's worth remembering that at the time there was basically no precedent for this. When a sovereign nation created a colony or claimed a territory, those colonies and territories remain colonies and territories forever. And despite everything that had just happened in the last 20 years, there were quite a few American leaders who naturally assumed that the Western territories would remain territories, governed by the real states along the Atlantic seaboard. But to other, and dare I say wiser leaders, this seemed like a recipe for simply replaying the revolution a generation or two down the road. Only this time we'll get to be the evil British, and they'll get to be the scrappy colonial underdogs. So it was decided that the Northwest Territories would be surveyed, divided up into a reasonable number of chunks, and when those chunks hit 60,000 residents, that they could apply for statehood. A process that got rolling in earnest in 1803, and eventually saw the new states of Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, and Wisconsin admitted to the Union. Part of Minnesota is in there too, but it took the Louisiana Purchase to fill them out. During the debate over the Northwest Ordinance, the tension between North and South, and East and West, coincided over the increasingly all-important issue of slavery, because slavery wound up being forbidden in the Northwest Territories. Mostly. Settlers who already had slaves were grandfathered in, there was no mention of whether slavery would be legal once a territory became a state, and the first iteration of the Fugitive Slave Law was written in to guarantee that runaway slaves would be returned to their rightful owners, if that's not the most heinous contradiction in terms I can think of. But other than that, no buying or selling or importation of slaves would be allowed in these new territories. And this is a pretty momentous decision, as it ensured that the dividing line between the free North and the slave South would be extended to the Mississippi River. The southern states apparently went along with this, partly because they were afraid of economic competition from the new territories if they were allowed to use slave labor. In the future, however, the South would be far less willing to grant those kinds of legal precedents, and the battles over whether slavery would be allowed or not in new territories and states became the running political battle that eventually exploded into the Civil War. So, the Northwest Ordinance was a pretty good piece of legislation for Congress, and historians generally concede it to be their one enduring achievement. Though, if you were an American Indian living in those territories, well, you probably don't think the Northwest Ordinance is so hot, seeing as how it's basically dividing up all your land into neat little boxes and handing it over to a bunch of white guys. Not that Congress just ignored the rights of Indians, and they wrote in an article to the Northwest Ordinance that I'm going to quote in full because of the dark irony contained therein. "The utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indians. Their lands and property shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property, rights, and liberty, they shall never be invaded or disturbed, unless in just and lawful wars authorized by Congress. But laws founded in justice and humanity shall from time to time be made for preventing wrongs being done to them, and for preserving peace and friendship with them." Which, yeah, that's not how it went at all. This one success aside, though, the Articles of Confederation were just not working. And it didn't help that the only people treating the national government of the United States worse than the British was the states themselves. Most outright ignored Congress, and if they bothered to send representatives at all, the men they sent were second or third tier leaders who were more or less being sent into political exile. The states built their own navies, they unilaterally fought Indians, they tried to make commercial treaties with foreign powers, all the stuff that was supposed to be the purview of Congress. All that, and they refused to send Congress any of the money they had promised. All of this, to be blunt, threatened the very existence of this thing called the United States of America. In the end, all hope for the survival of Congress lay with reviving that 5% impost we talked about last week. If that one little piece could be put in place, then maybe things would work out. Though the tactic of using the military to gain leverage over the states had failed, the men interested in a solvent national government, one of whom we'll talk about in a moment, did not give up. For more than 2 years, they kept pushing for the amendment. And one by one, the various states agreed that yes, fine, you can have your impost, though usually there was a slew of concessions and exceptions that had to go along with it. But then that sticky business of unanimity popped up again. The first time the impost had been floated back in 1781, it had been killed because Rhode Island didn't want to ratify. This time around, it languished for want of support in both Pennsylvania and New York. American creditors, both home and abroad, were strung along for more than 2 years on the promise that the impost would eventually be passed and they would get their money. But by 1786, both New York and Pennsylvania refused to ratify. The impost was dead, and Congress was essentially bankrupt. So, what do we do now? One of the guys trying to figure out what to do now was Alexander Hamilton, who was about to make his way to the forefront of American history, where he will either be treated as a visionary hero or an evil villain, depending on whose side of history you happen to be reading. Hamilton had been born at an indeterminate date in the mid-1750s down in the Leeward Islands, then part of the British West Indies. Orphaned in the 11 to 13 range, young Hamilton worked as a clerk in an import-export firm, until the local elites noticed that this bright young man was actually something of a prodigy. So they took up a collection in 1772 to send him up north for a proper education. After some secondary schooling in New Jersey, Hamilton wound up at King's College, which is now Columbia University. As political tensions mounted, young Hamilton was a vocal supporter of the Patriot cause, publishing rebuttals to Tory arguments both anonymously and under his own name. When the war finally did break out, he immediately joined a New York militia regiment made up of other King's College students. This regiment conducted a quick raid on a British battery and took home some artillery pieces, which is how the regiment became an artillery regiment, and how Hamilton became an artillery officer. He served throughout the campaigns in New York, and as I was able to briefly mention, manned one of the batteries that kept the Hessians pinned down at the Battle of Trenton. After Trenton, though, he came to the attention of the senior staff, including Nathaniel Greene and Henry Knox, who recognized his brilliance. But unfortunately, these guys wanted Hamilton for their staffs, not to command troops in the field, which is what he wanted. So Hamilton kept turning down requests until he got one he couldn't turn down. George Washington asked him to serve as his secretary, and Hamilton couldn't say no. He spent the next 4 years as Washington's de facto chief of staff, handling correspondence, drafting orders, organizing logistics, everything. But Hamilton was an ambitious kid, still in his mid-20s, and he didn't want to go down in history as a paper pusher. By 1781, Hamilton was sick of being Washington's secretary, and he wanted out. And there's plenty of evidence that Washington was not really an easy guy to work for, and praise for his personal greatness tends to diminish the closer you actually get to him. Washington, for his part, seemed ready to let Hamilton go, and they both decided to let a petty little incident be an excuse for Hamilton to resign. Literally, it was about how long Washington had been kept waiting at the top of a flight of stairs. The ill will, though, was not permanent, and Washington eventually granted his former secretary's repeated demands for a field command, and Hamilton served as a colonel of infantry during the siege of Yorktown. After the war, Hamilton resigned from the army, and in 1782 was appointed to the now Congress of the Confederation. As I mentioned at the top of the show, Washington had been convinced by his wartime experience that a strong central government was a must. Well, that was doubly true for Alexander Hamilton, especially since he was the guy who had had to write all those letters begging for supplies and then wade through all the refusals. Hamilton had zero respect for the supposed virtues of voluntary support. As the Newburgh conspiracy started bubbling up, he was one of those nationalist-inclined representatives who prodded the officers still in the Continental Army to take action, and he even wrote a letter to Washington asking for the general's support at this critical juncture. But when the conspiracy failed, and the 5% impost looking like it was going nowhere fast, Hamilton resigned from Congress and returned to New York to practice law, where he would remain until circumstances provided another opportunity to push for a stronger, for God's sakes at the very least solvent, national government. Which brings us to the final crisis of the critical period, Shays' Rebellion. Because, as it turned out, Congress was not the only ones having trouble paying their bills in the mid-1780s. Out in rural western Massachusetts, life was a bit different than it was in the coastal cities. And as I mentioned, it was a perfect example of the tension between the urban East and the rural West. Families in the West lived mostly a subsistence farming existence, using the barter system and lines of credit that would not really hold up to strict demands for repayment. The war had not been easy on them, but the peace was proving to be positively brutal. A big part of their pain was a result of the new economic relationship between the British and Americans. As I said, the British were happy to keep shipping goods to the colonies, I mean the United States, but the liberally extended credit had dried up. The British merchants now wanted hard currency from their partners in, for example, Boston. This dynamic was actually playing out all over the country, but we're going to keep the focus on Massachusetts. Hard currency, though, was tough to come by, so the city merchants had to pass along the demand for hard currency to their inland distributors, who had to pass it along to their customers, and if anyone had currency, as sure as hell wasn't smallhold farmers in western Massachusetts. But that didn't stop creditors from taking them to court and suing for the money they were owed, or stopping the courts from issuing judgments that invariably went against the farmers. Now, the one thing the farmers had going for them, though, was Governor John Hancock. Hancock's entire career had been built on his populist appeal, and he was winning annual elections to the governorship with like 90% of the vote. So, being popular and populist, Hancock did not lift a finger to help creditors retrieve their debts, or enforce any court orders. But by 1785, things were starting to get out of hand. There were so many uncollected and uncollectible debts that something was going to have to give. And that's right when John Hancock suddenly got so sick that he had to resign from office. The rumors swirled so loud that it's basically now taken for granted that Hancock resigned to avoid dealing with the looming political crisis, because it was down to either evict poor families from their homes or stiff the wealthy and powerful merchants of Boston. It was going to be a really tough decision, and so Hancock started coughing and slipped off to bed. Replacing him was a man who did not think that this decision was tough at all, James Bowdoin. Bowdoin was one of those wealthy and powerful merchants, and he was all for compelling repayment of debt. If the Revolution had been about anything, it had been about protecting property. Money had been lent in good faith, and people couldn't just be allowed to walk away from it. That road led to anarchy. But then Bowdoin added fuel to the fire when he decided to get the state's financial house in order by also demanding payment of all delinquent taxes. This, of course, went over like gangbusters among the totally broke Western farmers, who now had to deal not only with debt collectors, but tax collectors. One of those farmers was a Revolutionary War veteran named Daniel Shays. Shays had been a young farmhand when the war broke out, and after he signed up for service, he saw action at Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill, and then Saratoga. Eventually wounded, Shays resigned from the service in 1780, and as compensation for his 5 years under arms, he received nothing. Then he returned home and started getting dragged into court for non-payment of debts. This, as you can imagine, fired a little something in the belly of Daniel Shays. He was not the first man to call for resistance, nor was he the only man to call for resistance, but he wound up the most prominent, and so we call this little insurrection Shays' Rebellion. The first instances of direct resistance started as early as 1782, when groups of sympathetic neighbors would simply go take back property that had been seized from their poor friends. But though there was some wild talk at this point about taking up arms, for the moment most were content to petition the state government for help, specifically requesting that the state issue more paper currency. More paper currency would mean not only that, hey, we'll have some money now, but also that it would diminish the amount owed, as the resulting inflation would reduce the overall burden of payment. Of course, the creditors out there wanted no part of this for the exact same reason, and one of the leaders against the free money was, of course, James Bowdoin. So when Bowdoin became governor, you can imagine what the farmers thought of their chances for relief. Things really got going in August 1786, when the state legislature adjourned without considering any of the various petitions from the Western farmers. The response was immediate. Shays and the other leaders settled on a plan to simply prevent local courts from sitting. no courts, no judgments. So on August the 29th, they mobbed the courthouse at Northampton and prevented it from sitting. Then on September the 5th, a court was shut down by like-minded farmers in Worcester. These unconscionable acts of criminal anarchy led the Massachusetts Supreme Court to hand down indictments of the leaders, who promptly decided to try and shut down the Supreme Court too. But when Shays led about 300 farmers to the courthouse, they were met by an equal number of state militia. So all Shays and his men did was demonstrate and parade around their strength before retiring. Through early October, more courts across the state were shut down, and it was becoming clear to the political elites in Boston that there was a serious armed rebellion going on out in the West. Stern measures needed to be taken. Ironically, one of those who argued that stern measures needed to be taken was none other than Sam Adams. The once staunch populist was accused by his former friends of being a hypocritical sellout. I mean, you remember the stunts we used to pull back in the day, right? But Adams said that there was no contradiction. Rebellion against an unrepresentative monarchy was right and just. Rebellion against a representative republic, though, was blatantly criminal, and all the leaders should be hanged. In late November, a group of about 300 defenders of this representative republic rode west to arrest the leaders of the rebellion. They succeeded in nabbing a few, but only after a violent confrontation that further radicalized the farmers, who were now agreeing that it was time to overthrow the tyrannical state of Massachusetts. So yeah, it's kind of amazing how fast you can go through the looking glass once the revolutionary ball gets rolling. The national government was of course unable to lift a finger to help put down this armed insurrection within their borders. They had no money to raise troops. And even the state of Massachusetts was having trouble, so the hat had to be passed around the wealthy elites until a private militia of 3,000 men was raised, put at the disposal of former Continental General Benjamin Lincoln, he of the Siege of Charleston. Meanwhile, Shays and his comrades were rapidly forming their ranks into organized units. Their first target was a natural one, the Federal Armory in Springfield. But before they could get to it, a contingent of state militia occupied it, all of which was terribly embarrassing for Congress, since it was technically a federal armory, and they couldn't defend it, or frankly stop the Massachusetts militia from simply taking it over. I mean, really, at this point, is there even such a thing as the United States of America? The rebel farmers planned to hit the armory from three sides on January the 25th, 1787. But one of the groups was held up, and the frantic message to delay the attack was intercepted. So the other two columns, numbering about 1,500, moved in without further backup. When they arrived at the armory, the militia inside fired shots over their heads to warn them off, and then the militia fired grape shot from a cannon right into them, killing 3 and wounding about 20 others. The rest scattered before regrouping in Amherst. When news of the armory incident filtered back east, Benjamin Lincoln led out his 3,000 men in pursuit. Shays and his comrades managed to keep a safe distance, but on the night of February the 3rd, Lincoln ordered a forced march to surprise the rebels at their temporary camp. There wasn't much killing, and only a few prisoners were taken, but it did break the cohesion of the rebellion, and that was really the last large-scale action. At the end of February, the short enlistments of Lincoln's private militia expired and most went home. The scattered rebels either went home themselves or tried to carry on the fight in small bands. The last little kick came on February the 27th, when about 150 farmers started raiding towns and were met in Sheffield by 80 state militia. A sharp firefight broke out that saw dozens wounded on both sides. As the rebellion died down, Governor Bowdoin imposed harsh terms on known rebels, but this proved to be an unpopular move, and John Hancock, suddenly feeling much better now, thank you, was able to ride back in, trounce Bowdoin in the next election, and start granting pardons for the 4,000 or so men who admitted taking some part in the insurrection. Daniel Shays himself was convicted and sentenced to death, but he was pardoned in 1788 and was later granted a small pension by the federal government for his wartime service, dying in 1825 at the ripe old age of 78. Now, there is not a direct correlation between Shays' rebellion and the almost simultaneous call for a convention to rewrite the Articles of Confederation, but it certainly helped nudge any fence-sitters in the direction of, yeah, okay, it's not like the states are doing such a bang-up job with their newfound powers, and what would be so bad about strengthening the national government a little? Not that everyone was so squeamish about the prospect of future insurrections. Reflecting on Shays' Rebellion later the next year, Thomas Jefferson issued his now famous or infamous quote that in his view a little rebellion now and again was good for the soul, that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. But by the time he was issuing this quote, the newly drafted Constitution of the United States was already making the rounds for ratification, because before Shays' Rebellion even got going, leaders in Jefferson's own home state of Virginia initiated a call for representatives from the several states to meet in Annapolis, Maryland, work out a commercial agreement that would help solidify and rationalize the national economy, and maybe make it competitive on the world stage. In September 1786, delegates from 5 states, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Virginia, showed up in Annapolis, and when they started talking, wouldn't you know it, they all agreed that the Articles of Confederation were a big roadblock to economic and political maturity. So, without waiting for delegates from other states to show up and disagree with them, they signed a statement drafted by New York delegate Alexander Hamilton, calling for a convention to revise the Articles to meet in Philadelphia in May 1787. A convention where the first thing that would be agreed to was that the Articles were hopelessly broken and needed to be replaced by a whole new constitution. Next week will be the last episode of our cycle on the American Revolution, and we will cover the final act of the Revolutionary Era, the crafting and ratification of the United States Constitution. After that, I will take my leave to prepare for the French Revolution, a revolution that made Thomas Jefferson rethink his attitude about just how much blood the Tree of Liberty really needed. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 31, The Rising Sun. Today marks the end of our run through the American Revolution, a revolution that wound up taking more than 25 years to work through, from the end of the French and Indian War in 1763 to the sitting of the First Congress of the United States in 1789. It had started as a simple protest against an unpopular tax, had somehow ballooned into a full-scale war for independence, and then resulted in the founding of a new American Republic. Today, that new American Republic will vote on whether to adopt a new constitution to replace the existing Articles of Confederation. It was a vote that would expose the deep divide within the revolutionary generation about what the point of the revolution had even been. We left off last time with the call for a convention to amend the Articles of Confederation. This call was officially endorsed by the Congress of the Confederation on February the 21st, 1787, and so the convention was set to meet in Philadelphia in May. In the intervening months, state legislatures began selecting delegates. Not surprisingly, the men most willing to pack up and head to Philadelphia for the summer tended to be men already predisposed to greatly enhancing the power of the national government. Those who didn't care one way or the other obviously had no motivation to take part, while those who actively opposed the project tended to boycott the convention, as did, for example, Patrick Henry, who refused to serve as a member of Virginia's delegation because he smelt a rat in Philadelphia. Unfortunately, for those opposed to amending the Articles, their absence simply packed the convention with men totally in favor of wholesale revisions. As the convention approached, though, there was genuine fear among the delegates that their recommendations would not be taken seriously. So it was essential to secure the presence of the 2 men who would lend instant credibility and gravitas to the proceedings. The first was Benjamin Franklin. Recently returned from half a lifetime in Europe, Franklin was breaking down physically, and had the convention been held anywhere but Philadelphia, he could not have attended. But it was, and he believed in the cause, so he lent his fame and prestige to the project. But the real key was, of course, George Washington. It took a bit of prodding, since Washington had just spent a whole war dreaming of retirement, but he did believe deeply in the goal of a strong national government, and was always susceptible to the romance of setting aside personal interest and doing your public duty, and so he agreed to lead Virginia's delegation. His presence guaranteed that the convention could not just be dismissed. The Constitutional Convention, as we now call it, was supposed to begin on May the 14th, 1787. But 18th century travel being what it was, almost no one was there on time. But one guy who was there on time, who had gotten there early in fact, was James Madison of Virginia, who it has taken us the entire series to get to, but who is probably my favorite of the so-called founding fathers. Probably because I studied political theory in school, and political theory was the water within which James Madison swam. James Madison was born in 1751, so he was a little too young to be a major player in the run-up to the War of Independence. And then, standing at just 5 foot 4 inches and weighing no more than 100 pounds, he was just too small to be a soldier, which is why it has taken us the entire series to get to him. Like the other leading Virginians, Madison inherited a lot of land and a lot of slaves, but when it came time for the young man to pick a college, he did not follow his aristocratic brethren to the College of William and Mary, and instead headed up to the College of New Jersey, which is now Princeton University. Now, I don't know how much of a role that kind of cross-colonial experience played in his eventual emergence as a strong proponent of national government, but it did certainly give him a unique perspective. He spent the war years serving in the Virginia House of Delegates, where he came under the sway of Thomas Jefferson, forging the political alliance that would define the first few decades of American history. If I ever get around to writing that history of the political parties I'm always talking about, just know that Thomas Jefferson and James Madison will dominate the early episodes. During his off hours, Madison read voraciously, from the ancient Greeks to Enlightenment philosophers like Locke and Hobbes, and of course another favorite of mine, Montesquieu, whose theories about separated powers struck a deep chord with Madison as he developed a thoroughgoing critique of the Articles of Confederation. He was a prime mover in the push to amend the Articles, so when it came time to finally get down to business in May 1787, he couldn't wait to get to Philadelphia with his briefcase full of ideas. He's basically the kid so eager to take the test that he gets to school like 6 hours early and is then drumming his fingers impatiently waiting for the other knuckleheads to show up so he can blow them all out of the water. The rest of the knuckleheads started showing up by the end of May, and no, of course they're not knuckleheads. This is widely seen as one of the more impressive assemblies of leaders in American history. Washington and Franklin were there, of course, but also Alexander Hamilton of New York and a powerhouse Pennsylvania delegation that included Robert Morris, the financier of the Revolution, who deserves a supplemental, Governor Morris, no relation, and then James Wilson, who along with Madison would come to dominate the proceedings. Also present was John Dickinson, now representing Delaware, and who frankly I'd kind of like to write a book about at this point. The Virginia delegation included Peyton Randolph and George Mason, who were both early radicals and deeply committed patriots who will also wind up opposing the Finnish Constitution. I could go on like this, but seriously, every state seemed to be sending its best men. Every state, that is, but Rhode Island, who refused to send any delegates to this ridiculous farce of a convention. Nodding approvingly from across the Atlantic, Thomas Jefferson called the delegates nothing less than an assembly of demigods. Or, if you want to be less rapturous about it, you could call them a bunch of rich white guys looking to make sure the little people didn't get a hold of the levers of power. On May the 25th, there was finally a quorum of 7 states, and business could begin. Franklin nominated Washington to be president, and deliberations got underway. Now, unfortunately for historians, as the delegates started taking the floor, it was quickly agreed that the only way this was going to work was if their debates were kept secret. So detailed records of who said what, when, just don't exist, and we have to rely on informal vote counts and diary entries and a few scribbled summaries to get us through it. But this was probably not such a bad thing, especially since one of the other things they agreed to right off the bat was that they were going to ignore whatever limited mandate they had to amend the Articles of Confederation and probably just rewrite the whole thing from scratch. There was some brief protest to this, but as I said, the kind of guys who were willing to serve as delegates were also the kind of guys predisposed towards overhauling the Articles, so the decision to press on with a whole new constitution met very little opposition. And because Madison had gotten there first, and already had a pretty detailed outline for a new constitution in hand, the convention voted on May the 29th to take his work, dubbed the Virginia Plan, as their starting point. A few alternative plans popped up along the way, including a proposal by Charles Pinckney of South Carolina and a proposal by Alexander Hamilton, and then the New Jersey, or Small State Plan, that we'll talk about in a minute. But through it all, the Virginia Plan was the plan that everyone agreed to work with, and it contained most of the defining features of the Constitution's final draft: the bicameral legislature, the independent executive, the independent judiciary, all based on Montesquieu's theories of separated power, which Montesquieu had developed after reading our old friend Polybius's analysis of the Roman Republic. So the first major innovation contained in Madison's Virginia Plan was the separation of the legislative branch into two houses. Almost uniformly, the delegates were small r Republicans, not small d Democrats. So they agreed that some kind of upper house would be needed to put the brakes on the runaway anarchy sure to come blowing out of the lower house. This is where, for example, Shays' Rebellion helps frame the debate. No one thought it was a good idea to just let the people run amok. I mean, they'll come in one day and just vote to abolish debt and contracts. Plus, they had the example of the Pennsylvania state government meeting right down the street. Pennsylvania had wound up drafting one of the most democratic constitutions in American history, with an all-powerful unicameral legislature. To men like Madison and Hamilton, this was like completely crazy, and led to wild swings in policy every time one of the bitter Pennsylvania political factions was able to outvote its rivals. So yeah, some kind of upper house was needed, a more deliberative body made up of the better sorts. Let's call it a Senate, like the old Stoic Romans used to have. The next major overhaul was to the executive branch. Now, aside from talk in some circles that George Washington ought to be crowned king, it was kind of taken for granted that the executive would be some kind of elected official serving some kind of fixed term. But in Madison's plan, the executive would not be some mere executor of the legislature's demands. The lack of a strong executive was seen as one of the great failings of the Articles of Confederation. So the office would instead be independent and invested with unique powers of its own that would allow it to check the scourge of a tyrannical legislature, just as the unique powers invested in the legislature would allow it to check the scourge of a tyrannical executive. How the president, as the executive was soon dubbed, would be elected and for how long he would serve would all soon be points of contention. But it was agreed in principle that an independent executive was essential for the stable and just operation of government. And obviously that everyone knew the first president would be George Washington helped quell any fears of immediate tyranny. Finally, there was the matter of the courts. Now, the appointment of judges turned out to be an area Madison thought executives traditionally wielded too much power. Unchecked, the appointment power becomes a key instrument of tyranny. This is one of those things they had fought about during the English Revolution, whether the king would have the power to remove judges at his pleasure, or whether there had to be a legitimate case for dismissal. If a king or governor or president has unlimited power of appointment, well, then the courts are just going to do whatever the king or governor or president wants, and that's no good at all. So the Virginia Plan placed judicial appointments in the hands of Congress. But this, of course, wound up simply handing the tools of tyranny to the fickle mob, rather than some power-hungry tyrant, which was in many ways scarier to our small r Republican delegates. Which is how we wound up with the compromise system, whereby the president nominates judges and the Senate confirms them. As the delegates walked through the Virginia Plan, the first major point of contention was over the issue of congressional representation. Being a good Virginian, Madison had devised a system of proportional representation based on population size. This was, of course, a deal-breaker for the smaller states like Delaware, New Jersey, and Connecticut, who could see their interests counting for very little in the United States of Virginia. So, an alternate proposal was introduced by William Paterson of New Jersey, hence it being dubbed the New Jersey Plan. This plan was in its essence exactly what the convention was supposed to have been about. It was drawn up as a list of amendments to the Articles of Confederation that would maintain the supremely powerful single house of Congress and preserve the rule of one state, one vote, while granting the national government more power to tax and regulate trade and enforce compliance with its laws. In terms of overall form, the New Jersey Plan went nowhere. But that issue of is Congress an assembly of the states or an assembly of the people, was not going to go away. After a few weeks of fruitless debates, the question was referred to a committee where the famous Connecticut Compromise was hashed out. It was called the Connecticut Compromise because it was hashed out by Roger Sherman of Connecticut, who gets a special shout-out for being the only guy to sign the Continental Association, the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, and in a couple months, the Constitution of the United States. So good work, Roger Sherman. Sherman's deal was that the legislature would have the two houses prescribed by Madison. The lower house, the House of Representatives, would be based on population, while the upper house, the Senate, would be based on states, specifically 2 senators per state. To help seal the deal with Madison, Hamilton, and the other big state advocates, it was stipulated that all revenue bills would originate in the population-based lower house, which is how it still works today, in case you fell asleep during sophomore government class. With these basic issues worked through, the convention created the Committee of Detail in late July to draw up an official rough draft. This committee spent the next 10 days cobbling together sections of the Virginia Plan, approved language from the deliberations, various parts of state constitutions, and whatever was still viable from the Articles of Confederation. They reported out a preamble and 23 articles on August the 6th that mostly conformed to what had been agreed to, with a few rather glaring exceptions. At the behest of Southern members, the committee had taken it upon itself to insert clauses that restricted Congress's ability to interfere with slavery and set the bar for approval of tariffs at 2/3 supermajorities in both houses, both designed to protect the Southern economy from Northern meddling. It also tried to ignore the approved language that Congress would have the power to legislate, quote, over all cases of general interest, and instead it drew up a list of 18 enumerated areas that Congress would be given jurisdiction over. But James Wilson of Pennsylvania killed this by tacking on at the end a 19th clause that said, oh, and also Congress can pass any laws it deems necessary and proper for the execution of government. In other words, go ahead and ignore that enumerated list. When the Committee of Detail reported its draft, it was pretty well received, and most of it made its way into the final draft. But the slavery and trade issues stuck out like sore thumbs and led to a whole new round of wrangling. Luckily, the slavery issue also touched on one of the other big points yet to be decided, because though it had been agreed that the House of Representatives would be rooted in proportional representation, it was not yet agreed how those proportions would be calculated. To paint with a large brush, the Southern delegates wanted their slaves counted, the Northern delegates did not. This, of course, was the opposite of the positions taken during the debates over the Articles of Confederation, when population size was about to become the basis of determining each state's financial obligation to the national government. In that case, the North wanted slaves counted, and the South did not. So clearly, everyone was working from a mentality of, make whatever argument gets you the most while costing you the least. Finally, the two sides agreed to a set of compromises that settled everything neatly and without any troubling moral implications at all. The South gave up the 2/3 majority requirement for tariffs and agreed that the final number used to allot seats in the House would also be used to determine financial obligations to the national government. In exchange, the North agreed that that number would be calculated by adding up the free population plus 3/5 of all other persons, everyone knowing exactly what all other persons meant. So, right there in Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution, it explicitly states that an African American is 3/5 of a person. Oh, by the way, it also says that Indians who do not pay taxes are not even people at all. So, yeah, like I say, no troubling moral implications at all. With this compromise in place, the delegates decided that that was about all the heat they could stand for the moment, and they wrote in a clause forbidding Congress from taking any action on slavery for 25 years. Everyone agreed it would be much easier to just kick the can down the road on that one. As the summer wound down, so too did the convention, and on August the 31st they created the Committee of Postponed Parts to take up the grab bag of leftover issues. A committee that was intentionally stacked with delegates who had demonstrated a willingness to cut deals and make compromises. Mostly, this was about crafting more precise language about how patents would be handled and the legal process of war making, But this last committee did lower the term of the president from 7 to 4 years, and sanction the right to re-election, which was actually a fairly big thing to just slip in at the last minute. It also drew up the final language for the electoral college system of presidential elections, which don't even get me started about the electoral college. Everything was then handed to the Committee for Style on September the 8th for a final write-up. This committee was run by Madison, Hamilton, and Gouverneur Morris, who actually gets most of the credit for writing the final draft, including the famous preamble. The Committee for Style produced its final draft on September the 12th, rearranging the previous 23 articles into 7 main articles, each divided into subsections, which is why lawyers quote the Constitution, Article 2, Section 3, the way a preacher quotes the Bible, chapter and verse. Article 1 dealt with the legislative branch, since everyone assumed that that would be the most important branch. I think it would come as quite a shock to the framers to see just how presidential the government of the United States has become. Article 2 dealt with the executive branch run by a president elected every 4 years with the power to appoint judges, veto laws, and act as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Article 3 covered the judicial branch, which is actually pretty hilariously underdeveloped in the actual text of the Constitution, with no mention whatsoever of the power of judicial review, that is, the ability to declare laws unconstitutional, which is obviously like what the Supreme Court actually does these days. If you stayed awake in sophomore government, you know that that power was simply asserted by Chief Justice John Marshall in the 1803 case Marbury v. Madison, which is something you can needle your friends about if they ever start going on about how they want strict constructionist judges, because a strict constructionist judge would have to admit that the Supreme Court does not have the power to declare laws unconstitutional. Article 4 covered relations between the federal government and the states, and then between the states themselves. Article 5 covered the amendment process. Article 6 establishes the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. And Article 7 lays out the ratification process, which we'll get to in a minute. On September 15th, these 7 articles were unanimously approved by the 11 states able to vote. Rhode Island never did send anyone, and Alexander Hamilton's 2 New York colleagues had been among the 13 delegates who quit the convention early, so New York didn't have a vote, which led to the nice line in Washington's diary that the Constitution was approved by 11 states and Colonel Hamilton. 39 men wound up signing the Constitution, with only 3 of the remaining delegates refusing to sign: Peyton Randolph and George Mason of Virginia, and Elbridge Gerry of Massachusetts. All 3 of them had their reasons for opposing the draft, but the most important for our purposes was that they did not contain some kind of enumerated Bill of Rights, explicitly drawing the lines that no matter what, the government would not be able to cross. In hindsight, the omission of the Bill of Rights turned out to be a major unforced error for proponents of ratification, but for whatever reason they had never drawn one up and weren't about to do it now at the last minute. A few delegates thought, for example, that George Mason's push to tack one on was just a stall tactic to torpedo the whole project. So they ignored the issue and signed the damn thing on September the 17th, 1787, so they could all go home. As the convention ended, Benjamin Franklin offered a final few memorable quotes about what had been achieved. After remarking that the Constitution was not perfect, and that every one of them could point to something in particular they didn't like about it, he told his fellow delegates that during their deliberations he had often considered the painting on the back of the president's chair, depicting a sun on the horizon, without being able to tell whether it was rising or sitting. But now at length I have the happiness to know that it is a rising and not a setting sun. Then, of course, there was the likely apocryphal line uttered as the delegates dispersed. Asked by Elizabeth Powell, who is, by the by, an utterly fascinating woman, what form of government the convention had created, he said, "A republic, madame, if you can keep it." But for the moment, the question was not whether this new model for a national republic would be kept, but whether or not it would be launched in the first place. As I mentioned, the deliberations of the convention had been secret, and though rumors swirled, it was still something of a shock to discover that the states were about to be asked to vote not on a few amendments, but on a whole new system of government. And not only that, the vote would take place according to rules completely outside the system set up by the Articles for ratifying amendments. As I hinted last time, the requirement of unanimous consent was regarded as unworkable, giving everyone a veto over everyone else, so that nothing would ever get done. So the framers wrote into Article 7 that only 9 of 13 states needed to ratify for the Constitution to take effect. Then, in another calculated bit of stacking the deck in their favor, they prescribed that the process of ratification would run through state conventions, specifically called to decide the issue, not, I repeat, not, through state legislatures. This was critical, because no one would lose more power if the Constitution was ratified than the state legislatures. The Congress of the Confederation received the signed Constitution on September the 20th and voted a week later to send it to the states for ratification. But even before this vote was taken, the war over ratification was underway. Because though we've mostly been talking about the guys who favored a stronger national government, there was strong opposition in almost every state to the very idea of a stronger national government, seeing as how defeating centralized tyranny had been the whole point of the revolution. And here we are not 5 years removed from the Treaty of Paris, and you want to hand the keys over to some corrupt despot, and yes, we know Washington will be the first president, but for God's sakes, what about the next president? And look, you've got standing armies in here, and what does necessary and proper even mean? That sounds like Congress is just going to be able to get their hands into everything. Opponents of ratification were a diverse lot, and not at all unified, and they quickly fell prey to a clever bit of political labeling. Proponents of ratification were calling themselves Federalists, and they managed to dub their opponents Anti-Federalists, as if they were simply ornery mules standing in the way of America's rise to power, rather than what it's fair to actually call them, the keepers of the original revolutionary flame. In terms of ideological rhetoric, the Anti-Federalists can draw a straight line all the way back to 1763. The Federalists, on the other hand, had to somehow prove that that rhetoric had been fine in its time, but we need to survive as an independent nation now, and it's time to get real. Now, one of the things I love about the Federalist anti-Federalist campaigns is that everyone's revolutionary credentials were positively sparkling. Anti-Federalists like Patrick Henry and George Mason and George Clinton had given everything they had to the Patriot cause and believed deeply that the Constitution was a betrayal of the Revolution. Just as Hamilton and Madison, Washington and Franklin had given everything they had to the Patriot cause, and believed deeply that the Constitution was the fulfillment of the Revolution, the thing that would guarantee the survival of an American republic. As the battle lines were being drawn, both sides picked up pens and started railing against each other, often using well-known Roman pseudonyms. So the Anti-Federalists were Brutus and Cato, and they argued that the Constitution vested too much power in the central government, that the president would soon enough be a king, that the long-fought-for sovereignty of the states was being destroyed, that no republic could survive if it tried to encompass so vast an area and so many different people. And above all, they agreed that the failure to include a Bill of Rights was an unconscionable omission. On the other side, the Federalists ran with a campaign that played up the support of Washington and Franklin, the existential threat posed by the current disunity of the states, and the fact that the states themselves were not doing a very good job of running things. But of course, the most famous batch of polemics that came out of the ratification campaigns were the Federalist, a set of 85 essays published in New York under the pseudonym Publius, after our old friend Publius Valerius, and written by Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay. The most famous of these is probably Federalist number 10, which argued that the national union was a necessary safeguard against internal factionalism and insurrection, and pretty much demolished the argument that a republic could only survive if it was small in size. Number 10, written by Madison, argued that in fact the opposite was true, and that the larger the republic, the less likely it was to be hijacked by narrow interest groups. Other greatest hits include number 51, which is the definitive statement on how the system of checks and balances works, and number 78, written by Hamilton, which is the one that says that judicial review is actually a thing, even if it's not there in the actual text. Now, something I didn't know going into this was that at the time the Federalist essays were not influential at all. They were neither widely read nor timely enough to sway opinion. Today, of course, they are fundamental to understanding how the federal government is supposed to work, and are cited regularly in judicial opinions, and act as basically an annotated reference manual to the Constitution. The first state to ratify was Delaware on December the 7th, 1787. The lower counties had suffered mightily under the Articles of Confederation, and without a strong port of their own, had to rely on the whims of New York and Pennsylvania for all trade. Ratification was swift and unanimous. Surprisingly, Pennsylvania became the second state to ratify. Surprising, because there was strong anti-federalist feeling across the state. Remember, these are the same guys who came up with the radically democratic unicameral legislature. So the Federalists acted quickly and ruthlessly to ratify the Constitution before opposition forces could really organize themselves. The state ratifying convention was assembled on November the 20th, and after furious debate seemed to be headed for ratification, when opposition anti-federalists deserted the hall to deny their opponents the necessary quorum to take the vote. Federalist delegates literally hunted down and dragged a few hiding anti-federalists back into the State House, declared a quorum, and voted for ratification on December the 12th. New Jersey followed a few days later and ratified unanimously, they being in the same basic situation as Delaware. Then Georgia followed with a unanimous vote of its own on January the 2nd, because now that they didn't have the British to protect them from Indian attacks, they needed the federal government. Connecticut then joined them all on January the 9th. So this brought the movement to its first great test, Massachusetts. Still reeling from the anarchy of Shays' Rebellion, the leaders of Massachusetts, who might have been inclined to try to go it alone, wound up fairly evenly divided on the matter when the state convention met on January the 9th. They spent nearly a month at each other's throats, but it would appear that the decisive break came when Sam Adams and John Hancock were persuaded to vote yes and bring along the block of voters they controlled. Massachusetts ratified the Constitution on February the 6th by a vote of 187 to 168. It was a close thing, but it lent the ratification movement a huge dose of momentum. I mean, if the boys in Boston are for it, it can't be all bad. But critically, the Massachusetts Convention requested 19 alterations be made. Alterations that amounted to a warning that unless some kind of Bill of Rights was attached to this thing, the new federal government was going to be in deep trouble. The first state to say no was naturally Rhode Island. Having never sent delegates to the convention, the leaders of Rhode Island left it to a public referendum that saw the odious national power grab shot down in a landslide. This blip aside, though, Maryland voted to ratify in April, and then South Carolina in May. South Carolina also strongly urging the adoption of a Bill of Rights, something all Federalists now took for granted would be one of the first things they took care of when, hopefully, the first Congress took its seat. So that meant that by June 1788, 8 of the 13 states had ratified, one short of the required 9. In that month, 3 states began deliberations: Virginia, New York, and New Hampshire. If just one of them ratified, the Constitution would take effect. But it was not lost on anyone that if something along the lines of, say, New Hampshire saying yes, but Virginia and New York saying no, then it would be really difficult to proceed. 9 of 13 states are not. In Virginia, the Anti-Federalists were led by the enormously influential Patrick Henry, and lent considerable weight by George Mason and Peyton Randolph, who could say that they had been there when the thing was written and they did not like what it said. Virginia had every means at its disposal to proceed outside of a national union, and the most to fear from a bunch of small states banding together to dictate terms to mighty Virginia. It wound up being an incredibly close race, and until the vote was actually taken, no one knew which way it would go, especially since everyone realized that Virginia's vote would be the vote to establish the Union, except it turns out it really wasn't, because New Hampshire ratified 4 days before the Virginia vote, earning New Hampshire the title, the state that ratified the Constitution. But the Virginians didn't know that yet, and so their vote maintained the solemn gravitas that Virginians like to attach to things. They voted in favor 89 to 79. But, like Massachusetts and South Carolina, they also demanded amendments. The Bill of Rights was now a foregone conclusion. This put New York in a bind. The state was pretty wildly anti-federalist, and its dominant political leader, George Clinton, was prepared to go it alone, and had Virginia not ratified, I'm sure that's exactly what he would have done. But Virginia did ratify, and so staying out of the Union was now a far trickier proposition. The Alexander Hamilton-led Federalists did not have the votes to compel ratification, but they did manage to produce one little trump card that did help convince Clinton to lay down his guns. New York City itself was dominated by Federalists, and they threatened to secede from the state and join the Union themselves if the rest of the state didn't get on board. Clinton freed up just enough voters to let New York ratify 30-27 on July the 26th. This left only North Carolina and Rhode Island out of the Union. North Carolina wouldn't join until November 1789. Rhode Island would hold out until May 1790. So, first to declare independence, last to ratify the Constitution. God bless you, Rhode Island. I love you. With the Constitution in effect, elections for the inaugural government were held over the winter of 1788-1789, with George Washington, of course, elected president unanimously. As I mentioned, one of the first orders of business for the new government would be to draw up a list of amendments that would satisfy all those calls for a Bill of Rights. James Madison himself introduced a list of 12 in August 1789, 10 of which would eventually be adopted. These amendments focus not on structural changes to the government, but rather on protecting individual rights from state abuse, and they included all the greatest hits: freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, freedom from unreasonable search and seizure, guarantees of habeas corpus and trial by jury, and access to legal counsel. Accompanying this episode is a supplemental where I read the Bill of Rights in full. Please go listen to it. It encompasses just about everything I love about America. And for all our faults and all of our mistakes, I believe the Bill of Rights will stand today and tomorrow and forever as objectively worthy of universal admiration, and they should hang on the wall of every classroom. Now that they have been adopted, we can close this chapter of the Revolutions podcast. And just in time, too, because in a few days I will be flying to London for the first Revolutions podcast tour, where we will get to relive the glory of the English Revolution and get fired up for the coming French Revolution. Since I obviously can't do any real work during those 11 days, I'm going to have to be gone for longer than the 4 weeks. So I am officially setting the break to end on, oh look at that, Bastille Day. See you then. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental, the Bill of Rights. Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia, being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Amendment 3. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Amendment 4. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces, or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Amendment 7. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people.